Chapter 11 of Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 11, Utter Loneliness. What happened directly after that, Lenora did not know. Consciousness mercifully left her, and when she woke once more, she found herself sitting in a small room which smelt of lavender and warm linen, beside a fire which burned low in a wide-open hearth. She opened her eyes and looked inquiringly around her. The room was dark, only faintly lighted by the lamp which hung from a beam in the ceiling. A young girl was busy in a corner of the room, bending over an ironing board. "Does the noble lady feel better?" she asked kindly, but with all the deference which those of the subject race were expected to show to their superiors. She spoke in broken French. Most women and men who served in the inns and taverns in the cities of the Low Countries were obliged to know some other language besides their own, seeing that the Taparigans were frequented by Spanish, French, and German soldiery. "I am quite well, I thank thee," replied Lenora gently, "but wilt thou tell me where I am, and how I came to be sitting here when—" She paused, for with a rush the recollection of the past terrible moments came sweeping back upon her, and it seemed as if consciousness would flee from her once again. "The noble lady must have felt dizzy," said the girl quietly. "Aunt sent me in with the warm water for the noble Signor's wound, and I saw the noble lady just running out of the tapperage to the porch and then fall in a swoon. I was frightened, but the noble Signor ordered me quickly to tie a towel around his wounded arm, and then he carried the noble lady up here to a nice warm room, where he told me that mayhap she should deign to spend the night. Oh, the noble Signor is grievously wounded. He—" "Silence, girl!" cried Lenora suddenly, for indeed with every word the child seemed to be touching an aching place in her heart. "No, no," she added more gently, seeing that the girl, abashed and not a little frightened, had gone back in silence to her ironing board. "I did not mean to be unkind, but as thou seest, I am not well. Come, tell me what happened after the noble Signor carried me up here." "And waited on him, noble lady," said the girl, for the wound in his arm bled grievously, but he was impatient, and soon ordered her to leave him alone. Then I came up here, and did all I could to bring the noble lady round. I tried vinegar and burned feathers under the noble lady's nose, but I was not frightened. I knew the noble lady would revive, and the leech lives but 2 doors off. We were all of us anxious about the noble Signor because of his wound, and he looked so pale and haggard. So aunt and I soon ran down to him again. We found him sitting by the table, just sealing down a letter which he had been writing. 'I am going, Mevrouw,' he says to aunt quite curtly. 'Take thine orders from the noble lady. She will tell thee her own wishes.' He gave her some money and a letter, which he ordered her to give to the noble lady as soon as she deigned to wake, and then he took his hat and mantle and went out by the porch, just like that, all alone, into the darkness, whither he did not deign to say, "We are just poor people, and we did not dare to ask, but the wind has sprung up, and it hath begun to rain. The night will be rough, and the noble Signor is not fit to hold a horse with his arm in such a grievous state." "Where is the letter?" asked Lenora curtly. From the pocket of her apron the girl produced a letter, folded into four and sealed down with wax, which she handed to the noble Spanish lady with a respectful curtsy. "Aunt told me to give it to the noble lady," she said, as soon as she deigned to wake. "Is thine aunt the hostess of this inn?" queried Lenora. She was fingering the letter, feeling a curious hesitancy and reluctance to read its contents, and asked a few idle questions whilst she made an effort to control her nerves. "Yes, at the noble lady's service," replied the girl. "Art of this city, then?" "No, so please you, I come from Ghent." "From Ghent? What is thy name, then?" "Greta, so please the noble lady," whispered the girl. Then, as the noble lady said nothing more, but sat just quite still with the unopened letter in her hand, Greta went back to her ironing board. Lenora watched her mechanical movements for a while. A mist was before her eyes, and she could not see very clearly, but somehow she liked the look of Greta. Greta, who was from Ghent, whom she would have liked to question further, only that when she tried to speak, the words seemed to get choked in her throat. All of a sudden, she broke the seal upon the letter and swept away the mist before her eyes with an impatient movement of the hand. "Madonna," he had written, "I would not leave you thus all alone in this strange place, to which an act of folly on my part did bring you, but that I read my dismissal in your eyes. The sight of me is hateful to you. Alas! This I can understand. By the time you read this, I shall be far away, but anon upon the road I shall meet the ox waggon with your effects and your serving woman. It cannot be far from here, as the driver had orders to put up in this town for the night. I will speed him on as fast as he can, and then to-morrow you can continue your journey in peace, for the driver will arrange for an escort to accompany you as far as Brussels. He will have his orders. In the meanwhile, I have ventured to slip a sealed packet containing money into the pocket of your gown. It was done while you lay unconscious in my arms. I pray you do not scruple to take it. The money is yours, a part of your dowry, an account of which my father will render unto yours as soon as may be. In the meanwhile, you are free to come and go or stay in this town just as you were in Brussels or in Ghent. Your pass and permit, as well as mine, were in perfect order. The dispute with the provost at the gate, the difficulty about the permits, was but a ruse on my part, so that I might spend a time in your company, under the pretence that we were not allowed to continue our journey to Brussels. To ask your forgiveness for this, as well as for other graver matters, were useless, I know. To ask you to erase the events of the past 2 weeks from your memory were perhaps an insult. As for me, I shall look upon it as a sacred duty never to offend you with my presence as long as I live, but I lay mine undying homage at your feet. Mark Van Ryck. The letter dropped into her lap. For a while she sat staring straight into the fire. The girl was putting away her ironing board and folding away the linen, ranging it carefully in the press. Having made the room quite tidy, she asked timidly, Will the noble lady deign to take supper?" But she had to repeat her question 3 times at intervals before Lenora gave answer. "What?" she said vaguely, like one waking from a dream. "Yes." "No. What didst say, girl?" "Will the noble lady deign to take supper?" "Bring me some milk and bread," replied Lenora. "And can I sleep here to night?" "In this bed," said the girl, and she pointed to the recess in the wall, where snow white sheets and pillows seemed literally to invite repose, "if the noble lady will deign to be satisfied." "I shall be glad to rest here," said Lenora, with a woe-begone little sigh, "for I am very tired. Anon a waggon will be here with my effects and my serving woman. Send her to me directly she arrives." Her voice was absolutely toneless and dull. She spoke like one who is infinitely weary or in utter hopelessness. But the girl, whose kind heart ached for the beautiful lady, did not dare to offer comfort. She prepared to leave the room in order to fetch the frugal supper. Lenora turned her head once more toward the fire. Her eyes caught sight of the letter which still lay in her lap. With a sudden fierce gesture she picked it up, crushed it between her fingers, and threw it into the flames. A few minutes later Greta came back carrying a tray with fine wheaten bread, a jar of milk, and some fresh cheese, her round young face beaming with benevolence and compassion. "If the noble lady will deign to eat," she said, as she put the tray down upon the table, "the noble lady will feel less weary, and then, as soon as the ox waggon arrives with the serving woman, the noble lady could go to bed." "Wait one moment," said Lenora, as the girl once more prepared to go. "I want a courier now at once, to take an urgent message as far as Brussels. Can you find me one?" "There are 4 butchers in the town, noble lady, who deliver all the messages for 3 or 4 leagues round. Uncle can go and see if one of them is inclined to go, but the night is very rough." "I will give the man who will take my message to Brussels this night 5 golden ducats," said Lenora peremptorily. Greta opened her eyes wide with astonishment. 5 golden ducats!" she exclaimed ecstatically. Of a truth, the poor trading folk of Dendermonde had never seen quite so much money all at once and in the same hand. "I doubt not but that Michael Danes, the butcher, at the sign of the Calf's Head in the Meerham, will be glad to earn the money, and he hath a very strong horse. Then tell your uncle, child, to go at once to him, and to give him this letter, which he is to deliver without fail before 10 o'clock this night." From the bosom of her gown she drew the letter which she had written during the previous night, and handed it to the young girl. "The letter," she added slowly, "is for Monsieur Don Juan de Vargas, Chief of the Council of His Highness the Lieutenant Governor. He lodges in Brussels at the sign of the Blue Firmament, over against the Brood House. Let your uncle explain to Michael Danes, the butcher, that if this letter is not delivered before 10 o'clock this evening, he will be made to suffer the severe penalty imposed by the law on all those who neglect to do their duty to the state. Take the letter, child." Indeed, this last peremptory order was necessary, for Greta, hearing to whom the letter was addressed, hardly dared to touch it. Indeed, there would be no fear that Michael Danes would fail to execute the noble lady's commands with punctuality and utmost speed. The name of Don Juan de Vargas was one that would make any man fly to the ends of the earth, if ordered so to do. A message or letter to or from him would of a surety be delivered punctually, even if the heavens were on the point of falling, or the earth about to open. To Greta, the name meant something more than that. It was the dreaded symbol of an awful reality, a reality which for her had meant the terrors of that awful night when the Spanish officer threatened and insulted her and Katrine, when death or outrage stared them both in the face, and the awful catastrophe was only averted by the interference of the mysterious Leatherface. So she took the letter, which was addressed to one who was even greater, even more to be feared than the Spanish officer. She took it with a trembling hand as she would some sacred symbol. Then she curtsied and went out of the room. Lenora rose and followed her into the passage, where she stood listening until she heard Greta calling to her uncle and aunt. The three of them then spoke together in Flemish, which Lenora hardly understood, but she caught the names Michael Danes and Monsieur Don Juan de Vargas, and then the words spoken very emphatically by Greta, "before 10 o'clock this night." Then she went back to her room and closed the door softly behind her. So then the die was cast. There was an end to all the irresolution, the heart achings, the tearing of soul and nerves upon the rack of doubt and indecision. Hopeless misery and deathly bitterness filled Lenora's heart now. She had been fooled and deceived, fooled by soft words and cajoling ways, by lies and treachery, and she had very nearly succumbed to the monstrous deceit. Fool, fool that she was! She reiterated the word aloud over and over again, for there was a weird pleasure in lashing her pride with the searing thongs of that humiliating memory. Had not God himself intervened and torn the mask from the traitor's face, she might even now be lying in his arms, with the kiss of an assassin upon her lips. A shudder of loathing went right through her. She shivered as if stricken with ague, and all the while a blush of intense shame was scorching her cheeks. Fool, fool! She had stood with her father beside the dead body of her lover and kinsman, and there she had registered an oath which a few cajoling words had well nigh caused her to break. Surely the dull, aching misery which she was enduring at this moment was but a very mild punishment for her perjury. She had allowed Ramon's murderer to cajole her with gentle words, to lull her into apathy in the face of her obvious duty to her king and to the state. He had played the part of indifference, when all the while he, above all others, was steeped to the neck in treason and in rebellion. He, the spy of the Prince of Orange, the hired assassin, the miserable, cowardly criminal, and she had listened to him, had sat close beside him by the hearth, and allowed his arm to creep around her shoulders, the arm which had struck Ramon down in the dark, the arm, she no longer doubted it now, which would be hired to strike the Duke of Alva or her own father, with the same abominable treachery. Oh, the shame of it, the hideous, abominable shame! He had guessed last night that she was on the watch, that she had seen and heard the odious plotting against the life of the Lieutenant Governor. He had guessed, and then, by tortuous means and lying tongue, had sought to circumvent her, had lured her into this city, and then, by dint of lies and more lies and lies again, had hoped to subdue her to his will by false kisses and sacrilegious love. and she had been on the point of sacrificing her country's needs and the life of the Duke of Alva to the blandishments of a traitor. Oh, the shame of it, the terrible burning shame! But God had intervened. At least of this she could have no doubt. All day she had prayed for an indication from above. She had prayed for guidance. She had prayed for a sign, and it had come. Awesome, terrible, and absolutely convincing. God, in unmasking the one traitor who had well nigh touched her heart, had shown her plainly that her duty lay in unmasking them all. Traitors, traitors, every one of them. And God had given her an unmistakable sign that he desired to punish them all. Did she neglect those signs now, she would be the vilest traitor that ever defiled the earth. It had all been so clear. The melee in the streets, Mark's interference, the blow from the halberd which had reopened the half-healed wound, his momentary weakness, and her sudden vision of the truth. Thank God it was not too late. The meeting was to be held this night at the house of Monsieur Denut, the Procurator General. The Prince of Orange and all the other rebels would make the final arrangements for taking up arms against the king and murdering or capturing the lieutenant governor. This meeting, at any rate, she, Lenora, had frustrated. Mark, of a surety, had already warned the conspirators before he started on the journey, and Lawrence, too, after he received her letter. The meeting of a certainty would be postponed. But even so, and despite all warnings, the band of assassins could not escape justice. Her letter would be in her father's hands this night. In a few hours he, and through him, the lieutenant governor, would know every phase of the infamous plot which had the murder of his highness for its first aim. They would know the names of the 2,000 traitors who were waiting to take up arms against the king. They would know of William of Orange's presence in Ghent, of his recruiting campaign there, of the places where he kept stores of arms and ammunition. All that she had set forth clearly and succinctly, omitting nothing. Oh, her father would know how to act. He would know how to crush the conspiracy and punish the traitors. Would he also know how to lay his powerful hand on the mysterious Leatherface, the man of dark deeds and cruel, treacherous blows, the murderer of Ramon de Linea, the one whom others paid to do the foul deeds which shunned the light of day? Lenora leaned back against the cushions of her chair. Physical nausea had overcome her at the thought of all that she had done. She had served the king and had served the state. She had undoubtedly saved the life of the Duke of Alva, and therefore rendered incalculable service to her country. She was the means whereby a band of pestilential traitors and rebels would be unmasked and punished, and among these she must reckon Mark Van Ryck, her husband. Oh, him she hated with a real personal hatred, far stronger and more implacable than that wherewith she regarded impersonally all the enemies of the king. He seemed to her more cruel, more cowardly, more despicable than any man could be. Yes, she had done all that, and now her one hope was that she might die this night, having done her duty and kept her oath, and then been left unutterably lonely and wretched, in hopeless desolation. The night was rough, as Greta had foretold. Gusts of wind blew against the window frames and made them rattle and creak with a weird and eerie sound. The rain beat against the panes and down the chimney, making the fire sizzle and splutter, and putting out the merry little tongues of flame. Lenora drank some milk and tried to eat the bread, but every morsel seemed to choke her. She went to the window and drew aside the thick curtains and sat in the seat in the embrasure, for she felt restless and stifled. Anon she threw open one of the casements. The rain beat in against her face and bare neck, but this she did not mind. She was glad to cool her head and face a little. The grand place looked gloomy and dark. Most of the lights in the cloth hall opposite were extinguished. Only in a few windows they still glimmered feebly. Lenora caught herself counting those lights. There were 2 small ones in the dormer windows at the top, and one in a tall window in the floor below, and right down on a level with the street the main door stood wide open and showed a long, shallow streak of light. 1, 2, up above, they looked like eyes. Then one in the middle that was the nose, all awry and out of the centre, and below the long mouth, like a huge grin, and the roof looked like a huge hat with the tower like a feather. The more Lenora looked into those lights opposite, the more like a grinning face did they seem, until the whole thing got on her nerves, and she started laughing. She laughed until her sides ached, and her eyes were full of tears. She laughed though her head was splitting with pain, and the nerves of her face ached with intolerable agony. She laughed until her laughter broke into a sob, and she fell forward with her hands upon the window sill, her burning forehead upon her hands, the rain and wind beating upon her head, her neck, her back. Her hair was soon wet through. Its heavy strands fell away from the pins and combs that confined them, and streamed down like a golden cascade all about her shoulders, the while she sobbed out her heart in misery and wretchedness. The clock of the Cloth Hall tower chimed the 9th hour. Lenora raised her head and once more peered out into the night. 9 o'clock. If Michael Danes had done his duty, he must be more than half-way to Brussels by now. It almost seemed to Lenora's supersensitive nerves at this moment that she could hear the tramp of his horse's hoofs upon the muddy road. Hammer, hammer, hammer. Surely she could hear it, or was it her own heartbeats that she was counting? Hammer, hammer, hammer. 2 horses, each with a rider, were speeding along the road, one to Brussels, Michael Danes, the butcher messenger, bearing the letter for Don Juan de Vargas, which would raise in its trail a harvest of death for traitors, and along the road to Ghent, Mark speeding too, to warn those traitors to remain in hiding, or to flee while there was yet time, for justice was on their track. Mark had gone to Ghent. Of this Lenora was sure. She had burned his letter, but she remembered its every word. He spoke of meeting the ox wagon which was on its way from Ghent. Besides which, of course, he was bound to go back. Was he not the paid spy of the Prince of Orange, his mentor and his friend? And mentally Lenora strained her ears to listen, to hear which of those 2 riders would first reach his destination. And as she listened, it seemed as if that monotonous hammer, hammer, was beating against her heart, and with every blow was crushing to death more of her life, more of her youth, and all of her hopes of happiness. Inez, tired out with the jolting of the wagon, wet to the skin, fagged and cold, found her mistress still sitting by the open window, with streaming hair and eyes glowing as with inward fever. The devoted soul very quickly forgot her own discomfort in view of her young mistress's sorry plight. She chafed the ice-cold hands and combed the dripping hair. She took off the heavy gown and the leather shoes and silk stockings. She bathed the hot brow and little cold feet, and finally got Lenora into bed, and had the satisfaction of seeing her smile. "There now, my saint," she said, cheerily. "You feel better, do you not? I tell you, when I met Monsieur Van Ryck, and he told me that you were here, and that we were to get to you at once, I nearly swooned with fright. I wanted to ask him a dozen questions, but he had ridden away out into the darkness before I could speak a single word. The pillow was fresh and smelt sweetly of lavender. Lenora had closed her eyes, and a sense of physical well-being was, despite heartache and mental agony, gradually creeping into her bones. "Where did you meet Monsieur Van Ryck, Inez?" she asked quietly. "Oh, a long way from here, my saint. We did not start from Ghent until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and have been jogging along at foot-pace ever since. Oh, these interminable roads and horrible jolting wagons! It was about 2 hours ago that we came on Monsieur Van Ryck riding like one possessed." "Was he riding toward Ghent?" "Toward Ghent, my saint. And as I told you, as soon as he had given Jan his orders, he flew by like the wind. The roads were quite lonely after that. I tell you, my saint, I was passing glad that we had a good escort. 2 mounted men, you know, rode beside the wagon, or I should have been mightily afraid of malefactors." "You gave the sealed packet to Monsieur Lawrence Van Ryck?" asked Lenora, as I had directed. "I gave him the packet 2 hours after you had started." "And what did he say?" "He said nothing, my saint." With a weary sigh, Lenora turned her head away. She kept her eyes closed resolutely, and after a while Inez thought that she slept. So she tiptoed quietly out of the room, having drawn the coverlet well over her mistress's form. She left the lamp in the room, for she had enough understanding to know that Lenora was perturbed and anxious, and in times of anxiety darkness is oft an evil counsellor. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 12, Reprisals. It is to the Signor de Varnewick, that excellent and faithful chronicler, that we are indebted for the most detailed account of all the events which occurred in the city of Ghent during those few memorable days in October. The weather, he tells us, had been perpetually rainy, and the days were drawing in rapidly, for it was then the 19th of the month, and what with the sky so perpetually overcast, it was nearly dark, when close upon 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the ensigns of the companies of Walloon soldiery first entered the city by the Wallport. They demanded admittance in the name of the King, the Regent, and the Lieutenant Governor, and the guard at the gate would certes never have ventured to refuse what they asked. At first the townsfolk were vastly entertained at seeing so many troops. Nothing was further from their mind than the thought that these had been sent into the city with evil intent. So the gaffers and gossips stood about in the streets and open places, staring at the fine pageant, and the women and children gaped at the soldiers from the windows of their houses, all in perfect good humour, and little dreaming of the terrible misery which these soldiers were bringing in their train into the beautiful city of Ghent. No one thought of civil strife then. In the forefront marched men and young boys, who carried javelins in their hands, and had round shields swung upon their arm. These shields were bordered with a rich fringe of crimson silk, and they glittered like steel in the damp atmosphere. After these men, a company of halberdiers from the garrisons of Mechlin and Alost, and they looked splendid in their striped doublets, their plumed bonnets slung behind their backs, their enormous boots reaching halfway up their thighs. In the midst of them rode the master of the camp on his cream charger. The ends of his crimson and yellow scarf, soaked through with rain and driven by the wind, flapped unremittingly against his steel cuirass, whilst the plumes on his felt hat hung bedraggled into his face. Then came the arquebusiers, marching 5 abreast, and there were several thousands of them, for it took half an hour for them all to cross the bridge. These were followed by a vast number of elegant foot soldiers, carrying their huge lances upon their shoulders, well armed, magnificently accoutred, their armour highly polished and richly engraved, and wearing gauntlets and steel bonnets. Finally came 3 companies of artillery, with culverins and falconets, and with 5 wagons, and behind them the massed drummers and fifers, who brought up the rear, playing gay music as they marched. The troops assembled on the Couder, which was thronged to overflowing with gaffers and idlers. Everyone was talking and jesting then. No one had a thought of what was to come. No one looked upon these gaily decked troops with any sinister prescience of coming evil. They were nearly all Walloons, from the provinces of Antwerp and Brabant, and many of them spoke the Flemish tongue, in addition to their own, and when after inspection they stood or walked at ease on the Couder, the girls exchanged jests and merry sallies with them. 2 hours later, the Duke of Alva entered the city. It was a very dark night, but the rain had left off. The Lieutenant Governor had a company of lancers with him, and these were Spanish, every man of them. 100 torch bearers accompanied the Duke and his escort, and they had much difficulty in keeping their torches alight in the damp night air. The flames spluttered and sizzled, and the men waved the torches about so that sparks flew about in every direction, to the grave danger of the peaceable citizens who were in the foremost ranks of the crowd. It was to be supposed that the High Bailiff and sheriffs of the city had been warned of the arrival of his Highness, for they met him at the Wallport, attired, despite the threatening weather, in their magnificent civic robes. The Duke, who rode a black charger, paused just inside the gates, and listened in silence to the loyal address which these dignitaries presented to him. The sizzling torches threw a weird, unsteady light upon the scene, distorting every form into a grotesque shape, half concealing, half illumining the stern face of the Lieutenant Governor, draped in his velvet robe. When the loyal address had been duly presented, and further speeches of welcome delivered by the senior sheriff and by the shout, the Lieutenant Governor demanded that the keys of the city be within the hour brought to him on the Couder, where he would be inspecting the troops. This demand greatly astonished the sheriffs and aldermen, but they did not dare to raise any objections, and promised that they would most dutifully comply with his Highness's request. "With my commands," the Duke corrected them curtly. Nor would he dismiss the grave signors, but kept them kneeling there before him in the mud, until they had humbly assured him that they would execute his commands, whereupon the Duke proceeded to the Couter. The troops had been aligned for his inspection, and a very gay and gaudy throng they looked in the flickering torchlight. All the houses round the place were lighted up from within by now, and crowds thronged in from all the side streets. It was many years since Ghent had seen so gay a sight. There were 300 torch-bearers on the parade ground by now, each with huge resin torches, and so brightly illumined was the place that you could have deciphered a letter out in the open just as easily as you would in daylight. Lances and halberds held erect formed a shimmering background to the picture, like a forest of straight, tall stems, and their metal heads glimmered like little tongues of fire, throwing out strange and unexpected flashes of light as the men moved who held them. In the centre of the picture, the Duke of Alva on horseback. The endurance of the man was absolutely wonderful. He had ridden all the way from Brussels that day, starting at daybreak, a matter of 9 leagues and more. He had tired 2 horses out, but not himself, and he was a man of 60. The chronicler goes on to tell us that the Duke's face looked grim and determined, but not fatigued, and in his prominent eyes, under their drooping lids, was a glitter like steel, hard and cruel and triumphant too. He held the reins of his charger with one hand, the other was on his hip. He wore a felt hat which he had pulled down upon his brow, and a huge cape of dark woolen stuff lined with purple silk, which covered his shoulders and fell right round him over his saddle-bow. A group of cavaliers surrounded him in fantastic multicolored doublets and hose, all slashed and pinked, and enormous bonnets covered with gigantic plumes, and behind these stood the standard bearers. The autumn wind had caught the folds of the huge ensigns, which were grouped in half-dozens close together, so that the great folds interlocked from time to time, and spread themselves out like a monster moving, waving mass of crimson and yellow, with the devices of the companies embroidered thereon in black and silver. It was indeed a fine and picturesque spectacle, arranged with a view to making it impressive and to strike awe into the hearts of the citizens. The civic dignitaries had returned by now, and the high bailiff had brought the keys of the town upon a velvet cushion. He and the 10 sheriffs and the shout, the 15 vroedschoppen, who were the city councillors, and the schepens, who were the aldermen, all approached the lieutenant governor with back nearly bent double in their loyalty and humility. But when they were within speaking distance of the Duke, they all had to kneel, just as before, in the mud and the dirt. The master of the camp was there to direct them, and they had not the pluck to resist. Then the high bailiff was made to advance alone, with the cushion in both his hands, and upon the cushion the keys of the city, and he was made to kneel close to the Duke's stirrup, and humbly present him with the keys. The lieutenant governor said curtly, "'Tis well," and ordered the chief gentleman of his bodyguard to take possession of the keys. Then he said, in a loud voice, so that every one could hear, "The gates of this city shall be closed this night, and will so remain until such time as the order which I am about to give to the inhabitants is complied with." There was a prolonged roll of drums, and the gentleman of the bodyguard rode away from the place with a company of halberdiers, and he carried the keys of the city with him. He was going to close the gates of the city as the lieutenant governor directed. When the roll of the drums had died away, there was a moment's silence on the huge overcrowded counter, through which you might have heard 1,000 hearts beating in sudden deathly anxiety. Here, then, was no ordinary pageant, no mere display of soldiery and of arms, such as the Spaniards were over fond of. Something momentous was about to happen, which in these days of perpetual strife and continuous oppression could but mean sorrow and humiliation to this proud city and to her freedom-loving children. The high bailiff and the shout and the town councillors were all kept kneeling, though they were elderly men, most of them, and the ground was very damp, and the people crowded in all round the soldiers as near as they could, in order to hear what his Highness wished to say. Citizens of Ghent, he began in his harsh and strident voice, which could be heard from end to end of the counter. It has come to my knowledge that William of Nassau, Prince of Orange, is dwelling in this city, and that, contrary to the ordinance of our sovereign lord the king, he hath attempted to levy troops within these gates for an unlawful purpose. Those who have thus, in defiance of all law and order, enrolled themselves under a standard of rebellion, and have taken up arms against our sovereign lord and king, will be dealt with summarily. But in the meanwhile, understand that any one who henceforth harbours under his roof the said William of Nassau, Prince of Orange, or assists or aids him to leave this city, is guilty of rebellion, and will be punished with death. Understand also that it is my desire that the person of the Prince of Orange be delivered unto me within 48 hours at the Castile where I shall be lodging, and that I have ordered that the gates of the city be closed until the expiration of that time. And finally, understand that if within 48 hours the person of William of Nassau, Prince of Orange, is not delivered unto me, then will the whole city of Ghent be guilty of treason and rebellion, and every man, woman, and child in it will be punishable with death, and the town itself will be dealt with as summarily as were Mons and Valenciennes and Mechlin. God bless our gracious and merciful King." He raised his hat and lifted his face up to heaven, and his lips were seen to move as if in prayer. The master of the camp gave the signal for a huge and prolonged roll of drums, which echoed from end to end of the Couder and into every corner of the city, and all the soldiers set up a lusty shout of "God bless our sovereign lord and king." But the people were silent. No one uttered a word. No one joined in the shouting. Men looked at one another with scared, wide-open eyes. The boldest had become as pale as death. Some of the women swooned with terror. Others broke into terrified sobs. Even the children realized that something very terrible had occurred. They clung weeping to their mothers' skirts. The lieutenant governor, having spoken, wheeled round his horse and rode slowly across the Couder, closely surrounded by his bodyguard and his torch bearers. Just then, so Monsieur de Varnewick assures us, the wind, which had been very boisterous all the evening, suddenly dropped, and the air became very still and strangely oppressive. A few huge drops of rain fell, making a loud patter upon the steel bonnets and cuirasses of the soldiers, and then a streak of vivid lightning rent the black clouds right out over the lea, and a terrific clap of thunder shook the very houses of the city upon their foundation. The Duke of Alva's horse reared and nearly threw him. There was momentary confusion, too, among the bodyguard. Those who were devout Catholics promptly cross themselves. Those who were superstitious at once saw in that curious and unexpected phenomenon a warning from God himself. Then the rain came down in torrents and speedily dispersed the crowd. The civic magistrates and councillors were at last able to struggle to their feet. Most of them felt cramped from the lengthy kneeling. They assembled in groups and whispered with one another. The townsfolk looked on them with eyes full of anxiety. It was to them that the poorer people must look for help in this awful calamity which threatened them all. After the lieutenant governor and his cortege had left the Couter, the soldiers broke ground and ran wild throughout the city. No special lodgings had been allotted to them, but apparently they had been told that they could quarter themselves where they listed. They began by taking possession of the covered markets, and this could easily have been tolerated, but many of them raided the houses of peaceful citizens in a manner most unseemly and often brutal, making terrible noise and confusion throughout the city. They treated the owners of the houses as if the latter were naught but menials, and they themselves the masters of the place, so much so indeed that several families left their homes in the possession of the soldiery and took refuge with relations who had not been thus inflicted. Terror and misery had rapidly spread throughout the city. There were many who had not heard the proclamation of the lieutenant governor, and when the rumour reached them that numbers of soldiers were billeted in the town, they made preparations for immediate flight. Some even went so far as to load all their furniture and effects upon waggons, ready to go out of the city this very night, for they remembered how, 5 years ago, when first the Duke of Alva's troops were quartered in Ghent, how abominably they had behaved toward all the citizens, robbing, looting, and pillaging, for all the world as if they were bands of brigands rather than disciplined soldiers. Great was the terror and consternation of those who wanted to flee now, when they understood that all the city gates were closed, and that no one would be allowed to go through them until the Prince of Orange, who was said to be in Ghent, was delivered over to the lieutenant governor. This was indeed a terrible state of things, and one destined to strike hopeless terror in the hearts of most, seeing that hardly any one inside the city knew aught of the Prince of Orange or of his comings and goings, and yet they were liable to be punished for treason in which they had had no share. And in the meanwhile the soldiers ran riot throughout the city, even though with much ostentation, a great deal of to-do, and much beating of drums, their provosts read out at the four corners of the city a proclamation forbidding all looting and marauding, and enjoining the men, under pain of hanging, to take anything from the citizens without paying for it. This proclamation was, of course, a mere farce, for the soldiers, despite the lateness of the hour, had at once raided the butchers, bakers, and other provision shops, and though they professed to pay for everything they took, they refused to give more than 1 sou for a pound of meat, and then they cut out all the bone and threw it back in the face of the wretched butcher who tried to argue with them. And all the while, remember that these men were not Spaniards. They were Walloons of the provinces immediately adjacent to the two Flanders, and their kith and kin had also grievously suffered from Spanish arrogance and oppression. But what will men not do for money or under compulsion, or mayhap under that abject fear which the very name of Alva had brought forth into the heart of people who had once been so proud and so independent? The Signor de Vernewick puts it on record that in his opinion the employing of Walloon troops to check the so-called revolt of Ghent was an act of refined cruelty on the part of the Duke. He liked to pit brother against brother, kinsman against his own kind. He had cowed the Flemings and the Walloons to such an extent that now at last he could use one against the other, and could rely on each side being more cruel and relentless through that extraordinary perversion of human nature which makes civil strife so much more brutal and horrible than any war between the nations. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 13, My Faithful Watchdog. Some 2 hours later, in a long, low, vaulted room, which was the refectory of the convent of the Sisters of St. Agneton, some 2,000 men were assembled. They sat on wooden benches all round the two huge horseshoe-shaped tables at which the sisters were wont to take their meals. The room was situate on the ground floor of the convent building, and a row of low groined windows ran the whole length of one of the walls. Heavy curtains hung before all the windows, and portieres were drawn over the doors at either end, both in order to deaden all sound and to prevent all light from showing without. Tallow candles burned in tall pewter candelabra at intervals upon the tables. The bulk of the men who were there were young, or at any rate still in the prime of life, strong and well knit in figure, the sort of men whom any leader would be glad to enroll as soldiers under his banner. But there were others among them who were grave and elderly, like Monsieur Danute, the Procurator General, and the Baron van Grobendock, chief financial adviser on the town council. Monsieur Pierre van Overbeck, vice bailiff of Ghent, was also there, as well as Messieurs Levin van Dynes, the wealthy brewer at the sign of the Star of the North in the Newport, Lawrence van Rijk, son of the high bailiff, and Frederick van Beveren, wardmaster of the Guild of Armourers. And there were a good many others, gentlemen of substance and consideration in the town. At this moment every one of those 2,000 men were keeping their eyes fixed upon one who alone was standing under the dais at the end of the refectory, where the abbess of the convent usually had her place. This portion of the room was raised 2 steps above the rest, and standing there, the man who thus held the attention of all the others looked abnormally tall, for he was dressed in doublet and hose of some dark stuff which clung to him like a skin. His high boots reached well over his thighs, his head was closely shrouded in a hood, and his face was hidden by a mask made of untanned leather, which left the mouth only quite free. His Highness, the Prince of Orange, whom may God protect, he was saying in a loud, clear voice, which rang out from end to end of the room, was fortunately able to furnish me with all your names and places of abode. With the help of Monsieur van Dynes, who lent us his horses, and Monsieur Lawrence van Rijk and Frederick van Beveren, who gave me their assistance, we were able to communicate with you all during the night, and warn you of the imminent danger which hung over your heads. It was well done, friend Leatherface, said Monsieur Desnouts, so well indeed that we are all ready and willing to place ourselves under your guidance and to accept you as our leader, for of a truth we know not what we must do. Would to God, said the man whom they called Leatherface, that I could do more for you than the little which I have done. To each of you last night I gave the same warning. Danger is nigh, terrible, imminent, for our plans are discovered, and the presence of the Prince of Orange in Ghent known to the Duke of Alva. Let all those who wish to do so leave the city at once with their wives and children, for death and torture threatens those who remain. As you see, my dear friend, said Levin Van Danes, the wealthy brewer, quietly, not one of us hath followed this portion of your advice. You are all brave men and noble sons of Flanders, quoth Leatherface earnestly. His Highness is proud of you, he believes in you, he trusts you. A cause which has such men as you for its champions and defenders is assured of victory. A murmur of satisfaction went round the room, and Leatherface resumed after a little while. In the meanwhile, with the help of God, the precious person of the Prince of Orange is safe. A hearty cheer, quickly suppressed, greeted this announcement from every side. Unfortunately, continued Leatherface, I could not persuade his Highness to leave the city early this morning. He would not believe in the danger which was threatening him. He would not believe that his plans and his presence here had been betrayed. Yes, betrayed. Now said one of the younger men vehemently, and by whom? Dost know by whom, friend Leatherface? And all around the tables grimly set lips murmured, by whom? My God, by whom were we betrayed? And Laurence Van Ryck's glowing eyes were fixed upon the man under the canopy, as if he would have torn the mask from off his face, and read in those mysterious eyes the confirmation of his own horrible fears. And Leatherface, looking straight into Laurence's pale and haggard face, said slowly, by one who hath already paid the full price for all the misery which that betrayal will bring in its wake. Dead? Came in odd yet eager query from most of them there. Leatherface bent his head, but gave no direct reply, and all of them there were satisfied, for they believed that the faithful and wary watchdog, justiciary as well as guardian angel, had discovered the betrayer and had killed him, making him pay the full price for all the misery which he had brought about. Only Laurence hung his head and dared not ask any more. And now tell us about the prince, urged Monsieur Van Overbeck, the vice bailiff. Where is he now? Well on his way to Bruges, please God, replied the man with the leather mask. All day I had entreated him to go, but he refused to listen. You dream of treachery, he said to me, and see it where none exists. I spent the day scouting as far as Mel and Wetteren, for I felt that nothing would convince him but actual facts. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the advanced courier arrived from Alost. Luckily, his horse was less swift than mine. I managed to gain on him, and brought in the news of the Duke of Alva's arrival to his Highness half an hour before the commandant of the garrison knew of it. Even then it might have been too late, quoth one of the listeners. It very nearly was, retorted Leatherface light-heartedly. Had the lieutenant governor sent advanced orders that his arrival be kept a secret until his troops passed through the city gates, the Prince of Orange would still be in Ghent at this hour. Holy Virgin! Exclaimed Laurence Van Ryck. And what did you do? His Highness donned doublet and hose of common buffle, and pulled a tattered felt hat well over his eyes, as did also the Count of Hoogstraten and young Count Mansfeld. I made myself look as like a draper's assistant as I could, and then the four of us joined the crowd. The rumour of the Duke's coming had spread all over the city. There were plenty of gaffers about. All round by the wall-port they abounded, and as the twilight slowly faded into dusk, the approaches to the gate were densely packed. No one was allowed to loiter round the guard-house or upon the bridge, but there were many who, with overwhelming loyalty, desired to greet the Duke of Alva even before he reached the confines of the city. That was our opportunity. The commandant at the wall-port happened to be in rare good humour. He thought the idea of meeting the lieutenant governor and his troops some way outside the city an excellent one. He allowed those who wished to go across the bridge. The Prince of Orange, his two friends, and I were merged in that crowd, and no one took notice of us. Directly we reached Mirelbach, we struck across the fields. In 10 minutes we left the crowd a long way behind us, and had skirted the town as far as Wandelgem. We were in no danger then, but his Highness was greatly fatigued. There was a difficulty, too, about getting horses. Young Count Mansfeld was footsore, and the Count of Hoogstraten perished with thirst. In short, it was 6 o'clock before we had the horses ready, and I had the satisfaction of seeing the Prince safely started on his way. When I returned, it was close on 8, and the city gates had all been locked. He gave a light, good-humoured laugh, and one of the men asked, "Then how did you get in?" "I swam, and I scaled the walls," he replied simply. "But how?" asked another. "Oh, I swim like a fish, and climb like an ape." "But were you not seen?" "Oh yes, and shot at. But the Spaniards are bad shots, and I am here." Again he laughed gaily, light-heartedly, like a 'prentice after an escapade, and the two men who sat nearest him, the Procurator General and the Baron van Grubendock, surreptitiously took hold of his hand and pressed it warmly. "So much for the past, signors," resumed Leatherface after a while. "My duty is done. I leave the planning of the future to wiser heads than mine." "No, no," quoth the vice bailiff emphatically. "Have we not said that we want you to lead us?" "I," retorted the other gaily, "what do I know of leadership? I am only his Highness's watchdog. Let me follow a leader, and bear my share in the present trouble. I am not fit to command." A murmur went round the room, and the Procurator General rejoined earnestly, "The men will obey no one but you. Take off your mask, friend, and let us all look upon the face of a man. You have all despised me too much in the past to heed my counsels now." "There you spoke a lie, man," said Monsieur Van Daines, the brewer. "We have all honoured the man whom we called Leatherface as the bravest amongst us all. We do not know who you are. We only know you as a gallant gentleman, to whom, next to William of Orange himself, we owe every triumph which our cause hath gained over our execrated tyrants. Therefore I pray you to unmask, and let us know at least to whom, next to God himself, we owe the life of the noble Prince of Orange, and also to whom we must look in future for guidance and leadership." Once more the murmur went round the room. Words of warm approval came from every side, whilst among the younger men the cry was raised and repeated insistently, "Unmask! Unmask!" cried Laurence Van Ryck. "Be you criminal or ne'er-do-well in the eyes of others, you are a hero in our sight. Unmask! Unmask!" they reiterated unanimously. The man with the leather mask then advanced to the very edge of the platform, and putting up his hand, he asked for silence. "Signors," he began, "I am your servant, and will do as you wish. I have told you that I am no leader, and am not fit to command, yet you choose to honour me, and this is no time for false humility, and the diffidence which is the attribute of cowards. But, despite your gracious choice of me as your leader in this terrible emergency, will you, ere you finally decide to follow me, hear from me what plan I should pursue, and to what heights of self-sacrifice I would ask you to rise in the face of the awful calamity which threatens our city. Signors," he continued, and indeed now, save for the ring of that deep-toned voice, so great was the silence in the vast refectory, that every heart-beat might have been heard, "you have heard the decree of our tyrant. Unless we deliver to him the precious person of our noble prince, the whole city will be delivered over to the brutal soldiery, who will pillage our houses, desecrate our churches, murder and outrage our wives, our mothers, and our children, just as they did in Mons, in Valenciennes, and in Mechlin. Signors, we are men, all of us here, and at thought of what awaits us and our fellow citizens, our very heart-blood seems to freeze with horror. It is of our women that we must think, and of our children. Thank God that the Prince knows nothing of this decree, which hath been framed by the most inhuman monster the world hath ever known, or of a certainty he would have gone straight to the Castile and given up his precious life to save our fellow citizens. Signors, what the Prince would have done we know, and as he would have acted, so must we be prepared to act. But before I parted from him, I had his advice on the plan which I now beg leave to place before you. On my word of honour, signors, he approved of it in its entirety, and much that I will submit to you anon hath been framed under his guidance." He paused a while, and through the holes in the mask his glowing eyes searched the faces of his listeners with a masterful glance that was both challenging and appealing. "Every one of us here," he said abruptly, "is, I know, ready to sacrifice his life for faith, for freedom and country, and ere we give in to the monstrous tyranny which hath planned the destruction of our city, we must fight, signors, fight to the death, fight for every inch of our ground, fight for every homestead which we would save from outrage. Death awaits us all anyhow. Then, at any rate, with God's help, let us die fighting to the end." Once more he paused, in order to draw breath, even whilst from every side there came emphatic words of enthusiasm and of approval. He held his hearers now in the hollow of his hand. They were unemotional, stolid men for the most part, these Flemish burghers and patricians, men who throughout the terrible oppression under which they had groaned for over 50 years had grimly set their teeth and endured where others had fought, because reason and common sense had shown the futility, the irreparableness of the conflict. But they were men, too, who once roused to action would never give in until they had won their fight or had been destroyed to the last man of them. And with that inspiring prophet standing there before them, stirring their sluggish blood with his ringing voice, some of that same determination began to creep into their bones, which had animated valiant Orange and his brothers and his Dutch followers to carry on the struggle for freedom at all costs and with the last drop of their blood. "We'll fight with you and under your standard, friend," said the Procurator General, who was the spokesman of the others. "We are well armed." "Ay, ye are well armed," rejoined Leatherface triumphantly. "The Guild of Armourers are with us to a man, and we have been able to supplement our secret stores with all the treasure in the magnificent armoury which Monsieur Van Beveren has placed at our disposal in the name of his guild. Ay, we are well armed and well manned. There are 2,000 of us, signors, and our numbers will be doubled before noon tomorrow. The Duke hath brought 10,000 soldiers with him. Well, it will be a 3-to-1 fight, but if we were still more completely outnumbered, we would still carry on the struggle, seeing that the lives of our children and the honour of our women are at stake." "We can fight," murmured one of the older men, "but we cannot conquer." "No, we cannot conquer," said Leatherface earnestly. "We must perish, because might is greater than right, unless God chooseth to perform a miracle, and I, for one, still believe that he will. But we must not weaken our determination by reckoning childishly on divine interference. If we fight because we refuse to die like cowards, because we refuse to go before our Maker shamed at having allowed our homes to be devastated, our women outraged, our children massacred without striking a blow, however futile, in their defence. We fight then, signors," he added exultantly. "Is that your decision?" There was not one dissentient voice. Old and young, grave and gay, prudent and hot-headed, every man there was ready to follow the leader of their choice. "For freedom, faith, and country!" cried Leatherface loudly. "For freedom, faith, and country!" came from 2,000 panting throats. "As to our plan of campaign," now resumed the man with the mask, as soon as silence and calm was restored once more, "I have not yet had the time to think on all the details soberly, but the main outline of it was dictated to me by the Prince of Orange, even whilst we halted at Wandelgem waiting for horses. He is the finest military strategist the world hath ever known. Misfortune hath pursued him, but hath not impaired his marvellous powers of command. I will ask some of you, signors, to aid me with your counsels, and with the directions which his Highness hath given me, we may yet give such a fine account of ourselves as will force our tyrants to treat with us for peace. There are only 2,000 of us now. By tomorrow we can reckon on several thousands more, but of a certainty, at the first clash of arms, all our young and able-bodied fellow citizens will take heart and join us in our desperate struggle, and may God help us all." There is no doubt that he had inflamed the blood of his hearers. By the dim light of the tallow candles, every face now looked flushed, every pair of eyes glowed with the noble fire of patriotism and of courage. Leatherface waited for a time in silence, while whispered conversation and discussion became general. He did not join in it himself, but stood somewhat apart from the others, the cynosure of all eyes, a strange, almost mysterious figure in his tightly fitting clothes, which gave full play to the powerful muscles of arms and thighs, and displayed the great breadth of shoulder and depth of chest. Many there were who still eyed him curiously. Lawrence Van Ryck, in particular, did not take his eyes off him, but no one thought of challenging him again to unmask. What mattered what the face was like, when the heart was so great and fine? After a few minutes, the man with the mask once more advanced to the edge of the platform. There was still something that he wished to say. "We must not forget, signors," he began very quietly, "that the tyrant hath given us a respite of 48 hours before he will embark on his hellish work of destruction. He hath demanded the person of the Prince of Orange as the price of his mercy. Well, signors, the prince, thank God, is no longer here, but it is just possible that we may bribe the wild beast yet into satisfaction by giving him some of the blood for which he thirsts, and thus save our beautiful city from all the horrors which he hath in contemplation against her." "And how wilt do that, friend?" sighed Monsieur Van Overbeck despondently. "With your permission, I will explain," rejoined the other. "I propose that anon in the early morning a certain number of you seek out the Duke of Alva in Het Spanjaard's Castile, and tell him that the Prince of Orange, aided by his humble watchdog, did succeed in evading once again the trap which had been set for him. But," he continued with slow and deliberate emphasis, "that you are prepared to deliver into his hands the person of the man Leatherface, since you happen to know his whereabouts in the city." For a moment he could not continue. Loud and vehement protestations against this monstrous proposal arose from every side. "I entreat you, signors, to remember," he continued with deep earnestness, as soon as the tumult had subsided, "that a certain amount of mystery hath hung, not through mine own seeking, believe me, around my person. Next to our prince himself, there are few in this unfortunate country whose death would be more welcome to our Spanish tyrants than that of the miscreant Leatherface, and my belief is that if you offered to give him up to the Lieutenant Governor, you might obtain from that cruel despot a small measure of mercy for our city." He had long since finished speaking, but now there were no longer any protestations or murmurs. An awesome silence hung about the vaulted room. No one had stirred, no one spoke. Not one man dared to look his neighbour in the face. Every man stared straight before him at that slim figure, which suddenly appeared to them all to be unearthly as it stood there beneath the canopy, like the very personification of simple self-sacrifice, offering up his life so willingly, and above all so cheerfully, to save his fellow men. In these days of cruel oppression and of sublime virtues, such an act of abnegation was probably not rare. Men were accustomed to suffer death, and worse, for an ideal, and for the sake of others who were weaker than themselves. But there was something so engaging, so light-hearted in that stranger there, that every man who heard him felt that by sacrificing such a man he would be sending a brother, a son, or dear friend to the gallows. "Well, signors," said Leatherface, "I still await your decision." "You speak glibly, friend," murmured the Procurator General sombrely, "but if the tyrant hath you in his power, it will not only mean death for you, remember. It will not mean the axe or the gallows. It will mean the torture chamber of the Inquisition first, and the stake afterwards." "I know that," retorted the other simply. "Better men than I have gone through it all for faith and freedom. I am young, 'tis true, but I have no ties of interest or affection that bind me to this earth. Few men will go to their Maker so little regretted by kith or kin as I shall be. So I pray you do not think of me. Rather turn your thoughts, I entreat, to the details of the plan, the composition of the deputation that would be prepared to meet the Duke of Alva tomorrow. Those posts, too, will be full of danger, and the negotiations, too, might fail. What is the life of one man worth, when weighed in the balance with an entire city? And which of us would you entrust with the abominable errand?" queried Laurence Van Ryck abruptly. "Not you, of a certainty," said the other. Your mother will have need of comfort and protection, since she refused to place herself in safety. Monsieur the Procurator General should, I think, lead the deputation. He hath never been suspected of heresy or rebellion, and the proposal would thus come quite naturally from him. If Monsieur van Overbeck will join him, and you, Signor van Grubendock, meseems that we could not choose better." "Nay, I cannot do it," interposed the vice bailiff vehemently. "I would sooner cut off my right hand now." "Would you sooner sacrifice this city, all the women and children, your own wife, Monsieur, and daughters, rather than one man, whose identity you need never know?" It was indeed a terrible puzzle, one which even these brave men found it hard to solve. "I entreat you, signors," continued Leatherface earnestly, "to do what I ask. Nay," he added resolutely, "I'll do more. Just now you chose me as your leader. Then I command you to act in accordance with my will." "You are quite determined, then?" asked the vice bailiff. "Would you counsel me to waver?" retorted the other. "Ah, signors," he added, with that ringing note in his voice which was so inspiring to them all, "I entreat you do not grieve for me. Rather grieve for yourselves, and gather courage for your errand. So help me God, yours will be no easy task. You will have to fawn and to cringe before the tyrant whom you hate. You will have to bear his arrogance and the insolence of his menials. You will have to swallow your wrath and to bend your pride. Your sacrifice indeed will be far harder to make than mine. I only offer mine own unworthy life. You will offer up tomorrow your dignity, your manhood, all that you and your fathers hold so dear. Nay, I would not change places with you for 10 such worthless lives as mine. See what a coward I am. I send you to do this abominable errand, while I sit at home in comfort, and dream of the happiness of giving my life for Ghent and for her children." "God help us all," murmured Monsieur Desnouts, the Procurator General. "Indeed, he alone can do that," rejoined Leatherface, "for grave fears assail me that our proposal will be rejected. Is it likely that it would appeal to such a bloodthirsty tyrant as the Duke of Alva? My one hope, and that, alas, is a slender one, is that he hath it not in his mind to destroy our beautiful city, and might be glad of an excuse of exercising mercy." A groan of execration greeted this suggestion. Was it likely that any thought of mercy could ever enter the mind of such a man? More cruel than any beast of prey, for he killed for the mere sake of killing, inflicted inhuman tortures on innocent victims for the sake of gloating over their sufferings, and rejoiced in bloodshed and outrage and desecration for their own sakes, without any thought of benefiting himself. "Then, if these negotiations fail, signors," concluded Leatherface finally, "nothing will be left for us but a bitter struggle, which may end in defeat, but which will leave us proud and unconquered still." "Amen to that," said the Procurator General fervently. "Then let us go quietly to our homes to-night. Let us keep from those who are weak and anxious all knowledge of that which we have resolved. Let our women pray while we prepare to act. Flemish women have hearts of steel. They will not waver when the hour comes. They will help us with their prayers now, and load our arquebuses for us when we need them. For them we will fight, and for our children. And if defeat stares us in the face at the last, then will we save them by one supreme act from falling into the hands of the tyrant. Until then and after, signors, allow me to keep this mask upon my face. When you go to meet the Duke of Alva tomorrow, you will offer him a paltry chattel, a man whom you do not know, who hath no name, no identity, the spy of the Prince of Orange, just him whom you call Leatherface." "God reward you," they murmured fervently. "Perhaps he will," whispered the man with the mask under his breath, "and with a speedy death. And now," he added, "as the hour is late, let us disperse. Tomorrow, here and at this hour, we meet again. Monsieur de Noute will give you a report of his audience with the tyrant, and I may be lucky enough to be allowed to give my life for this city which I love. Farewell, signors. May God guard you until then. If Alva will have none of me, then I will have the honour of leading you to victory, I hope, to death, if God wills." One by one they rose from the benches where they had been sitting, and all took what they believed to be a last farewell of that strange man, whose identity was still unknown to them, yet whom they had all learned to love as a leader and as a friend. Indeed, their noble hearts were torn asunder by the awful alternative which he himself had placed for them. It was a case of grim determination, of smothering every call of sentiment which might prove insistent against thus sacrificing a brave man to the cruel lust of an abominable tyrant. It had to be, and these men were fine and great enough in themselves to understand that in offering up his life to save his fellow citizens, Leatherface had certainly chosen the better part. And having looked their last on him, they went out through the postern gate of the convent of St. Agneton in groups of twos and threes. They crossed the two bridges that span the Lay at this point. The night was dark, and this was an isolated part of the city, situate far from the Stadhuis and the Kuder. From the St. Boff's and St. Nicholas quarters of the city came faintly echoing across the river the sound of riotous merriment proceeding from those buildings and houses wherein the Walloon soldiery had installed themselves. But the men who had just pledged themselves to fight a losing battle against overwhelming odds paid no heed to what went on around them. They glided noiselessly through the dark and narrow streets. Some went to right, some to left, some to north, and others to south, and quietly regained their homes. But in the vast refectory, two men had remained behind after every one else had gone. They were the man with the mask and Laurence Van Ryck. The latter had waited in silence whilst the whole of the assembly filed out by the door. But when Leatherface in his turn prepared to go, Laurence threw him such a look of appeal that after an instant's hesitation he too decided to wait. Then, when the last of the assembly had gone, Laurence tried to speak, but the words died in his throat ere they reached his quivering lips. There was still that look of mute appeal in his eyes, and of well-nigh unendurable mental torment in every line of his haggard face, and suddenly he gave a cry like some wounded creature in mortal pain. He fell on his knees against the table, and burying his face in his hands, he sobbed like a child. The other waited patiently and silently until the paroxysm was over. His mouth beneath the mask looked set but kindly, and his eyes through the holes in the leather were fixed upon the stricken man. "She is safe from the vengeance of our people," he said, as soon as he saw that Laurence had momentarily regained his self-control. "Is that what troubles you, monsieur?" Laurence, already ashamed of his tears, had struggled to his feet. He passed his hand across his moist forehead and through his unruly hair, and tried to look Leatherface valiantly between the eyes. "Partly that," he said resolutely, "but I'll not speak of her. It was she, then, who betrayed us all?" he added with another heartbroken cry. To this Leatherface made no answer, and Laurence continued more calmly. It was of the lists I wished to speak, the papers which his Highness entrusted to my care. Yes, I went to look for them after she left the house, and found that they had gone." "Then what did you do?" "I knew that we were betrayed, then, there, at once, and by her, an exquisite woman, monsieur, whom oh, it was horrible!" he exclaimed, and even now a look that was almost like death came over his wan cheeks and hollow eyes. Then once more he resumed quietly. "For a few moments the blow of this awful discovery completely stunned me. I could neither think nor act. My first coherent thought was to consult with my mother as to what had best be done. How to find his Highness until evening I knew not, or how to obtain duplicate lists, so that I could run round the town and warn all our followers of the terrible danger that threatened them." "You did not think of flight? For your mother, I mean?" "I entreated my mother to leave the city at once, but she refused to go, and we were standing face to face with one another and the terrible calamity that had befallen us all, when Pierre came in with a letter, which, he said, was given to him in the open street by a man whom he did not know. The letter, I take it, came from you." "Yes," replied the other. "I was afraid that you might do something rash, and raise the alarm before it was necessary. The lists," he added, "are quite safe. I was able, after his Highness left the High Bailiff's house last night, to extract them from the bureau, where I did not feel that they were over safe. In their place I put a packet containing fictitious lists of men who do not exist, and places of abode which are not to be found in this city. It is these which have been sent to Señor de Vargas. I had just time to scribble these, and to place them in a conspicuous place in the bureau." "You used a false key, then?" queried Lawrence, in bewilderment. "Am I not a spy of the Prince of Orange?" retorted the other, with a quaint little laugh. "And are not all spies provided with means of forcing secret locks? Here are the lists," he added, as from inside his doublet he half drew the packets of papers. "When you are called to account for them, you can return them without fear. No one will know that they ever left your care. That is, if you have not spoken of it before now." "No, I had not the heart. We all knew that we were betrayed. You warned us all, and took measures to convene us here to-night. But until the hour when your letter warned me that for the moment all was well, I endured mental torments such as surely the lost souls in hell have never suffered. I saw those lists in the hands of our tyrants, placed there by the instrumentality of a woman who is to me the embodiment of all that is pure and good. I saw in my mind the spies of Alva going the round this very night, and arresting our brave followers one by one. O God, you do not know what I suffered." "Do not think of that any more, monsieur," rejoined Leatherface quietly. "As you see, the lists are now safe in my care. Alas, it is too late to beg you to take your mother out of the city. Guard and protect her well, and God help us all." He once more now prepared to go, and Lawrence was ready to follow him. But just at the last, an impulse caused the latter to detain the mysterious stranger once more. There was still one question which hovered on his lips, the answer to which would perhaps ease that awful burden of sorrow which Lenore's betrayal had placed upon his soul. "Monsieur," he said appealingly, "what of her?" "Pray for her, monsieur," replied Leatherface quietly. "She suffers more than you do." "Must we all curse her then, or else be traitors to our own people?" "Nay, you can pity her. What she did from her own sense of patriotism and of justice. She hates us all, monsieur, as the enemies of her people. She hates and despises me as the assassin of the man she loved. Pray for her, monsieur, but in pity pray also for the man who, whilst striving to win her heart, only succeeded in breaking his own." An hour later, in the house in the Nieuwstraat, Clemence Van Ryck was still awake. She sat in her favourite tall chair beside the hearth, and Lawrence, her son, was kneeling beside her. "It is too late now, mother," he was saying gloomily. "No power on earth can save you. Would to God you had let me take you to Bruges this afternoon." "And desert my post like a coward?" retorted Clemence hotly. "I can do little, 'tis true, but when the hour comes I can tend the sick and the dying, and pray for the dead, and if you are taken from me, Lawrence, I can be laid beside you." But she added, with such an intensity of bitterness and hatred that her voice nearly choked her as she spoke, "I would not owe my safety to that execrable traitress." "Hush, mother, in the name of Heaven!" broke in Lawrence with a heart-broken sob. "Are you too going to defend her?" retorted the mother fiercely. "She was compelled to act as she did," murmured Lawrence. "She acted in ignorance and innocence. I'd stake my life that she is pure and good." "Pure and good!" exclaimed Clemence with a strident laugh. "A spawn of the devil, without virtue and without mercy. Oh, that my lips should ever have touched her lying face, that white forehead which concealed thoughts of falsehood and treachery. Do not defend her, Lawrence, or you will break my heart. Leave her defence to your brother, Mark, who cares nothing for his country and for his kindred, who will smile and drink whilst the walls of Ghent fall about his ears, who hath allowed his weak and cowardly heart to be captured by that murderess. Leave him to defend her, I say. Lenora de Vargas is worthy of Mark Van Ryck." "Mother!" cried Lawrence with uncontrolled vehemence, as he threw his arms round his mother's shoulders. "In the name of God, stop, for you almost blaspheme. Speak not of Mark save with a blessing on your lips. Pray for him this night as you have never prayed before." "Lawrence!" cried the mother, "are you mad? What do you mean? What has happened to Mark? Where is he?" "In his bed, no doubt, at this moment, mother." "Sleeping whilst we all weep and pray?" "Sleeping in peace whilst giving up life, and more than life, to try and save us all," retorted Lawrence, as he slowly rose to his feet. "Lawrence, you are mad. Mark is the friend and saviour of the Prince of Orange, mother dear," said the young man quietly, "and we have all known him hitherto as Leatherface." "It is false!" cried Clemence vehemently. "I swear by God that it is true," proclaimed Lawrence fervently. The exclamation which she would have uttered froze upon Clemence Van Ryck's lips. For a moment she remained quite still, leaning slightly forward with hands resting upon the arms of the chair. Then a pitiable moan escaped her, and slowly she rose and then fell upon her knees. "O God, forgive me," she cried, "if this be true." "It is true, mother," said Lawrence firmly. "For close on 2 hours to-night I sat close to him whilst he spoke. In the absence of the Prince of Orange, we have chosen him as our leader. If the Duke of Alva refuses the proposals which we are going to put before him, Mark will lead us to fight or to death." "The proposal? What proposal?" "That Leatherface be given up to the tyrant as the price of the safety of the city." "And you, his brother, agreed to this infamous suggestion?" murmured Clemence hoarsely. "We must not leave a stone unturned or a man alive to save the women and children," replied Lawrence sombrely. "Then may God have mercy on us all," cried Clemence, and she fell back, heartbroken, against the cushions of her chair. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 14, The Tyrants. The next morning, at the 10th hour, 5 reverend signors presented themselves before the Duke of Alva, Lieutenant Governor of the Low Countries and Captain General of the Forces, in the apartments which he occupied in Het Spanjaards Kasteel. They were Monsieur Pierre van Overbeck, Vice Bailiff of Ghent, Monsieur de Noot, Procurator General, and Monsieur Jan van Megrode, Chief Sheriff of the Cure. Then there was Monsieur Levin van Danes, the brewer at the sign of the Star of the North, and Baron van Grubendock, Chief Financial Adviser on the Town Council. They had waited on His Highness at a very early hour, but had been kept waiting in the guard-room for 2 hours without a chair to sit on, and with a crowd of rough soldiers around them, some of whom were lounging about on the benches, others playing at cards or dice, whilst all of them improved the occasion and whiled away the time by indulging in insolent jests at the expense of the reverend burghers, who, humiliated beyond forbearance, and vainly endeavouring to swallow their wrath, did not dare to complain to the officer in command, lest worse insults be heaped upon them. At 1 hour before noon, these signors were at last told very peremptorily that they might present themselves before His Highness. They were marched between a detachment of soldiers through the castle yard to the magnificent apartments in the Meest Toren, which at one time were occupied by the Counts of Flanders. Now the Duke of Alva's soldiery and his attendants were in every corridor and every anteroom. They stared with undisguised insolence at the grave signors who belonged to the despised race. The Lieutenant Governor was graciously pleased to receive the burghers in his council chamber, where, seated upon a velvet-covered chair, upon an elevated platform, and beneath a crimson dais, he looked down upon these free citizens of an independent state, as if he were indeed possessed of divine rights over them all. The officer in command of the small detachment which had escorted the deputation into the dreaded presence now ordered the 5 signors to kneel, and they, who had a petition to present and an act of mercy to entreat, obeyed with that proud humility wherewith their fathers had knelt 32 years ago in sackcloth and ashes before the throne of the Emperor Charles. "Your desire, signors?" queried the Duke curtly. Some of the members of his abominable Grand Council sat around him on benches placed well below the level of the platform. Alberic del Rio was there, bland and submissive, President Viglius, General de Norcams, and President Hessels, men who were as bitter against Orange and his followers as was Alva himself, and sitting a little apart from the others, Don Juan de Vargas, but recently arrived from Brussels. "Your desire, signors?" the Duke had questioned peremptorily, and after a few moments Monsieur de Noot, the Procurator General, who was spokesman of the deputation, began timidly at first, then gradually more resolutely. "It is with profound grief," he said, "that we became aware last night that your Highness's visit to our city was not one of goodwill and amity. Your Highness's severe restrictions upon our citizens and stern measures taken against them, hath filled our hearts with sorrow. Your abominable treachery hath filled our heart with wrath, retorted the Duke roughly, and nothing but the clemency enjoined upon us by our suzerain lord and king prevented us from reducing this accursed city to ashes, and putting every one of her citizens to the sword, without giving them a single chance of retrieving their hellish conduct by surrendering themselves unconditionally to our will. It is with the utmost confidence, rejoined the Procurator General humbly, that we rely upon the well-known clemency of our suzerain Lord the King, and place the future of our beautiful city unconditionally in your Highness's hands. The future of the city is in my hands, monsieur, said the Duke dryly, by the power of our suzerain lord, and with the help of the troops at my command. I told you last night under what condition I will spare your town from total destruction. I am not in the habit of changing my mind during the course of one night. Alas, your Highness, but the city is quite unable to fulfil the one condition which would appease the wrath of our suzerain lord and your own. Then, retorted Alva haughtily, why waste my time and your own in bandying words which must remain purposeless? Either William of Orange is delivered into my hands, or my soldiers burn your city down at sunset tomorrow. By Our Lady, is that not clear enough? Clear enough, alas, rejoined the Procurator General. And suddenly in his mind there rose a picture of the tall man last night beneath the dais, of his inspiring words, his whole-hearted sacrifice. His ringing voice seemed to echo through this narrow room, and some of the words which he spoke knocked at the gates of the grave signor's memory. Yours will be the harder task, he had said gaily. You will have to fawn and to cringe, to swallow your wrath and to bend your pride. Well, God knew that they had done all that. They had swallowed their wrath and bent their pride before an insolent soldiery, and now they were fawning and cringing to a tyrant whom they abhorred. Ghent, beloved city, once the home of the free, what must thy citizens endure for thy sake? And the Procurator General, the descendant of 100 free men, had to lick the dust before Alva's throne. He forced his voice to tones of humility. He looked up at the tyrant with eyes full of unspoken devotion. What can we do, he said timidly, to prove our loyalty? I entreat your magnificence to look down on our helplessness. Orange is no longer in Ghent, and we do not know where to find him. A pretty tale indeed, interposed de Vargas suddenly, with a strident laugh which was echoed obsequiously by the other members round the council board. A pretty likely tale, which I trust your Highness will not think to believe. I neither believe nor disbelieve any tale which these grave signors choose to tell me, rejoined the Duke. I want Orange, or we burn this city down, till not a stone in it be left upon stone. And Monsieur Danute, whose entire soul rose in revolt against that rough dictate of a hellish tyrant, had perforce to subdue his passionate wrath, and to speak with affected humility and unconcern. We had hoped, he said quietly, that we might offer to your Highness such a proof of our loyalty that you would no longer wish to cast aside a city that hath always hitherto proved staunch and true. What mean you, sirrah? What proofs can you give me now of this accursed city's loyalty? when you harbour a veritable army of traitors within your walls. We would wish to prove to your magnificence that the city itself takes no part in the vagaries and plottings of a few hot-headed malcontents." "Hot-headed malcontents, forsooth!" exclaimed the Duke fiercely. 2,000 men prepared to take up arms against our suzerain lord the king, arms concealed in churches and cemeteries, money poured into the lap of Orange and all his rebels. There are more than 2,000 men who are prepared to fight and die for their country and their king," said the Fleming suavely, "and who are equally ready to pour money into the coffers of their liege lord, as represented by his Highness Ferdinand Alvarez de Toledo, Duke of Alva, and by the reverend members of his council." This he had said very slowly and with marked emphasis, and even while he spoke he had the satisfaction of seeing more than one pair of eyes round that council board gloating with delight at the vision of treasure and wealth which his words had called forth. He and his colleagues had long after the assembly of last night discussed between them this one proposal, which might, they hoped, tempt the cupidity of the Spaniards, which they knew to be boundless. They were wealthy men, all of them. The town was wealthy beyond the dreams of Alva's avarice, and the 5 men who had been deputed to offer up a brave man's life as the price of a city's safety, had resolved to sacrifice their last stiver and keep the hero in their midst. But Alva, with a sneer, had already destroyed all the fond hopes which had been built upon that resolve. "If you offered me every treasure, to the last gulden contained in your city," he said, with emphasis no less strongly marked than had been the other man's offer, "I would not deny myself the pleasure of razing this abominable nest of rebels to the ground. Why should I," he added with a cynical shrug of the shoulders, "take from you, as a bribe, what my soldiers can get for me by the might of fire and sword? Orange alone would tempt me, for I would wish to have him alive. We might kill him by accident when we destroy the town. We can collect 2,000,000 gulden in gold," said Monsieur Danute insinuatingly, "and lay that sum at the feet of your magnificence to-morrow." "Ah," said the Duke blandly, "then I am greatly relieved that so much money can be got voluntarily out of this city. Your words, monsieur, are honey to mine ears. They prove, beyond a doubt, that if you can raise 2,000,000 gulden in 48 hours, my soldiers can put up 10 times that amount in a 2 days' sacking of this town." "The money voluntarily offered, monseigneur," here interposed the vice bailiff, "would shame neither the giver nor the receiver. The destruction of a free and loyal city would be an eternal disgrace upon the might of Spain." "Spare me thy heroics, sirrah," quoth Alva fiercely, "or I'll have that impudent tongue of thine cut out before nightfall." And once more the burghers had to bend their pride before the appalling arrogance of their tyrant. "Begone now," added the Lieutenant Governor peremptorily, seeing that the Flemings were silent for the moment. "The business of the state cannot be held up by such profitless talk, and if you have nothing better to offer to our gracious king than money which is already his, why, then you are wasting my time, and had best go back to those who sent you." "No one sent us, monseigneur," resumed the Procurator General, with as much dignity as he could command, even though his back ached and his knees were painfully cramped. "We are free burghers of the city of Ghent, which, alas, hath earned your Highness's displeasure. we have offered of our treasure, so as to testify to our loyalty. But this offer your magnificence hath thought fit to refuse. At the same time, we are not at the end of our resources or of our protestations of loyalty. We have yet another offer to place before your highness, which perhaps may be more agreeable in your sight. And what is that offer, sirrah? Be quick about it, as my patience, of a truth, is at the end of its resources." The Procurator General did not make immediate reply. Truly, he was screwing up his determination for the terrible ordeal which was before him. He hung his head, and despite his fortitude, probably because of weakness following on fatigue, he felt that tears gathered in his eyes, and he feared that his voice, now as he spoke, would become unsteady. The others, too, kept their eyes fixed to the ground. They could not bear to look on one another at this moment, when they were about to offer up so brave and gallant a life in sacrifice for their city and for all the townsfolk. Indeed, Monsieur Danute, ere he spoke, forced his mind to dwell upon all the horrors of Mons and Valenciennes and Mechlin, upon all the women and children, the feeble and the old, his own wife, his daughters, and his mother, so as to gather courage for the task which had been imposed upon him. Thus there was silence for a minute or so in this narrow room, wherein the close velvet draperies made the air heavy, so that the number of men here assembled, Spaniards and Flemings and soldiers, felt as if an awful load was weighing their senses down. Councillor Hessels, as was his wont, had fallen asleep. He woke up in the oppressive silence in order to murmur drowsily, "To the gallows with them all!" Alva sat sullen and wrathful, looking down with contempt and scorn on the kneeling burghers before him. De Vargas now and again turned anxious, furtive eyes to where a rich portiere of damask velvet hid a door in the panelling of the wall. Even now it seemed as if that portiere stirred, as if an unseen hand was grasping it with a febrile, nervous clutch. It seemed, in fact, as if someone lived and breathed there behind the curtain, and as if all that was said and would be said in the room would find its echo in a palpitating heart. Anon the Duke of Alva's impatience broke its bounds. "And you'll not speak, sirrah?" he cried. "Get you gone! Get you gone, I say, ere I order my lackeys to throw you out of my house." "Your pardon, monseigneur," said Monsieur Danute with sudden resolution. "I but paused in order to choose the words which might best please your ears. The offer which I am about to make to your highness is in the name of all the citizens of Ghent, and I feel confident that your highness will gladly acknowledge that no greater mark of loyalty could be offered by any town to our suzerain lord the king." "Speak!" commanded Alva. "Next to the Prince of Orange himself," said the Procurator General timidly, "is there not a man who hath gravely incurred your highness's displeasure, but who hath hitherto evaded the punishment which your highness would no doubt mete out to him?" "Yes, there is," replied the Duke curtly, "a man who chooses to wrap himself up in a mantle of mystery, a spy of Orange, a rebel and traitor to the king. There is such a man, sirrah. He hath several times thwarted my projects with regard to Orange. If, as you say, Orange is not in Ghent, then hath that man had a hand in helping him to get away. Well, what of that man, sirrah? I want him. He is called Leatherface by my soldiers. What of him, I say?" "Leatherface is in Ghent, monseigneur," murmured Danute, scarce above his breath. "Come, that's good. Then will our booty be even richer than we thought. Leatherface is in Ghent, Monseigneur," continued Canute more steadily, "but he is an elusive creature. Mysterious agencies are at work, so they say, to enable him to escape the many traps that are set for him. He swims like a fish and climbs like an ape. He entered the city last night, an hour after all the gates had been closed. In the terrible confusion which will attend the destruction of our city, he would escape again. But just now he is in Ghent, and you will deliver him over to me," broke in Alva with a harsh laugh, "if I will spare your city?" The Procurator General nodded his head in reply. His lips refused him service for that awful, that irreparable yes. The five men now no longer hung their heads, white as the linen ruffles around their throats. They were gazing straight into the face of the tyrant, trying to read the innermost thoughts of that inhuman devil, who held the destiny of their city or of a brave man in the hollow of his claw-like hands. Alva pondered, and while he did so, his prominent, heavy-lidded eyes sought those of his colleagues, no less inhuman, more devilish mayhap than himself, and from behind the heavy portiere there seemed to come a long drawn-out sigh, like some poor creature in pain. De Vargas frowned, and a muttered curse escaped his lips. "How long has she been there?" asked Alva quickly, in a whisper. "All the time," replied de Vargas, also under his breath. "But this is not for women's ears. Nay, your Highness does not know my daughter. It was the man Leatherface who killed her first lover. She would be happy to see him hang. And she shall, too. She hath deserved well of us. We owe our present triumph to her." Then he turned once more to the burghers. "I like your offer," he said coldly, "and in a measure I accept it. Nay," he added with that cruel and strident laugh of his, seeing that at his words a certain look of relief overspread the five pale faces before him, "do not rejoice too soon. I would not give up the delight of punishing an entire city for the mere pleasure of seeing one man hang. True, I would like to hold him. Next to Orange himself, I would sooner see that mysterious Leatherface dangling on a gibbet than any other heretic or rebel in this abominable country. But to give up my purpose over Ghent, that is another matter. Once and for all, signors," he added with fierce and irrevocable determination, "Ghent shall burn, since Orange has escaped again. But I have said that I accept your offer, and I do. I take it as an expression of tardy loyalty, and will reward you in accordance with its value. We will burn your city, signors, but if when your flaming walls begin to crumble about your ears, when my soldiery have taken their fill of your money and your treasures, and human lives begin to pay the toll of your rebellion and treachery, then, if you deliver to me the person of Leatherface alive, I will, in return, stay my soldiers' hands, and order that in every homestead one son and one daughter, ay, and the head of the house too, be spared. Otherwise, and remember that this is my last word, not one stone shall remain upon stone within the city, not one inhabitant, man, woman, or child, shall be left to perpetuate rebellion inside these walls. I have spoken, and now go. Go and tell Leatherface that I await him. He hath not aided Orange's escape in vain." He rose, and with a peremptory gesture pointed to the door. The five burghers were silent. What could they say? To beg, to implore, to remonstrate would, indeed, have been in vain. As well implore the fierce torrent not to uproot the tree that impedes its course. or beg the wolf not to devour its prey. Painfully they struggled to their feet, roughly urged along by the soldiers. They were indeed cramped and stiff, as well mentally as physically. They had done their heart-breaking errand. They had swallowed their wrath and humbled their pride. They had cringed, and they had fawned, and licked the dust beneath the feet of the tyrant, who was in sheer lustful wantonness sending them and their kith and kin, guilty and innocent alike, to an abominable death. And they had failed, miserably failed, either to bribe, to cajole, or to shame that human fiend into some semblance of mercy. Now a death-like sorrow weighed upon their souls. They were like 5 very old men sent tottering to their own graves. Some could hardly see, because of the veil of tears before their eyes. But even as one by one they filed out of the presence of the tyrant, they still prayed to God to help them and their fellow citizens in this, the darkest hour of their lives. Truly, if these valiant people of Flanders had lost their faith and trust in God, then they would have gone absolutely and irretrievably into the awful vortex of oppression which threatened to crush the very existence of their nation, and would have hurled them into the bottomless abyss of self-destruction. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 15, 2 Pictures. These stand out clearly among the mass of documents, details, dissertations, and chronicles of the time, so clearly indeed that only a brief mention of them will suffice here. First, Lenora in the small room which adjoined the council chamber within Het Spanjaards Kasteel in Ghent. She had stood for close upon an hour under the lintel of the open door, her hand clinging to the heavy velvet portiere. Not one sound which came from the council chamber failed to strike her ear. Every phrase of that awesome interview between the supplicants and their vengeful tyrant struck at her heart, until at last, unable to keep still, she uttered a moan of pain. All this was his work, not hers. Before God and her own conscience, she felt that she could not have acted differently, that if it had all to be done again, she would again obey the still, insistent voice which had prompted her to keep her oath and to serve her king and country in the only way that lay in her power. It was his work, not hers, his, whose whole life seemed to be given over to murder, to rebellion, and to secret plottings, and who had tried to throw dust in her eyes and to cajole her into becoming a traitor to all that she held dear. It was his work, and the terrible reprisals which the Duke of Alva's retributive justice would mete out to this rebellious city lay at the door of those who had conspired against the state, and not hers, who had only been an humble tool in almighty hands. But in spite of her inner conviction that she had done right, in spite of her father's praise and approval, which he had lavished on her all the way from Dendermonde to Ghent, she could not rid herself of a terrible sense of utter desolation and utter misery, and of a feeling of pity for all these poor people which caused her unendurable, almost physically unendurable, agony. When anon the Lieutenant Governor dismissed the burghers, and after a few words with her father and Signor del Rio left the council chamber, Lenora had a feeling as if the ground was opening before her, as if an awful chasm yawned at her feet, into which she must inevitably fall if she dared look into it. And yet she looked and looked, as if fascinated by the hideousness of what she saw, pictures of cruelty and of evil far more horrible than any which had ever been limned of hell. And in the overwhelming horror which faced her now, she felt herself screaming aloud, with appealing defiance, "It is his work, not mine. Let the blood of his kinsfolk fall upon him, not me," ere she tottered and fell back. When full consciousness returned to her, her father was by her side. He looked pale and sullen, and instinctively she drew away from him, whereat he smiled, showing his large teeth, which looked like the fangs of a wolf. "I ought never to have allowed you to come here, Lenora," he said roughly. "As his Highness said, it was not at all fit for women's ears." "His Highness," she retorted coldly, "also said that to be here was my right, your triumph to-day being all due to me." "Well," he added lightly, "'tis you wanted to come, remember." "Yes," she said, "I wanted to come. I would have sent you to Brussels with Inez and a good escort. It is not too late. You can still go. Ghent will not be a fitting place for women during the next few days," he added, whilst a glow of evil satisfaction suddenly lit up his sallow face. "Would you prefer to go?" "No, father, I thank you," she replied. "I would wish to stay." "Ah, that's a brave daughter and a true Spaniard," he cried, "and I promise you that you shall be satisfied with what you see. Ramon, your cousin, will be avenged more completely than even you could have dared to hope, and that assassin Leatherface will suffer. You shall see him dangling on a gibbet, never fear." A slight shudder went right through her. Her face was as white as her gown, and as she made no reply, her father continued blandly, "You little thought that your marriage would bring such a magnificent harvest of reprisals quite so soon. The city of Ghent and the man Leatherface, the destruction of the one and the death of the other are your work, my daughter." She closed her eyes, for she saw that awful chasm once more yawning at her feet, and once more she felt herself falling, with no one to cling to but her father, who kept asking her whether she was satisfied with what she had done. His voice came to her as through a shroud. He talked and talked incessantly of Ghent, of rebels, of murder and pillage, and gibbets and torture chambers, of women and children, and fathers of families, of sons and of daughters, and of one Leatherface, of the High Bailiff of Ghent, of Lawrence, and of Mark, her husband. "I wonder where that fool is now," she could hear her father saying through a muffler which seemed to envelop his mouth. "On the high road to Brussels, mayhap, with a message from you to me. Did you say you had sent him on from Dendermonde, or straight away from Ghent? I am half sorry I gave in to your whim and brought you here with me, but 'tis you wanted to come. Eh, my girl? You were so obstinate, I was weak enough to give in. But I ought not to have let you listen to those mealy-mouthed Flemings. Ah, you are my true daughter. You wanted to see these traitors punished. What? And Ramon's murder avenged. Well, you shall see it all, my dear, I promise you. But I wish you could tell me what has become of that fool of a husband of yours. We shall have to know presently if you are still wife or widow." He said this quite gaily, and laughed at his own jest, and Lenora, pale and wild-eyed, echoed his laugh. She laughed as she had done 2 nights ago at Dendermonde, when a face made up of lighted windows grinned at and mocked her across the grand place. She laughed until the whole room began to dance a wild galliard around her, until her father's face appeared like one huge mocking grin. Then she just glided from the couch down on to the floor, and there she lay, white and inert, whilst Señora de Vargas, cursing the megrims of women, went calmly in search of help. The second picture has for background the refectory in the convent of St. Agneton at the same hour as when last night the newly chosen mysterious leader had roused boundless enthusiasm in the hearts of all his hearers. There is no lack of enthusiasm now either, but tempers are more subdued. Gloom hangs over the assembly, for Monsieur the Procurator General has just given a graphic account of his mission to the Lieutenant Governor. When he has finished speaking, the man with the mask, who sits at the head of the table at the top of the long, low room, asks quietly. Then he refused. All the 5 men who this morning had knelt humbly before the tyrant exchanged silent glances, after which Monsieur Danute says firmly, "He refused." "Nothing will save our city," insisted Leatherface solemnly, "except if we track the Prince of Orange and bring him bound and a prisoner to the feet of Alva. Nothing, save Orange's person, will move Alva from his resolve." Leatherface sits for a moment quite still, with his head buried in his hands, and the vast crowd now assembled in the room waits in breathless silence for his next word. There are far more than 2,000 men here this night. The number has indeed been more than doubled. The deadly danger which threatens the city has already brought over 3,000 new recruits to the standard. Suddenly, with a resolute gesture, Leatherface draws his mask away, and rises to his feet in full view of all the crowd. "Mark Van Ryck!" comes as one cry from several hundred throats. "Ay," he says, with a light laugh, "your ne'er-do-well and frequenter of taverns was just the watchdog of our noble prince. Unknown, I was able to render him some small service. Now that you are no longer called upon to throw me as a bait to the snarling lion, I'll resume mine own identity, and hereby ask you, if, knowing me for what I am, you still trust me to lead you to victory or to death." "To victory!" shout the younger men enthusiastically. "To die like men!" murmur the older ones. "Tomorrow we fight, signors," says Mark earnestly. "Tomorrow we defend our homes, our wives, our daughters, with scarce a hope of success. Tomorrow we show to the rulers of the world how those of the downtrodden race can die whilst fighting for God and liberty." "Tomorrow," they all assent with unbounded enthusiasm. The ardour of a noble cause is in their veins. Not one of them here hesitates for 1 second in order to count the cost, and yet every one of them know that theirs is a forlorn cause. How can a handful of burghers and apprentices stand up before the might of Spain? But they are men at bay. They, the sober burghers of a fog-ridden land, steady, wise of counsel, without an ounce of impetuosity or hot-headedness in their blood, and yet they are ready to go into this desperate adventure without another thought save that of selling their lives and the honour of their women folk as dearly as they can. For leader they have a man. For help they have only God. For incentive they have their own dignity, their pride, their valour. For weapon they have the justice of their cause and the right to die like men. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, Part 1 of Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 16, The Right to Die. And after the lapse of 300 and more years, the imagination projects itself into that past, so full of heroic deeds, so full of valour and of glory, and stands still wondering before the glowing pictures which the insurrection of Ghent reveals. Memory, the stern handmaiden of unruly imagination, goes back to that 21st day in October 1572, and recalls the sounds and sights which from early dawn filled the beautiful city with a presage of desolation to come. The church bell's melancholy appeal, the deserted streets, the barred and shuttered houses, the crowds of women and children and old men sitting at prayer in their own halls, the peaceful folk of a prosperous city quietly preparing for death. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Duke of Alva rides out of the Castile with his staff and his bodyguard, which consists of 3 squadrons of cavalry, 1 bandera of Spanish infantry, halberdiers and pikemen, and 5 companies of harquebusiers, the bands de ordonnance. The local mounted gendarmerie are on duty in the Vredoc Mart, and thither the Duke repairs in slow and stately majesty through silent streets, in which every window is shuttered, and where not one idler or gaffer stands to see him pass by. A cruel, ironical smile curls his thin lips beneath the drooping moustache as he notes the deserted aspect of the place. Terror, he mutters to himself, or sulkiness, but they cannot eat their money or their treasures, and there must be a vast deal of it behind those walls. On the Vredoc Mart he halts with his armed escort grouped around him, the bands de ordonnance lining the market-place, his standard unfurled behind him, his drummers in the front. Not a soul out upon the mart, not a head at any of the windows in the houses round. It seems as if Don Frederick Alvarez de Toledo, Duke of Alva, Lieutenant Governor of the Netherlands, and Captain General of the forces, was about to read a proclamation to a city of the dead. A prolonged roll of drums commands silence for his Highness, silence which already is absolute, and then the Duke, in his usual loud and peremptory voice, demands the immediate surrender of the Prince of Orange, now an outlaw in the town. And suddenly from every house around the huge market comes the answering cry, "Come and take him!" And from every doorway, from every adjoining street, men come rushing along, with pikes and halberds and muskets, and from end to end of the town the defiant cry arises, "Come and take him!" The bands de ordonnance hastily summoned by the Duke to keep back the rabble, turn their arms against the Spanish halberdiers. Taking up the cry of "Come and take him," they go over in a body to the side of the insurgents. At once the Walloon arquebusiers are ordered to fire. The rebels respond this time with their own battle cry of "Orange and Liberty," and a death-dealing volley of musketry. Whereupon the mêlée becomes general. The cavalry charges into the now serried ranks of the Orangists, who are forced momentarily to retreat. They are pushed back across the mart as far as the cemetery of St. Jacob. Here they unfurl their standard, and their musketeers hold their ground with unshakable valour, firing from behind the low encircling wall with marvellous precision and quickness, whilst two bodies of halbertmen and spikemen pour out in numbers from inside the church, and their artillerymen with 5 culverins and 3 falconets emerge out of the guild house of the tanners, which is close by, and take up a position in front of the cemetery. Alva's troops soon begin to lose their nerve. They were wholly unprepared for attack, and suddenly they feel themselves both outnumbered and hard pressed. The Duke himself had been unprepared, and had appeared upon the Vredokmart with less than 2,000 men, whilst the other companies stationed in different portions of the city had not even been warned to hold themselves in readiness. And just when the Spanish cavalry upon the market square is beginning to give ground, the cry of "Sauve qui peut" is raised somewhere in the distance. The Spanish and Walloon soldiery quartered in the various guild houses, the open markets or private homesteads, were just as unprepared for attack as was the garrison of the Castile. They had been promised that as soon as the evening Angelus had ceased to ring, they could run wild throughout the city, loot and pillage as much as they desired, and that until that hour they could do no better than fill their heads with ale, so as to be ready for the glorious sacking and destruction of the richest town in the Netherlands. Therefore, a goodly number of them, fresh from Mechlin, have spent the afternoon in recalling some of the pleasurable adventures there. The trophies gained, the treasure, the money, the jewels all lying ready to their hand. Others have listened open-mouthed and agape, longing to get to work on the rich city and its wealthy burghers, and all have imbibed a great quantity of very heady ale, which has fuddled their brain and made them more and more drowsy as the afternoon wears on. Their captains, too, have spent most of the day in the taverns, drinking and playing hazard in anticipation of loot. And thus the men are not at the moment in touch with their commanders or with their comrades, and all have laid aside their arms. And simultaneously with the mêlée in the Vredokmart, the insurgents have made a general attack upon every guild house, every market, every tavern, where soldiers are quartered and congregated. With much shouting and to-do, so as to give an exaggerated idea of their numbers, they fall upon the unsuspecting soldiers, Walloons for the most part, and overpower and capture them before these have fully roused themselves from their afternoon torpor. Their provosts and captains oft surrender without striking a blow. In almost every instance, so the chroniclers of the time aver, 50 and 60 men were captured by a dozen or 20, and within half an hour all the guild houses are in the hands of the Orangists, and close on 1,500 Walloons are prisoners in the cellars below, whilst all the arms stowed in the open markets go to swell the stores of the brave Orange men. But some of the Walloons and Spaniards contrived to escape this general rounding up, and it was they who first raised the cry of Sauve Caput. Now it is repeated and repeated again and again. It echoes from street to street. It gains in volume and in power, until from end to end of the city it seems to converge toward the Vriddoch Mart in one huge, all-dominating wave of sound. Sauve Caput, and the tramp of running feet, the calls and cries, drown the clash of lance and pike. Suddenly the bowmen of the Orangists scale the low cemetery wall as one man, and their defence is turned into a vigorous onslaught. The cavalry is forced back upon the market square. They catch up the cry, Sauve Caput. They are on us, Sauve Caput. They break their ranks. A panic hath seized them. Their retreat becomes a rout. The Orangists are all over the cemetery wall now. They charge with halberd and pike, and force the Spaniards and Walloons back and back into the narrow streets which debouch upon the Scheld. Some are able to escape over the Kettle Bruges, but 2 entire companies of Spanish infantry and a whole squadron of cavalry are, so Messire Varnewick avers, pushed into the river, where they perish to the last man. At this hour all is confusion. The picture which the mind conjures up of the stricken city is a blurred mass of pikes and lances, of muskets and crossbows, of Spaniards and Walloons and Flemings, of ragged doublets and plumed hats, a medley of sounds, of arrows whizzing with a long whistling sound through the air, of the crash of muskets and clash of lance against lance, the appeal of those who are afraid, and the groans of those who are dying, of falling timber and sizzling woodwork and crumbling masonry, and through it all the awful cry of Sauve Caput, and the sound of the tocsin weirdly calling through the fast gathering night. And amidst this helter-skelter and confusion, the Duke of Alva upon his black charger, untiring, grim, terrible, tries by commands, cajoleries, threats, to rally those who flee. But the voice which erstwhile had the power to make the stoutest heart quake had none over the poltroon. He shouts and admonishes and threatens in vain. They run and run, cavalry, infantry, halbertmen, and lancers, the flower of the Spanish force sent to subdue the Netherlands. They run, and in the general vortex of fleeing cavalry the Duke is engulfed too, and he is carried along as far as the Kettle Bruges, where he tries to make a stand. His doublet and hose are covered with mud and grime. His mantle is torn. His hat has fallen off his head, and his white hair floats around his face, which is as pale as death. Cowards! He cries with fierce and maddened rage. Would you fly before such rabble? But his voice has lost its magic. They do not heed him. They fly, past him and over the bridge, to the safety of Het Spanjaards Kasteel. Then prudence dictates the only possible course, or capture might become inevitable. Cursing savagely, and vowing more bitter revenge than ever before, the Duke at last wheels his horse round, and he too hastens back to the stronghold, there to work out a plan of campaign against the desperate resistance of that handful of Flemish louts whom his Highness and all Spanish grandees and officials so heartily despise. Half an hour later, and we see courier after courier sent flying from Het Spanjaards Kasteel to every corner of the city. The city gates, thank the God of the Spaniards, have been well garrisoned and well supplied with culverins and balls. It is from there that help must come, for, strange to tell, those louts have actually invested the Castile and have the pretension to lay a regular siege to the stronghold. Was there ever such a farce? A couple of thousand of an undisciplined rabble, they surely cannot be more, daring to pit themselves against a picked guard, courier to the Wallport, where Ladrano is in command, courier to the Brayport. Serbelloni is there with 2 culverins of the newest pattern, and 200 musketeers, the like of whom are not known outside the Spanish army. The only pity is that the bulk of the forces inside the city are Walloons, such poltroons as they have already proved themselves, surrendering in their hundreds to those confounded rebels. They have been scattered like flies out of a honey pot, and the entire centre of the city is in the hands of the Orangists. But anyway, the whole affair is only a question of time. For the moment, the evening is closing in fast, and the position cannot therefore be improved before nightfall. But in the morning, a general closing in movement from the gates toward the centre would hold the rebels as in a claw, and break their resistance within an hour. In the meanwhile, the morale of the troops must be restored. Attend to that, ye captains at the city gates. Courier follows courier out of the gatehouse of the Castile. Naked men, ready to crawl, to swim, or to dive, to escape the vigilance of the Orangist lines. Impossible! No one is able to cross the open ground beyond the castle moat. The houses on the further bank of the Scheld are filled with Orangists. Bows and muskets are levelled from every window. The culverins are down below, covered by the angles of the cross streets. The messengers either fall ere they reach the Scheld, or are sent back the way they came. Attend to the morale of your men, ye captains at the city gates. The Duke of Alva, with some 3,000 or 4,000 men, is inside the Castile, and no orders or communication can be got from him now before morning. And just like the flies, when driven out of the honey, fly scared to the edges of the pot, so the Walloon soldiers, those who have escaped from the guild houses, go and seek refuge in the shadow of the guardhouses at the gates. But the tactics of the Orangists have worked upon their nerves. At first there had appeared but a rabble upon the Riddoch Mart, but since then the numbers are swelling visibly. Insurgents seem to be issuing out of every doorway, from under every arch in the city. They rush out with muskets and crossbows, with pikes and halberds, and to the Walloons, already unnerved and fatigued, their numbers appear to be endless, and their arms of a wonderful precision. Their muskets are of the newest pattern, such as are made in Germany, and these they use with marvellous skill, discharging as many as 10 shots in 1/4 of an hour, and none but the picked French musketeers have ever been known to do that. And they are led by a man who seems to know neither fatigue nor fear. Here, there, and everywhere he appears to the Walloon and Spanish soldiers like a mysterious being from another world. He wears no armour, but just a suit of leather which envelops him from head to foot, and his face is hidden by a leather mask. His voice rings from end to end of the marketplace one moment. The next he appears inside the enclosure of the cemetery. Now he is at St. Fereld, and anon back at St. Jacob. 3 of Alva's couriers, hastily dispatched to the commandants at the various gatehouses, fall to his pistol, which is the only weapon he carries, and it is he who leads the last attack on the Kettelbruge, which results in the flight of Alva and all his cavalry to the safe precincts of the Castile. Before the evening Angelus has ceased to ring, the whole of the centre of the city is swept clear of Alva's troops, and the insurgents have completely surrounded the Castile. Darkness finds the Orangists bivouacking in the open markets and along the banks of the Schelde and the Lay, with their artillery still thundering against Alva's stronghold and the gatehouses of the city, like bursts of thunderclouds in a storm. The mantle of night has fallen over a vast hecatomb of dead and dying, of Walloons and Flemings and Spaniards, of brothers who have died side by side, with muskets raised in fratricide one against the other, and of women and children who have died of terror and of grief. And memory conjures up the vision of the tyrant, the author of all this desolation, riding slowly through the portal of the gatehouse into the yard of Het Spanjaards Castile, a quarter of an hour or so ere the darkness of the night will finally cover all the abomination and the crimes, the murder, the misery, and the bloodshed, which the insatiable tyranny of this one man has called down upon a peaceable and liberty-loving people. He rides with head erect, although fatigue and care are writ plainly on his ashen cheeks and the wearied stoop of his shoulders. His horse has received a wound in the flank, from which the blood oozes and stains its rider's boots. Here in the castle yard some semblance of order has been brought about through the activity of the captains. The horses have been stabled in the vaulted cellars. The men have found quarters in different parts of the Castile. The musketeers and arquebusiers are up on the walls, the artillery well screened behind the parapets. The night has called a halt to men, even in the midst of barren victories and of unlooked-for defeat, and their sorrow and their hurts, their last sigh of agony or cry of triumph, have all been equally silenced in her embrace. But over the city the sky is lurid and glowing crimson through a veil of smoke. The artillery and musketry have ceased their thundering, but still from out the gloom there come weird and hideous noises of hoarse shouts and cries of mercy and of help, and from time to time the sudden crash of crumbling masonry or of charred beams falling in. But Alva pays no heed to what goes on around him. He swings himself wearily out of the saddle and gives a few brief orders to the captains, who press close beside his stirrup, anxious for a word or a look of encouragement or of praise. Then he curtly asks for water. Don Sancho de Avila, captain of the castle guard, hands him the leather bottle, and he drinks greedily. "We are in a tight corner, Monseigneur," whispers de Avila under his breath. "Hold thy tongue, fool," is Alva's rough retort. Whereupon the captain stands aside, more convinced than before that disaster is in the air. The Duke had been the last to turn his back on the Kettle Bruges and to retire into the stronghold of the Castile. The banks of the Schelde by now are lined with the ranks of the insurgents, and it was a musket shot fired from the Vleeshuis that wounded his horse close to the saddle bow. His quivering lips and the ashen hue of his face testify to his consciousness of danger. But his brow clears perceptibly when he sees Juan de Vargas coming out to meet him. "Where is thy daughter?" he asks, as soon as the other is within earshot. "In chapel, I imagine," replies de Vargas. "No woman should be abroad this night," says Alva dryly. "Send for her, and order her to remain within her apartments." She has been tending the wounded, and will wish to do so again. Well, let her keep to the castle yard then. You are not anxious, Monseigneur?" "No, not anxious," replies Alva, with a fierce oath. "We can subdue these rebels, of course, but I would I had brought Spanish soldiers with me rather than these Walloon louts. They let themselves be massacred like sheep, or else run like poltroons. Vitelli declares he has lost over 1,000 men, and at least 1,000 more are prisoners in the various guild houses, probably more. We ought never to have lost ground as we did," he adds sullenly. "But who would have thought that these louts meant to fight?" "Who indeed?" retorts de Vargas with a sneer. "And yet here we are besieged in our own citadel, and by a handful of undisciplined peasants." "Nay, their triumph will be short lived," exclaims Alva savagely. "We have over 2,000 men inside the Castile, and surely they cannot be more than 3,000 all told, unless—" He broke off abruptly, then continued more calmly. "Darkness closed in on us ere reprisals could commence. If I had more Spaniards with me, I would try a sortie in the night, and catch these oafs in their sleep. But these Walloons are such damnable fools, and such abominable cowards. But we'll fight our way through in the morning, never fear. In the meanwhile, cannot we send to Dendermonde for reinforcements? The garrison there is all Spanish, and—" "How can we send?" Alva breaks in savagely. "The way is barred by the artillery of those bandits, save upon the north and northeast, where that awful morass, nearly half a league in length and width, is quite impassable in autumn. No, we cannot get reinforcements unless we fight our way through first, unless one of the commandants at the gates has realized the gravity of the situation. Ladrano at the Wallport has intelligence," he continues more calmly, "and Serbelloni hath initiative, and by the mass, if one of them doth not get us quickly out of this sorry place, I will have them all hanged at dawn upon their gates." The Duke of Alva's fierce wrath is but a result of his anxiety. He holds the Netherlanders in bitter contempt, 'tis true. He knows that to-morrow, perhaps, he can send to Dendermonde for reinforcements, and can then crush that handful of rebels as he would a fly beneath his iron heel. He would have his revenge. He knew that, but he also knew that that revenge would cost him dear. He has fought those Flemish louts, as he calls them, too often and too long not to know that when the day breaks once more he will have to encounter stubborn resistance, dogged determination, and incalculable losses ere he can subdue and punish these men who have nothing now to lose but their lives, and those lives his own tyranny has anyhow made forfeit. De Vargas makes no further comment on his chief's last tirade. Remembering his daughter, he goes to transmit to her the order formulated by the Duke. Lenora is in the chapel, and obedient to her father's commands, she rises from her knees and returns, silent and heavy-footed, to her apartments. The hours drag on like unto centuries. She has even lost count of time. It is 48 hours now since she held Mark's wounded arm in her hand, and discovered the awful, the hideous truth. Since then she has not really lived. She has just glided through the utter desolation of life, hoping and praying that it might finish soon and put an end to her misery. She had acted, as she believed, in accordance with God's will, but she felt that her heart within her was broken, that nothing ever again would bring solace to her soul. That long, miserable day yesterday in Dendermonde, whilst she was waiting for a reply from her father, had been like an eternity of torment, and she had then thought that nothing on earth or in hell could be more terrible to bear. And then today she realized that there was yet more misery to endure, and more each day until the end of time. For of a truth there would be no rest or surcease from sorrow for her, even in her grave. The one little crumb of comfort in her misery has been the companionship of Greta. The child was silent and self-contained, and had obviously suffered much in her young life, and therefore understood the sorrows of others, knew how to sympathize, when to offer words of comfort, and when to be silent. Though Inez was a pattern of devotion, her chattering soon grated on Lenora's nerves, and anon, when Don Juan de Vargas agreed to allow his daughter to come with him to Ghent, Lenora arranged that Greta be made to accompany her, and that Inez be sent straight on to Brussels. The girl, with the blind submission peculiar to the ignorant and the downtrodden, had consented. She had already learned to love the beautiful and noble lady, whose pale face bore such terrible lines of sorrow, and her sister Katrine and her aunt both believed that the child would be quite safe under the immediate protection of Don Juan de Vargas. Inez was sent off to Brussels, and Lenora and Greta are now the only two women inside the Castile. Together they flit like sweet pale ghosts amongst the litters of straw whereon men lay groaning, wounded, often cursing. They bandage the wounds, bring water to parched lips, pass tender, soothing hands across feverish foreheads. Then at times Lenora takes Greta's rough little hand in hers, and together the women wander out upon the ramparts. The sentries and the guard know them, and they are not challenged, and they go slowly along the edge of the walls, close to the parapets, and look down upon the waters of the moat. Here the dead lie in their hundreds, cradled upon the turgid waters, washed hither through the narrow canals by the more turbulent Scheld, their pale, still faces turned upwards to the grey evening light. And Lenora wonders if anon she will perceive a pair of grey eyes that were wont to be so merry, turning sightless orbs to the dull, bleak sky. She scans each pale face with eyes seared and tearless, and not finding him whom she seeks, she goes back with Greta to her work of mercy among the wounded, only to return again, and seek again with her heart torn between the desire to know whether the one man whom she hates with a bitter passion that fills her entire soul hath indeed paid the blood toll for the dastardly murder of Ramon, or whether God will punish her for that irresistible longing which possesses her to hold that same cowardly enemy, wounded or dying, assassin though he be, for one unforgettable moment in her arms. But it is not desolation that reigns in the refectory of the convent of St. Agneton, for here the leaders of the rebellion have assembled as soon as the guns have ceased to roar. The numbers of their followers since last night have increased by hundreds, and still the recruits come pouring in. Those men who but 4 days ago had received the Prince of Orange's overtures with vague promises and obvious indifference, rushed to arms after the first musket shot had been fired. Ever since the attack in the Vrijdekmarkt, men have loudly clamoured for halberts, or pikes, or muskets, and the captains at the various secret depots, as well as the Guild of Armourers, had much ado to satisfy all those who longed to shed their blood with glory rather than be massacred like insentient cattle. They are men who have fought at Gravelines and St. Quentin, and have not forgotten how to shoulder musket or crossbow, or how to handle a culverin. Since then, 15 years of oppression, of browbeating, of terrorizing, 15 years under the yoke of the Inquisition and of Spanish tyranny have worn down the edge of their enthusiasm. When Orange begged for money and men that he might continue the fight for liberty, the goodly burghers of Ghent forgot their glorious traditions and preferred to bend their neck to the yoke rather than risk the fate of Mons and of Mechlin. But now that danger is within their doors, now that they and their wives and daughters are at the mercy of the same brutal soldiery whom Alva and de Vargas take pleasure in driving to bestial excesses and inhuman cruelties, now that they realize that the fate of Mechlin is already inevitably theirs, their dormant courage rises once more to its most sublime altitude. Die they must, that they know. How can they, within the enclosure of their own city walls, stand up against the armies of Spain, which can at any moment be brought up in their thousands to reinforce the tyrant's troops? But at least they will die with muskets or pikes in their hands, and their wives and daughters will be spared the supreme outrage which they count worse than death. Thus close on 5,000 volunteers file past their leaders this night in the refectory of St. Agneton, and tender their oath of allegiance to fight to the last man for Orange and liberty. On the faces of those leaders, of Monsieur Van Beveren, of Leven Van Danes, of Laurence Van Ryck, and Jan Van Migrode, there is plainly writ the determination to keep up the fight to the end, and the knowledge that the end can only be death for them all. But in Mark Van Ryck's deep-set eyes there is something more than mere determination. There is a latent belief that God will intervene. There is a curious exultation in their merry depths, a kind of triumphant hope, and those who stand before him and swear that they will fight for Orange and liberty with the last drop of their blood look him straight in the face for a moment, and then turn away feeling less grim and more courageous, with a courage not altogether born of despair. The angel of liberty has unsheathed his sword and infused his holy breath into these men, easy-going burghers for the most part, untrained soldiers, or even undisciplined rabble, who have dared to defy the might of Alva. And when the first streak of dawn folds the night in its embrace, and lifts from off the stricken city the veil of oblivion and of sleep, we see some 5,000 Orangists prepared to stand up before Alva's forces, which still number close on 8. The streets are littered with dead, with pikes and lances hastily cast aside, with muskets and plumed bonnets, with broken rubbish and wheelless wagons, and scraps of cloth or shoes or leather belts. And in the cemetery of St. Jacob, the flag of liberty still flaunts its blazing orange in the pale morning light, and around it men still rally, defiant and unconquered. The guild house of the tanners close by is in flames, and the tower of St. Jacob a crumbling ruin. The hostel of St. Juan Tandullan is a charred mass of debris, and the houses that front on the Vidrechmart a fast crumbling heap of masonry and glass. The situation of the insurgents is more desperate than even Alva knows. Of their 3 captains, Pierre van Overbeck is dead. Jan van Migrode severely wounded, and Laurence van Rijk exhausted. Of their company of halberdiers, all the provosts except 2 have fallen. The investing lines around the Castile have 5 officers killed, and 20 of their artillerymen have fallen. 600 of their wounded encumber the Vidrecmart. The narrow streets which debouch upon the gates are deserted save by the dead. But as soon as the rising day hath touched the ruined tower of St. Jacob with its pale silvery light, Mark van Rijk, their commander, intrepid and undaunted, wakes the sleeping echoes with his cry, "Burghers of Ghent, to arms! We are not vanquished yet." A volley of arrows from the crossbowmen upon the wallport answers the defiant cry. One arrow pierces a loose corner of Mark's doublet. "Van Rijk," cries the provost, who stands nearest to him, "spare thyself in the name of God. What shall we do if you fall?" And Mark, unmoved, the fire of enthusiasm unquenched in his eyes, cries loudly in response, "Do what alone can burghers of Ghent do in face of what lies before them. If they give in, do, why, die like heroes to the last man." His doublet hangs from him in rags, his hose is torn, his head bare, his face black with powder. He grasps musket or crossbow, halberd, lance, or pike, whatever is readiest to his hand. Whichever company hath need of a leader. A beam from the burning building has fallen within a yard of him, and singed his hair. "Heroes of Ghent," he cries, "which of you will think of giving in?" The morning Angelus begins to ring. For a few minutes, while the pure clear tones of the church bells reverberate above the din of waking men and clash of arms, Spaniards and Walloons and Flemings pause in their hate and their fight in order to pray. Up in the council chamber of the Castile, Alva and de Vargas and del Rio, on their knees, mock the very God whom they invoke. And when the last Amen has left their lips, Alva struggles to his feet and murmurs fiercely, "And now for revenge." Through the wide open windows he gazes upon the spires and roofs of the beautiful city which he hath sworn to destroy. Already many of these are crumbling ruins, and from far away, near the church of St. Jacob, a column of black smoke rises upwards to the sky. The windows give upon an iron balcony which runs along the entire width of the Meest Toren. From this balcony an open staircase leads down into the castle yard. The yard and vaulted cellars opposite are filled with horses, and the corridors of the palace swarm with men. And as the Duke anon steps out upon the balcony, he sees before him the 5 breaches in the castle walls, which testify to the power of the insurgents' culverins. He hears the groans of the wounded, who lie all round the walls upon the litters of straw. He sees the faces of innumerable dead floating wide-eyed upon the waters of the moat, and the carcasses of horses in the yard, which add to the horror of the scene by their pathetic hideousness. And seeing all this, he hath not a thought of pity for all the innocent whom he vows to punish along with the guilty. "Now for revenge," he reiterates fiercely, and shakes a clenched fist toward the tower of St. Jacob. "And if only I had my Spaniards with me, we would have burned the town down before now." End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2 of Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 16, The Right to Die. The day drags on in the weary monotony of incessant firing, incessant fighting, constant attacks to be repulsed, numbers of wounded to be added to those who already encumber the yard, numbers of dead to be added to those who encumber the waters of the moat. The finest general the victorious Spanish armies have ever known is besieged in his stronghold by a few hundred undisciplined, untaught, unseasoned rebel troops. What is happening beyond the wide tract of open ground which lies all round the Castile, the Duke cannot get to know. The Orangist lines are all round him, screened by the buildings which face the further bank of the Schelde, and though his culverins have turned the magnificent Vleeschhuis into a smoking ruin, those of the Orangists have made serious havoc in the castle walls. The last onslaught, delivered a couple of hours after noonday, resulted in the crumbling together of 3 of the widest breaches already existing, making one huge yawning cavity which has to be strongly and persistently defended, a defence which exacts an enormous toll of wounded and dead every time the Orangist artillery and musketry return to the attack. We cannot hold out till nightfall. Captain de Avila cries despairingly, "We have lost 200 men in less than 200 minutes. If we get no help, we are undone." "Help!" cries Alva fiercely. "Where are we to get help, if those oafs at the city gates do not find us some?" On the northeast side of the Castile lies the open way to Dendermonde, where Captain Gonzalo de Bracamont is quartered with a garrison of 5,000 men, and between that open way of salvation and those who hold the Castile there lies a league of spongy morass. The way through it is free from the Orangist musketry. Nature alone bars it, and does so effectually. 3 times today has Alva tried to send runners through that way. Stripped to the skin, they are lowered by ropes from the parapet, and at first find firm foothold at the base of the walls. From up above, Alva and his captains watch the naked men who walk on boldly, proud of their achievement. Their skins shine like metal beneath the grey autumnal sky, on which the smouldering ruins of a devastated city have painted a crimson tint. Alva watches them until they appear as mere black dots upon the low horizon, tiny black specks that move for a while slowly along, with arms swinging as the mud gets deeper and walking heavier. Then suddenly the speck ceases to move. The arms are thrown up with frantic wheelings and beatings of the air. Sometimes the speck will turn and move back slowly toward the castle, but more often than not it grows shorter and shorter still, till even the tall arms disappear, engulfed in the morass. 3 times have men been sent out on this errand of death, 3 or 4 at a time. Twice has one man come back from those hideous yawning jaws of a loathsome death, livid, covered with green slime, trembling in every limb as if stricken with ague. After that, men refuse to go. Alva commands and threatens. Another batch go off. Another spectre returns from the shores of another world. Then the men are obstinate. To insist, to command, to threaten further would provoke mutiny, and the stronghold once more lapses into utter isolation. The din of musketry from end to end of the city drowns every other sound. Smoke from smouldering ruins obscures the view beyond the Scheld. What has happened in the centre of the city during all these hours, whilst the high and mighty Lieutenant Governor and Captain General of the force of occupation is a virtual prisoner in the hands of the rebels, he himself cannot possibly tell. The rebels have lost more heavily than we have, says de Avila, while he snatches a brief rest during the afternoon, and they must be getting short of powder. So are we, says Alva grimly. Surely Captain Ladrono has come in touch with Captain Serbelloni by now. It is inconceivable that the garrisons at the gatehouses can do nothing. Those Netherlanders are fighting like devils, says de Vargas with his evil sneer. They have nothing to lose. They know that they are doomed, every man, woman, and child of them. Ay, if I had my way, every man who speaks the Flemish tongue. Ay, retorts Alva with a curse, but in the meanwhile, if Serbelloni or Ladrono have not sent a runner to Dendermonde, those Flemish louts will carry this castle by storm, and when I am a prisoner in their hands, they'll either slaughter us all or dictate their own terms. Ah, says Avila quietly, they have not got the Castile yet. How long can we hold out? Queries de Vargas, who at Alva's grimly prophetic words had become livid with fear. Unless those rebels have lost more heavily than we hope, we cannot hold out more than another few hours. We still have 3,000 men and a goodly stock of powder. The breach we can defend with stones, of which there is a large store. We killed or wounded over 100 of those louts at their last assault. We can go on like this until nightfall. But if at dawn they attack us again in full force, and we lose many more men today, why— Hold thy tongue, cried Alva fiercely, for at the senior captain's words many of the younger ones have exchanged quick, significant glances. Shall I have to hang some of my captains so as to discourage the men from playing the coward too? The evening Angelus has just ceased to ring, and a man is ushered into the presence of the Captain General. He is naked, and his body is covered with sticky mud and dripping with slime. His face is hardly recognizable through the thick mask of sweat and grime. I come from Brayport, magnificence, he says in a low, quaking voice, for obviously he is all but exhausted. I ran round the town and struck into the morass. I am a man of Ghent. I know a track. That's why Captain Serbelloni sent me. With what news? Queries Alva impatiently. None too good, magnificence, replies the man. The commandants at the gates are sorely pressed. I hailed the guard at the Bruges and Walports as I passed. They are isolated, every one of them, and each separately attacked by bands of rebels who fight desperately. The Brayport cannot hold out much longer. Captain Serbelloni asks for help, even before nightfall. Help, vociferates Alva savagely. How can I send them help? We are besieged in this accursed place. We cannot fight our way through the rabble unless some of those oafs at the city gates come to our assistance. Help? 'Tis I want help here. The gates are being bravely defended, magnificence, but the rebels still hold the centre of the city. They have seized Schravenstein. 2,000 Walloons have surrendered to them. 2,000! exclaims Alva, with a fierce oath. The miserable poltroons! At least 3,000 rebels threaten the Castile. I know that well enough, retorts Alva roughly. They have made 5 breaches in our wall. The bandits— Help! 'Tis I want help, he reiterates with a loud curse. Captain Serbelloni bade me tell your highness that he hath sent to Dendermonde for immediate reinforcements. He hoped your highness would forgive him if he hath done wrong." Alva's eyes flash a look of satisfaction, but he makes no immediate comment. Not even his colleagues, not even de Vargas, his intimate, should see how immense is his relief. "Did he send a mounted man," he asks after a while, "or two? Two would be better in case a man gets hurt on the way." "The captain sent 3 men, magnificence, but they had to go on foot. We have no horses at the gates. The insurgents rounded them all in long before nightfall, but the men hope to pick up one or more on their way." Alva, as is his wont, smothers a savage curse. The small body of Spanish cavalry which he had with him in the town had been the first to run helter-skelter over the Cattlebruge into the Castile, whilst a whole squadron perished in the Scheld. One of those horses down there in the yard would mean reinforcements within a few hours. "When did the messengers start for Dendermonde?" he asks again. "When the Angelus began to ring at noon, magnificence." "Why not before?" "The captain was undecided. He thought that every moment would bring help or orders from your highness. He also tried to send messengers to Captain Ladrano at the Walport, but the messengers must all have been intercepted and killed, for no help came from anywhere." "Dost know if the message which thy captain sent to Dendermonde was couched in urgent terms?" "I believe so, magnificence. The Signor Captain was growing very anxious." Once more the Duke is silent. His brows contract in an anxious frown. His active brain is busy in making a mental calculation as to how soon those reinforcements can arrive. "The men will have to walk to Dendermonde," he muses, "and cannot get there before nightfall. The commandant may start at night, but he may tarry till the morrow. It will be the end of the day before he and his men are here, and in the meanwhile—" "At the Brayport," he queries curtly, "how many of the guard have been killed?" "We had 120 killed when I left, magnificence, and over 300 lay wounded on the bridge. We have suffered heavily," adds the man, after a slight moment of hesitation, the hesitation of the bearer of evil tidings who dreads his listener's wrath. Alva remains silent for a moment or two. Then he says abruptly, "Dost know that I have half a mind to kill thee for all the evil news which thou hast brought?" Then he laughs loudly and long, because the man, with a quick cry of terror, has made a sudden dash for the open window, and is brought back by the lance of the provost on guard upon the balcony. The pleasure of striking terror into the hearts of people has not yet paled upon his magnificence. "If I had a whole mind to kill thee," he continues, "thou wouldst have no chance of escape. So cease thy trembling, and ask the provost there to give thee water to cleanse thyself, food to put inside thy belly, and clothing wherewith to hide thy nakedness. Then come back before me. I'll give thee a chance to save thy life by doing a service to thy king." He makes a sign to one of the provosts, who seizes the man roughly by the shoulders, and incontinently bundles him out of the room. In the council chamber no one dares to speak. His Highness has become moody, and has sunk upon his high-backed chair, where he remains inert and silent, wrapped in gloomy meditations, and when he is in one of those sullen moods, no one dares to break in on his thoughts, no one except Signor de Vargas, and he too is as preoccupied as his chief. "De Vargas," says Alva abruptly after a while, "dost mind that tomorrow is not only Sunday, but the feast of the Blessed Redeemer, and a holy day of obligation?" "Ay, Monseigneur," replied de Vargas unctuously, "I am minded that if we do not go to mass tomorrow, those of us who die unabsolved of the sin will go to hell." "The men are grumbling already," breaks in Don Sancho de Avila, captain of the bodyguard. "They say they will not fight to-morrow if they cannot go to mass." "Those Walloons—" "Not only the Walloons, Monseigneur," rejoins de Avila. "The Spaniards are better Catholics than all these Netherlanders. They fear to die with a mortal sin upon their soul." Nothing more is said just then. The grey day is already yielding to dusk. The fire of artillery and musketry is less incessant. The clash of pike and halberd can be heard more distinctly, and also the cries of the women and the groans of the wounded and the dying. A few moments later, a tall, lean man, in the borrowed dress of a Spanish halberdier, is ushered into the presence of the council. Water, food, and clothes have effected a transformation which Alva surveys critically, and not without approval. The man, lean of visage and clean of limb, looks intelligent and capable. The Duke orders him to advance. "'Tis good for thee," he says dryly, "that thy death is more unprofitable to me than thy life. I want a messenger. Art afraid to go to the miserable wretch who dares to lead a rebel horde against our sovereign king?" "I am afraid of nothing, magnificence," replies the man quietly, "save your highness's wrath." "Dost know where to find the rebel?" "Where musket balls fly thickest, your highness." "Then tell him," says Alva curtly, "that as soon as the night has fallen, and the fire of culverins and muskets has ceased, I will have the drawbridge at the south east of this castle lowered, and I will come forward to meet him, accompanied by my captains and the members of my council. Tell him to walk forward and meet me until we are within earshot of one another, and to order his torchbearers to throw the light of their torches upon his face. Then will I put forward a proposal which hath regard to the eternal salvation of every man, woman, and child inside this city. Tell him to guard his person as he thinks fit, but tell him also that from the ramparts of this Castile 300 muskets will be aimed at his head, and at the slightest suspicion of treachery the order will be given to fire. Dost understand?" "Every word, your highness," says the man simply. "Then go in peace," concludes Alva, and the man is dismissed. An hour later, the drawbridge at the southeast gate of the Castile was lowered. Twilight had now faded into night. The dull grey day had yielded to black, impenetrable night. Here and there, far away in the heart of the city, lurid lights shot through the darkness, and every now and then a column of vivid flame would strike up to the dense black sky, and for a while illumine the ruined towers, the shattered roofs, and broken chimneys around ere it fell again sizzling in the damp atmosphere. The Duke of Alva rode out in the gloom. He was seated upon his black charger, and was preceded by his torchbearers and by his bodyguard of archers. Behind him walked his captains and the members of his council. The procession slowly wended its way under the portal of the gatehouse, and then over the bridge. At the farthest end of the bridge, the Duke reined in his horse, and his bodyguard, his captains, and the members of his council all stood behind him, so that he immediately faced the tract of open ground beyond which were the Orangist lines. The flickering light of resin torches illumined the commanding figure of the Duke, dressed in sombre clothes and silk-lined mantle, and wearing breast and back-plates of armour, with huge tassets over his wide breeches, and open steel morion on his head. To right and left, far away, toward the open country, the bivouac fires of the insurgents gleamed weirdly in the night. All noise of fighting had ceased, and a strange silence had fallen over the city, a silence which hid many secrets of horror and of despair. Suddenly something began to move, something that at first appeared darker than the darkness of the night. A few moments later, it appeared as a speck of ruddy light which moved quickly, now toward the castle bridge. Anon it was distinguishable as a group of men, a dozen or so, with a couple of torch-bearers on in front, the light from whose torches fell full upon a tall figure which stood out boldly amongst the others. Now the group came to a halt less than 50 paces away, and those upon the bridge could see that tall figure quite clearly. A man in ragged doublet and hose, with grimy hands and face blackened with powder. He held his head very erect, and wore neither helmet nor armour. At sight of him de Vargas gave a cry of rage and surprise. "Mark Van Ryck!" he exclaimed. "What hath he to do with it all?" "Thy daughter's husband," said Alva coolly. "Now, then, we'll soon make her a widow." But to the Orangists he called peremptorily, "'Tis with the rebel whom ye call Leatherface that I wish to speak." "I have been known as Leatherface hitherto," retorts Mark Van Ryck coolly. "Speak without fear. I listen." Vargas's cry of rage was echoed by more than one Spanish captain present. They remembered Mark Van Ryck, the ne'er-do-well, with whom they had oft drunk and jested in the taverns of Ghent and Brussels, ay, and before whom they had oft talked openly of their plans. "Spy as well as rebel," they cried out to him wrathfully. "Pity he cannot hang more than once," added de Vargas with bitter spite. But to Alva the personality of the rebel was of no consequence. What cared he if the man was called Van Ryck and was the husband of his friend's daughter? There stood an abominable rebel who had gained by treachery and stealth a momentary advantage over the forces of his suzerain lord the king, and who would presently suffer, along with the whole of this insurgent city, the utmost rigour of Alva's laws. In the meanwhile he deigned to parley with the lout, for he was sore pressed inside the Castile, and the messengers who were speeding to Dendermonde for reinforcements could not possibly bring help for at least another 24 hours. Therefore, now he, the Lieutenant Governor of the Netherlands and Captain General of His Majesty's forces, demanded attention in the name of the King. "Do ye come as traitors?" he asked in a loud voice, "or as loyal men? If as traitors, ye shall die ere ye advance another step. But if ye are loyal men, then listen, for I will speak with you in amity and peace." "Thou knowest best, magnificence," came Mark's clear voice out of the group, "if we are loyal men or no. Thou didst send an emissary to us. He goeth back to thee unhurt. Thou standest before our bowmen even now, and not an arrow hath touched thine armour. We are loyal men, and are prepared to listen to what ye have to say." "Listen then," resumed the Duke curtly, "but let no false hopes lure ye the while. Ye are rebels, and are under the ban of the law. Nothing but unconditional surrender can win mercy for your city." "Nothing but humility can save thee from the wrath of God," retorted Mark boldly. "We are unconquered, magnificence, and 'tis thou who askest to parley, not we." "I do not ask," retorted Alva loudly, "I demand." "Then, since 'tis the vanquished who demand, let us hear what they wish to say. Tomorrow is Sunday, rebel. Hadst forgotten that?" "No, tyrant, I had not. God hath forbidden us to work on that day, but not to fight against oppression." He hath also enjoined us to attend Mass on his day. Are ye heretics, that ye care not for that? We care for the Lord's day as much as Spaniards do. Yet will ye prevent his people from praying in peace? We'll pray for those whom thy tyranny keeps locked up within thy castle walls. Not so, exclaims Alva. My men are free to go. They will attend Mass in the churches of this city. Will you butcher them whilst they are at prayer? There was no immediate reply to this taunt, but from the insurgents' ranks there came a loud warning call. Do not heed him, Van Ryck. Remember Egmont and Horn. Do not fall into the tyrant's trap. There's treachery in every word he says. Alva waited in silence until the tumult had subsided. He knew what he wanted and why he wanted it. A few hours' respite would mean salvation for him. A few hours, and the garrison of Dendermonde would be on its way to Ghent. He wanted to stay the hand of time for those few hours, and had invented this treacherous means to gain that end. "'Tis no wonder," he said quietly, as soon as the clamour on the Orangist side was stilled, "that ye who are traitors should seek treachery everywhere. What I propose is loyal and just, and in accordance with God's own decrees. If ye refuse, ye do so at the peril of thousands of immortal souls." "We know not yet what it is ye ask," said Van Ryck quietly. "We demand a truce until the evening Angelus tomorrow, the Lord's Day, which is also the feast of the Holy Redeemer. We demand the right to attend Mass in peace, and in exchange will agree not to molest you whilst ye pray, and whilst ye bury your dead." "A truce until the evening Angelus," broke in Mark hotly, "so that ye may send for reinforcements to the nearest garrison town. We refuse." "You refuse," retorted Alva. "For 2 days and a night ye have raised your arms against your lawful king. If you fight tomorrow, you will add sacrilege to your other crimes." "And thou, treachery to thine," said Van Ryck boldly. "Whence this desire to keep holy the Sabbath day, tyrant? Wouldst thou have ceased to destroy, to pillage, or to outrage this day, if we had not raised our arms in our own defence?" "Well said, Van Ryck," cried the Orangists. "The immortal souls which your obstinacy would send to hell," said the Duke of Alva, "will return and haunt you till they drag you back with them." "Can you not pray in your Castile?" retorted Mark. "We have no priest to say Mass for us. We will send you one. We have no consecrated chapel. The priest will say Mass in your castle yard, beneath the consecrated dome of heaven. The Walloon prisoners whom we have taken are receiving the ministry of our priests in the guild houses where they are held. Nay, but such makeshift would not satisfy the children of Spain, who are also the chosen children of the Church. But," continued Alva, with a sudden assumption of indifference, "I have made my proposal. Take it or not as ye list. But remember this, the dead who lie unburied in your streets will have their revenge. Pestilence and disease will sweep your city of your children as soon as we have vanquished your men." "Treachery!" cried some of the Orangists. "Do not heed him, Van Ryck." But of a truth the cry was not repeated quite so insistently this time. Alva's last argument was an unanswerable one. Pestilence these days was a more formidable foe than the finest artillery wielded by a powerful enemy. There were over 2,000 dead lying unburied in the city at this hour. As the tyrant said very truly, these would take a terrible revenge. And there was something, too, in the sanctity of the Lord's Day which touched the hearts of these men who were deeply religious and devout, and had a profound respect for the dictates of the Church. Most of them were Catholics. The importance of attending Mass on the Lord's Day, on pain of committing a deadly sin, weighed hard upon their conscience. Alva was quick to note the advantage which he had already gained, and when the first dissentient voice among the Orangists was heard to say, "A truce can do no harm, and 'twere sacrilege to fight on the Lord's Day," he broke in quickly. "Nay, 'tis not fighting ye would do, but murder. Aye, murder on the day of the Holy Redeemer, who died that ye should live. My men are Catholic to a man, not one of them but would far rather let himself be butchered than commit a deadly sin. Rebels who have outraged your king, tomorrow morning the church bells will be calling the faithful to the holy sacrifice. The truce which you refuse to hold with us, we will grant you of our own free will. We will not fight you on the day of the feast of the Holy Redeemer, but tomorrow every Spaniard and every Walloon in our armies will go unarmed and present himself at your church doors. I, even I, with my captains and the members of the King's Council, will attend Mass at the church of St. Bath's, and we will be unarmed, for we shall have placed ourselves under the care of the Holy Redeemer himself. And now tell thy soldiers, rebel, tell them that Spaniards and Walloons will be in the churches of Ghent in their thousands, and that they will be defenceless, save for the armour of prayer which will encompass them as they kneel before the altar of God." "And in the meanwhile," retorted Van Ryck, "ye will be sending to Dendermonde and Alost and Antwerpen, and when after the evening Angelus we take up arms once more against your tyranny, there will be 5,000 more Spaniards at our gates." "By the Holy Redeemer, whom I herewith invoke," said Alva solemnly, and raised his hand above his head with a gesture of invocation, "I swear that no messenger of mine shall leave the city before ye once more take up arms against your king. I swear that no messenger of mine hath left this city for the purpose of getting help from any garrison town, and may my soul be eternally damned if I do not speak the truth." Those who were present at this memorable interview declare that when Alva registered this false and blasphemous oath, a curious crimson light suddenly appeared in the east. So strong and lurid was it that the perjurer himself put up his hand for a second or two, as if blinded by the light. Philip de Lannoy, Signor de Beauvoir, assures us that the light was absolutely dazzling and of the colour of blood, but that he took it as a warning from God against the sacrilege of fighting on this holy day, and that it caused him to add the weight of his influence with Mark Van Ryck to grant the truce which the Spaniards desired. Undoubtedly the solemn oath spoken by the tyrant, who was such a devout and bigoted Catholic, greatly worked upon the feelings of the Orangists. Never for a moment did the suspicion of the oath being a false one enter their loyal heads, nor must they be blamed for their childish confidence in a man who had lied to them and deceived them so continuously for the past 5 years. They were so loyal themselves. Such a trap as Alva was setting for them now was so far from their ken that it was impossible for them to imagine such appalling treachery. As for the sanctity of an oath, they would as soon have thought of doubting the evidence of their own eyes. Mark Van Ryck, it is true, held out to the last. He knew these Spaniards better than those simple burghers did. Not in vain had he spent his best years in the uncongenial task of worming out their secret plans, their treacherous devices, over tankards of ale and games of hazard in Flemish taverns. He mistrusted them all. He mistrusted Alva above all. He had no belief in that execrable monster's oath. "God is on our side," he said quietly. "We'll bury our dead when we can, and pray when God wills. He'll forgive the breaking of his Sabbath for the justice of our cause. They are weary of the fight," he added obstinately. "We are not." But already every one of his friends was urging him to grant the truce. "For the sake of our women and children," said Van Danes, who voiced the majority, "let there be no fighting to-morrow. The tyrant has pledged his immortal soul that he will not play us false. No man would dare to do that unless he meant to be true." "Rebel," now shouted Alva impatiently, "I await thine answer." "Accept, Van Ryck, accept," cried the Orangists unanimously now. "It is God's will that we accept." "I await thine answer, rebel," reiterated Alva. "What answer can I give?" retorted Van Ryck. "You say your men will go to our churches unarmed. We are not butchers, as ye would have been. You will let them pray in peace? As thou desirest. You who were prepared to destroy our city and to murder our women and our children will have nothing to fear from us while ye are unarmed and at prayer. Until the evening Angelus ceases to ring? Until then. And until that hour we remain as we are, our guard at the gates, our prisoners in our hands. And may God guard thee," concluded Alva unctuously. "May God have mercy on thy soul if thou hast lied to us," said Mark Van Ryck quietly. To this Alva made no reply, but his grim face looked in no way troubled. Special absolution, even for speaking a false oath, could easily be obtained. Alas, these days, by any Duke of Alva or other tyrant powerful enough to demand it, and no doubt the Lieutenant Governor, sent to subdue the rebellious Low Countries, was well provided with every kind of dispensation which embodied the principle that the end justifies the means. He wheeled his horse round, and wholly callous and unconcerned, he rode back slowly over the bridge. As soon as the last of the Spaniards had filed under the gatehouse of the Castile, and the drawbridge was once more raised, Mark Van Ryck turned with unwonted peremptoriness to his friends, who were crowding round him, eagerly approving of what he had done. "Van Danes," he said curtly, "to-morrow at dawn see that your musketeers are massed inside the ruins of the Tanners' Guild house, and you, Lawrence, place 300 of your picked archers under the cover of the Vishmart. Lanoy, your pikemen beneath the arcades of the Abbey opposite St. Bath's, and you, Grubendock, yours in the doorways of the houses opposite St. Fereld, and every one of you under arms. Let the Spaniards pray in peace if they have not lied, but at the first sign of treachery remember your wives and your daughters, and do not spare the murderers of your children or the desecrators of your homes." End of chapter 16, part 2. Chapter 17 of Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 17, Truth and Perfidy. The cathedral bells of St. Boff's were the first to ring on that unforgettable 23rd day of October, which was the feast of the Holy Redeemer. The appealing, sweet, melancholy sound came clearly through the humid air. Lenora, who was in her room with Greta, stood quite still for a moment and listened. The bells of St. Ferald took up the call, then those of St. Jacob and St. Agneton, until the clang of bells echoed from end to end of the city, and drowned every other sound of strife or of misery. The roar of the artillery now was mute. The clash of pikes and lances was no longer heard. Only that curious medley of weird and terrible sounds still lingered in the air, a medley made up of sighs and groans, of men falling down exhausted with pain, of masonry still crumbling, and woodwork still sizzling, a medley to which now was added the roll of drums, which on either side called to the men to lay aside their strife and to go and pray in peace. On the walls of the castle yard, the Duke's proclamation of the Lord's Day truce was posted up, and he himself was giving a few brief orders to his captains. "Let the men understand," he said, "that they are free to go to Mass in the various churches of the city, and that they can do so without the slightest fear. But they must all be back inside the Castile precincts by 2 hours after noon. Let the couriers go to the gatehouses at the 6 ports and issue the same orders there, and have the proclamation posted up. Make it known here, as well as at the ports, that if any man fails to respect the truce, if there is any brawling in the streets or in the taverns, I shall proceed with merciless severity against the culprits." Then he turned to the captain of the castle guard, Don Sancho de Avila. "Yours will be the duty to see that runners are sent out in secret on the Dendermonde road, with orders that any troops which may be on the way make all possible speed. You had best remain in command here while I go to Mass. Keep your picked guard and the musketeers under arms. For the moment that the Dendermonde banderas are in sight, we must be ready to cooperate with them by a sortie en masse." "I quite understand, Magnificence," replied the captain. A few moments later the bridge was lowered, and some 3,000 men filed out across it in orderly lines as for parade, but unarmed. The Spanish halberdiers formed the van and the rear guard. The Walloon pikemen and archers were massed in the centre, and in the midst of them walked the Duke of Alva with his immediate cortege, de Vargas, who had his daughter on his arm, and Greta close beside her, Don Alberic del Rio, Councillor Hessels, and 2 or 3 other members of the council. Behind them came the standard bearers with standards unfurled, and the drummers. In silence they reached the lines of the Orangists, which they had to cross in a double file, each man holding up his hands to show that he was unarmed. The Orangist leaders stood by in a group, and when the Duke and the members of the council had to file through the lines in their turn, they stepped forward in order to greet them in amity. "God guard ye," they said, as the Duke walked by. "We'll aid him in that," retorted the Spaniards cynically. Mark Van Ryck was in the forefront of the group at the moment that Lenora went by, leaning on her father's arm. She looked up just then and saw him. He held his head erect, as he always did, but she could not fail to see how completely he had changed in those few hours since last she saw him at Dendermonde. The hours seemed to have gone over him like years. Gone was that quaint, gentle, appealing way to which she had so nearly yielded. His attitude now was one of lofty defiance, sublime in its unshakable determination and in its pride. Well, perhaps it was better so. Was he not the embodiment of everything that Lenora had been taught to hate and despise since her tenderest childhood? The despised race that dared to assert itself, the beneficiary who turned on the hand that loaded him with gifts, and, above all, the assassin who cowered in the dark, the slave who struck his master whom he dared not defy. Yes, Mark Van Ryck, her husband, the murderer of Ramon, stood for all that, and Lenora despised herself for every tender feeling which had gripped her soul in the past 2 days whenever she thought of him as wounded, helpless, or mayhap dead. And yet now, when his eyes met hers, they suddenly took on a wonderful softness. That quaint look, half whimsical, half appealing, came back to them, and with it, too, a look of infinite pity and of unswerving love. And as she caught the glance, she who felt so lonely and so desolate, there came to her mind the remembrance of the sweet and pathetic story of the primeval woman who was driven forth by God's angel from the gates of paradise. Somehow she felt that once, not so very long ago, she too had wandered for a brief while within the peaceful glades of a paradise of her own, and that now an angel with a flaming sword stood at its gates, and would not allow her to return, but forced her to wander out through life in utter loneliness and with the unbearable load of agonizing remorse. Of all the episodes which the historical records of the time present to the imagination, not one perhaps is quite so moving and so inspiring as that of the solemn mass which was offered up in every church of the stricken city on this Sunday morning, the feast of the Holy Redeemer, when the Duke of Alva and the members of his odious Blood Council knelt side by side with the heroic men who were making their last desperate stand for justice, for liberty, and the sanctity of their homes. The Lieutenant Governor and the Spanish high dignitaries, both civil and military, are present in the Cathedral of St. Baths, as are also the Orangist leaders. The Spaniards occupy one side of the aisle, the Flemings, with the women and children, are on the other, and crowd every corner of the stately edifice. Up at the high altar, Father Vanderschlick is officiating with others of the cathedral clergy, and the pure voices of the choir boys resound through the building like the call of the angels of peace. The fabric of the exquisite building bears traces of that awful fate which an abominable tyranny was reserving for the entire city. The walls themselves stand, but in places they are torn by large fissures, which look like gaping wounds in the flesh of a giant. Reverend hands have hastily swept aside the debris of glass and masonry, the fragments of stone statues, and scraps of iron and wood, but here and there the head of an angel, the clasped hands of a saint, or palm of a martyr, still litter the floor. The slender columns of the aisle have taken on a curious rusty tint, and over the screen the apostles of carved wood are black with smoke. There are 2 large holes in the roof, through which the bleak October breeze comes sighing in, and the sweet smell of stale incense, which usually hangs about the place of worship, has yielded to the pungent odour of charred wood and of singed draperies. On the Flemish side a dull tone of colour prevails, browns and russets, and dull reds. Many women have wrapped black hoods over their heads, and long black mantles hang from their shoulders. But on the other side, the fantastic garb of the Spanish halberdiers throws a note of trenchant yellow right through the sombre tint of the picture, and the white ruffs round the men's necks gleam like pale stars upon the canvas, and over it all the light through the broken window falls crude and grey. Only the chancel glows with a warm light, and Father Vanderschlick's vestments of crimson silk, the gilt candlesticks upon the high altar, the flickering yellow flames of the candles, the red cassocks of the young servers, all form a kaleidoscope of brilliant colours which is almost dazzling, whilst up above the banners and coats of arms of the Knights of the Golden Fleece still flaunt their rich heraldic tints against the dark vaulting of the roof, and above the high altar the figure of the Redeemer, with arms stretched out to bless, seems to mock by its exquisite pathos and peace the hideous strifes of men. The church is crowded from end to end. Flemings and Walloons and Spaniards, the tyrants and the oppressed, all kneel together, while Father Vanderschlick, up at the altar, softly murmurs the Confiteor. Some have rough linen bandages round their head or arm, some have ugly stains upon their doublet or hose. Others, unable to stand or lean, lie half prone upon the ground, supported by their comrades. The Duke of Alva holds his head erect, and Signor de Vargas bows his down until it well nigh touches the ground. Most of the women are crying, some of them faint and have to be carried away. The Spaniards are more demonstrative in their devotions than are the Netherlanders. They strike their breasts at the Confiteor with wide ostentatious gestures, and need much elbow room when they make the sign of the cross. At the reading of the Gospel every one stands, and men, women, and children solemnly make profession of that faith of love and goodwill which the events of the past 2 days have so wantonly outraged. Lenora, from where she stands, can see her husband's head, with its closely cropped brown hair, towering above the rest of the crowd. He does not look to right or left of him, but gazes fixedly upon the altar. Lenora can see his lips moving as he recites the creed, and to her straining senses it seems as if right through the murmurings of all these people she can distinguish his voice amongst all the others, and that it strikes against her heart with sweet persistence of unforgettable memories. And suddenly the high altar with the figure of the Redeemer fades from her sight. The crowds vanish. The priest disappears. The voices of the choir boys are stilled. She is back once more in the small tapperage of the inn at Dendermonde, sitting beside the hearth with Mark, her husband, half kneeling, half sitting close to her. She lives again those few moments of dreamlike peace and joy when he lulled her with gentle words and tender glances, which had shown her the first glimpse of what human happiness might be. And she lives again the moment when she stood in that same room with his wounded arm in her hand, and realized that he was the cowardly assassin who had struck Ramon down in the dark. God in heaven! Was not her hatred of him justified? Even at the foot of this altar, where all should be peace and goodwill, had she not the right to hate this one man who had murdered Ramon, who had fooled and cajoled her, and used her as an insentient tool for his own ends, his own amusement? Her father had told her that she would see him hanged, and that his death would be her work under the guidance of God. Not one moment of the past would she undo, and she regretted nothing save the moments of weakness which came over her whenever she met his glance. He was the leader of these abominable rebels, a leader every inch of him that she could see, but yet a murderer for all that, and the deadly enemy of her country and her king. God had had his will with her, and now he was dealing punishment with equal justice to all. And Lenora, standing there, shivering under the cold draught which came on her from the shattered roof, yet inwardly burning with a fever of regret and of longing, marvelled if among the thousands that would suffer through God's retributive justice, any one would endure the martyrdom which she was suffering now. Later on, during the noonday rest, Lenora sat in her room in the Meast Torren and tried to visualize once more all that she had lived through in the past hour, her meeting with Mark when she went through the Orangist lines with her father, the crowded church, the sombre colours, the pathetic aspect of broken statuary and holy images charred and shattered, the return to the Castile in silence, the outline of Mark's profile above the crowd. Mark, always Mark, if only she could forget. The air in the narrow room felt stuffy and oppressive. She ordered Greta to open the window. It gave on the same iron balcony to which the council chamber and the apartments of the Duke of Alva had access, but as it was high up in the wall and very small, she could sit quite close beside it, and yet not be seen by any one who might be walking on the balcony. Lenora's head ached intolerably, and Greta, always kind and anxious, took down the wavy masses of fair hair and brushed them gently so as to soothe the quivering nerves. A strange hush hung in the air, the hush of a Sunday afternoon when a big and peaceful city is at rest, a hush in strange and almost weird contrast to the din which had shaken up the very atmosphere during the past 2 days. Only from the castle yard down below there comes the sad sound of groans and sighs of pain, and an occasional call for Donna Lenora, with the cool soft hands and the gentle voice, the ministering angel of goodness and consolation. "Greta," queried Lenora abruptly, "dost love me truly?" "With my whole heart, noble lady," replied the child simply. "Then, if thou lovest me, didst pray at Mass this morning for the success of our cause and the confusion of those abominable rebels?" Greta made no reply, and anon a low suppressed sob caused Lenora to say, not unkindly, "Thy heart is with the rebels, Greta." "I know most of their leaders, noble lady," murmured the girl through her tears. "They are brave, fine men. When I think of those who surely must die after this, I feel as if my heart must break with sorrow and with pity." "Didst know them well?" "Ay, noble lady, they used to come to the Three Weavers." "The Three Weavers, Greta?" "Ay, my father kept the tavern here in Ghent. The noble signors of the city and the Spanish officers of the garrison all used to come to us in the afternoons. Monsieur Jan van Migrode, the chief sheriff, Monsieur Levin van Danes, and the Signor de Beauvoir, they all came regularly, and and Monsieur Mark Van Ryck," she added under her breath. "Him they call Leatherface." "My husband, Greta," murmured Lenora. "I know it, noble lady." "Didst know then that Monsieur Mark Van Ryck was Leatherface?" "Not till yesterday, noble lady, not till the men spoke of it, and said that the mysterious Leatherface was the leader of the rebels, and that he was the son of the High Bailiff of Ghent, Monsieur Mark Van Ryck." "Thou didst know him too, then, as Leatherface?" "Ay, noble lady," said Greta quietly. "He saved my life and my sister's. I would give mine to save him now." "Saved thy life? How? When?" "Only a few days ago, noble lady," murmured the child, speaking with a great effort at self control. The recollection of that awful night brought fresh terror to her heart. But Lenora's brows contracted now in puzzlement. A few days ago? Mark was courting her then. "I do not understand," she said impatiently. "A few days ago Leatherface, Monsieur Mark Van Ryck, was in Ghent. I was betrothed to him on the 7th day of this month, and 'tis on that night he saved my life and Katrine's, ay, and saved us from worse than death." She paused abruptly. Her round young cheeks lost their last vestige of colour. Her eyes, their clear childlike look. She cast a quick, furtive glance on Lenora as if she were afraid. But Lenora was unconscious of this change in the girl's manner. Her very senses seemed to be on the alert, hanging upon the peasant girl's lips. The night of her betrothal was the night on which Ramon was murdered. The tavern of the Three Weavers was the place where he was found. This girl then knew something of that awesome occurrence, which, despite outside assurances, had remained vaguely puzzling to Lenora's mind. Now she would hear and know, and her very heart seemed to stand still as her mind appeared to be waiting upon the threshold of a mystery which was interwoven with her whole life and with her every hope of peace. "But what?" she queried with agonized impatience. "Speak, girl! Canst not see that I only live to hear?" "Our father was taken," said Greta quietly. "He was hanged 8 days ago." "Hanged!" exclaimed Lenora, horror struck. "Why, what had he done?" "He was of the Protestant faith, and—" Lenora made no comment, and the girl wiped her eyes, which had filled with tears. "Thou and Katrine were spared?" asked Lenora, after a while. "We were spared at the time," said Greta, "but I suppose," she added with quaint philosophy, "we remained objects of suspicion. The soldiers would often be very rough with us, and upon the 7th day of October, the commanding Spanish officer in Ghent—" Once more she paused timidly, fear of having said too much, fighting with the childish love to retail her woes, and pour her interesting story into sympathetic ears. "Well?" queried Lenora, more impatiently. "Go on, child. What did the commanding Spanish officer in Ghent do to thee on the 7th day of October?" But at this Greta burst into a flood of tears. The events were so recent, and the shock of horror and of fear had been so terrible at the time, that the recollection of it all still had the power to unnerve her. Lenora, whose own nerves were cruelly on the rack at this moment, had much ado to keep her impatience in check. After a few moments Greta became more calm and dried her eyes. "There was a big to-do at the town house," she said more quietly, "and the whole city was gaily decorated. The apprentices had a holiday in the evening. They were very hilarious, and so were the soldiers." "Well, and—" "The soldiers came to the Three Weavers. They had been drinking heavily, and were very rough. The commanding Spanish officer came in late in the evening. He encouraged the soldiers to drink, and to make fun of us, of Katrine and of me. We were all alone in the house, and we were very frightened. The Spanish officer ordered Katrine to wait on the soldiers. Then he made me go with him to a private room. The tears were once more very near the surface, and a hot blush of shame for all that she had had to endure overspread Greta's face and neck. "Go on, child," queried Lenora. "What happened after that?" "The Spanish officer was very cruel to me, noble lady. I think he would have killed me, and I am sure the soldiers were very cruel to Katrine. Oh, it was horrible, horrible!" she cried, "and we were quite alone and helpless." "Yes, I know that," said Lenora, and even to herself her own voice sounded curiously dull and toneless. "But tell me what happened." "I was crouching in a corner of the room, noble lady. My back ached terribly, for I had been thrown across the table, and I thought my spine must be broken. My wrists, too, were very painful, where the noble officer had held them so tightly. I was half wild with terror, for I did not know what would become of me. Then the door opened, and a man came in. Oh, I was dreadfully frightened. He was very tall and very thin, like a dark wraith, and over his face he had a mask, and he spoke kindly to me, and after a while I was less frightened, and then he told me just what to do, how to find Katrine, to take some money and run away to our kinswoman who lives in Dendermonde. I thought then that he was no wraith," continued Greta in an awestruck whisper, "but just one of the archangels, for they do appear in curious disguises sometimes. He saved my life and Katrine's, and more than life, noble lady," added the girl, with a note of dignity in her tone, which sat quaintly upon her timid little person. "Do you not think that it was God who sent him to protect two innocent girls from the cruelty of those wicked men?" "Yes, I think so, child," said Lenora quietly. "But tell me, dost know what happened after that?" "No, lady, I do not. I went to look for Katrine, just as the stranger ordered me to do. But," she added under her breath, and still under the spell of past terrors, "we heard afterwards, through Pierre Beuters, the butcher, that the noble Signor Commandant was found killed that same night in the tavern of the Three Weavers. The provost found him lying dead in the same room where the archangel had appeared." "Stabbed, child, didst thou say?" "No, noble lady. The provost told Pierre Beuters that the noble Spanish commandant had been felled by mighty hands in a hand-to-hand fight. He had no wound on him, only the marks of powerful fingers round his throat. But his own dagger, they say, was covered in blood. Pierre Beuters helped to place the body in the coffin, and he said that the noble Spanish commandant had been killed in fair fight, a fight with fists and not with swords. He also said that the stranger who killed him was the mysterious Leatherface, of whom we hear so much, and that mayhap we should never hear of him again, for the Spanish commandant must have wounded him to death. The dagger was covered with blood almost to the hilt. But," concluded Greta, with a knowing little nod of the head, "this I did not believe at the time, and now I know that it was not so. The stranger may not have been one of the archangels, but truly he was a messenger of God. When the noble lady brought me back with her to Ghent, I heard the men talking about the mysterious Leatherface. Then the day before yesterday, when the cavalrymen flew helter-skelter into the castle yard, they still talked loudly of Leatherface. But I guessed then that he was not a real archangel, but just a brave man who protects the weak and fights for justice, and—" She paused, terrified at what she had said. Ignorant as she was, she knew well enough that the few last words which she had uttered had caused men and women to be burned at the stake before now. Wide-eyed and full of fear, she looked on the noble Spanish lady, expecting every moment to see a commanding finger pointed on her, and orders given for her immediate arrest. Instead of which, she saw before her a pale, slim girl, scarce older than herself, and infinitely more pathetic, just a young and beautiful woman, with pale face and eyes swimming in tears, whose whole attitude just expressed an immense and overwhelming grief. The veil of mystery which had hung over Ramon's death had indeed been lifted at last by the rough, uncouth hands of the innkeeper's daughter. Lenora as yet hardly dared to look into the vista which it opened up before her. Boundless remorse, utter hopelessness, the dreary sense of the irreparable, all that lay beyond the present stunning blow of this terrible revelation. God in heaven! She cried out mutely in her misery. How could she ever have thought, even for a moment, that those grey eyes, so merry and yet so tender, could mask a treacherous and cowardly soul? How could she think that those lips which so earnestly pleaded for a kiss could ever have been framed to hide a lying tongue? Would to God that she could still persuade herself that all this new revelation was a dream, that Greta, the unsophisticated child, had lied and concocted the whole story to further some hidden schemes of her own. Would to God she could still believe that Mark was vile and false, an assassin and a perjurer, and that she could hate him still. She met Greta's eyes fixed so fearfully upon hers. She met them at the moment when she was about to give herself over to the transient happiness of a brief daydream, dreams of 2 unforgettable hours when he sat beside her with his hand shading his face, his eyes resting upon her, dreams of his voice when he said, "When I look at you, Madonna, I invariably think of happiness." But Greta recalled her to herself and to the awful present. Despite her great respect for the noble Spanish lady, she suddenly put her arms round her shoulders and tried to draw her away from the open window. "His Highness," she whispered hurriedly, "he will see us." "What matters, child?" murmured Lenora. "He will not harm us." Instinctively, however, she did yield to Greta's insistence, and drew back slightly from the window. From the balcony, down below, there came the sound of measured tramping. 2 or 3 men were walking there slowly up and down, and talking confidentially together while they walked. Whenever they were close to the window, their voices came up quite distinctly, but it was impossible to hear all that they said. But 1 or 2 disjointed sentences gave a faint clue to the subject of their conversation. Lenora now leaned closer to the window frame, trying to hear, for she had recognized her father's voice as well as that of the Duke of Alva, and they were speaking of their future plans against the rebels and against the city, and Lenora felt that she would give her life to know what those plans were. After a moment or two, she heard the voice of Captain de Avila. He was apparently coming up the iron stairs from the yard, and was speaking hurriedly. "A runner, your Highness," he said, "straight from Dendermonde." "What news?" queried the Duke, and his voice sounded almost choked, as if with fierce impatience. "One of Captain Ladrano's messengers reached Dendermonde last night," replied de Avila. "He was lucky enough to get a horse almost at once." "Well, and—" "This man came running straight back to bring us the news. Captain Bracamonte started at break of day. He should be well on his way with the reinforcements by now." There was a hoarse exclamation of satisfaction, and a confused murmur of voices for a moment or two. Then de Vargas spoke. "It was a bold venture, Monseigneur," he said. "This truce, you mean?" retorted Alva. "Well, not quite so bold as it appeared. Those Netherlanders are such mighty fools that it is always easy to make them believe anything that we choose to tell them. Do they not always fall into our traps? I had only to swear by my immortal soul that we had not sent for reinforcements, and the last of their resistance was overcome." Lenora could hear her father's harsh laugh after this, and then Del Rio said blandly, "Van Ryck did not believe in that oath." "Perhaps not at first," Alva said, "but it was so finely worded and spoken with such solemnity, it was bound to carry conviction in the end." "You were not afraid, Monseigneur," queried de Vargas, "this morning, in the crowd, after Mass, that the rebels would break the truce and fall upon our men?" "No," replied the Duke curtly. "Were you?" There came no answer from de Vargas, and to the listeners it seemed as if, by his silence, he was admitting that he did not believe the Orangists capable of such abominable treachery. A fine tribute that, Lenora thought, from her father, who hated and despised the Netherlanders, but he and Alva would even now call such loyalty and truth the mere stupidity of uncultured clowns. "Anyhow, it was worth the risk," de Vargas resumed after a while, with that cold cynicism which will sacrifice friends, adherents, kindred, for the furtherance of political aims. "Well worth the risk," asserted Alva. "We have gained the whole of to-day. If these rebels had rushed the Castile this morning, I verily believe that we could not have held it. I might have fallen into their hands, and with me as their hostage, they would by now have been in a position to dictate their own terms before reinforcements reached us, always supposing that they did not murder us all. Yes," he reiterated with obvious satisfaction, "even if treachery had been in the air, it was still well worth the risk." "And in the meanwhile," suggested Del Rio. "In the meanwhile, Bracamonte is on his way here. He must have started well before noon. He might be here before nightfall." "With at least 5,000 men, I hope," added de Vargas. "Night may see us masters of this city once more, signors," rejoined Alva, "and by God will punish those rebels for the fright they have given us. Ghent will be envying Mons and Mechlin." The three men walked slowly away after that, and their voices were lost in the distance. The listeners could no longer distinguish what was said, but anon a harsh laugh struck their ear, and leaning out of the window, Lenora could see the Duke and her father standing just outside the council chamber. The Duke had thrown back his head and was laughing heartily. De Vargas, too, looked highly amused. Not one single word of remorse or regret had been spoken by either of them for the blasphemous oath which had finally overcome the resistance of the Orangists. Of a truth, it did not weigh on the conscience of the man who had so wantonly outraged his Maker less than an hour before he knelt at the foot of his altar, and de Vargas and his kind were only too ready to benefit by the perjury. The sack of Ghent, jeopardized for a few hours, was once more looming ahead as a coveted prize. What was a false oath or so? one crime the more, when weighed in the balance with all the money and treasure which the unexpected resistance of a few Flemish clowns had so nearly wrenched from these noble Spaniards' grasp. "Dis here?" came in a smothered whisper from Lenora. She had turned suddenly, and now faced Greta, who stood wide-eyed and terrified in the centre of the room. Her arms were behind her, and she clung to the window ledge. Her fair hair, all loose, streamed round her shoulders. Pale, with glowing eyes and quivering lips, she looked like some beautiful feline creature at bay. "Dis here?" she reiterated hoarsely. "Every word, most noble lady," came the whispered response. "What didst make of it?" "That his Highness sent to Dendermonde for help, and that troops are on their way. But his Highness swore most solemnly that he would respect the truce which he himself asked for, and that both sides would resume the fight this evening, just as they were before, without fresh help or reinforcements. I heard the men say last night, noble lady, that reinforcements had already been sent for from Dendermonde. The Duke feared that the Netherlanders were getting the upper hand. He asked for the truce only to gain time. Then, if Captain Bracamonte arrives from Dendermonde with fresh troops, the Netherlanders are lost." "God guard them," said Greta fervently. "He alone can save them now." "Oh," cried Lenora, with sudden passionate bitterness, "how can men conceive such abominable treachery? How can God allow them to triumph?" Greta said nothing. Her eyes were full of tears. Lenora stared straight out before her into the dark corner of the room. There was a frown of deep thought between her brows, and her fresh young mouth became hard and set. "Greta," she said abruptly, "is it not horrible to think that those we care for are liars and traitors?" Then, as Greta made no reply, she continued with the same passionate vehemence, "Is it not horrible to think that brave men must be butchered like cattle, because they trusted in the oath of a perjurer? Oh, that all the baseness, all the lying should be on one side, and all the heroism on the other, and that God should allow those monsters to triumph!" She paused, and suddenly her whole expression changed. The vehemence, the passion went out of it. Her lips ceased to quiver. A curious pallor overspread her cheeks, and the lines of her mouth became hard and set. "Greta," she said abruptly, "art afraid?" "Of what, noble lady?" asked the child. "Oh, of everything, of insults and violence and death." "No, noble lady," said Greta simply. "I trust to God to protect me." "Then wilt come with me?" "Whither, noble lady?" "Into the city, alone with me. We'll pretend that we go to benediction." "Into the city?" exclaimed the girl. "Alone?" "Art afraid?" "No." "Then put up my hair, and get hood and cloak, and give me mine." Greta did as she was ordered. She pinned up Lenora's fair hair, and brought her a mantle and hood, and wrapped them round her. Then she fastened on her own. "Come," said Lenora curtly. She took the girl by the hand, and together the two women went out of the room. Their way led them through endless corridors, and down a long winding staircase. Hand in hand they ran like furtive little animals on the watch for the human enemy. Down below, the big flagged hall was full of soldiers. The two women only realized this when they reached the last landing. "Will they let us pass?" murmured Greta. "Walk beside me, and hold thy head boldly," said Lenora. "They must not think that we are afraid of being challenged." She walked down the last flight of the stairs with slow, majestic steps, her arms folded beneath her cloak, looking straight ahead of her with that air of calm detachment and contempt of others which the Spanish noblesse know so well how to assume. Captain de Avila was below. At sight of Donna Lenora, he came forward and said with absolute respect, "La Señora desires to go out?" "As you see," she replied haughtily. "Not further than the precincts of the Castile, I hope." "What is that to you, whither I go?" she queried. "My orders," he stammered, somewhat taken aback by this grand manner on the part of the Señora, who had always been so meek and silent hitherto. "What orders have you had, Señor Captain?" she queried, "which warrant your interference with my movements?" "I truly," he murmured, "Señor de Vargas, my father, I presume, has not given you the right to question my freedom to go and come as I please," she retorted, still with the same uncompromising hauteur. "No, but then I pray you let me pass. I hear the bells of Saint Ferald. I shall be late for benediction." She swept past him, leaving him not a little bewildered and completely abashed. He watched her tall, graceful figure as she sailed through the portico and thence across the castle yard. Then he shrugged his shoulders as if to cast aside any feeling of responsibility which threatened to worry him, and returned to the guard room and to his game of hazard. It was only then that he recollected that it lacked another 2 hours to benediction yet. In the yard, Lenora had more serious misgivings. "There's the guard at the gatehouse," she murmured. "Keep up thy look of unconcern, Greta. We can only win if we are bold." As she anticipated, the provost at the gatehouse challenged her. "I go to Saint Ferald," she said calmly. "My father is with me. He hath stopped to speak with Captain de Avila. Lower the bridge, provost, and let us pass. We are late enough for benediction as it is." The provost hesitated for a moment. "The Signor Captain sent me orders just now that no one was to leave the Castile," he said. "Am I under the Signor Captain's orders," she retorted, "or the daughter of Señor de Vargas, who will punish thee, sirrah, for thine insolence?" The provost, much disturbed in his mind, had not the courage to run counter to the noble lady's wish. He had had no orders with regard to her, and as she very rightly said, she was not under the orders of the Signor Captain. He ordered the bridge to be lowered for her, vaguely intending not to let her pass until he assured himself that Señor de Vargas was nigh. But Lenora gave him no time for reflection. She waited until the bridge was down, then suddenly she seized Greta's hand, and quick as a young hare, she darted past the provost and the guard before they thought of laying hands on her, and she was across the bridge before they had recovered from their surprise. Once on the open ground, Lenora drew breath. The provost and the guard could not very well run after her, and for the moment she was safe from pursuit. On ahead lay the sharp bend of the Lower Scheld, beyond it the ruined mass of the Vleeschhuis, and the row of houses, now all shattered to pieces, where the Orangists held their watch. Her heart was beating furiously, and she felt Greta's rough little hand quivering in hers. She felt such a tiny atom, a mere speck in this wide open space. In front of her was the city, which seemed, even in the silence of this Sunday afternoon, to be quivering in the throes of oncoming death. To right and left of her, the great tract of flat country, this land of Belgium, which she had not yet learned to love, but for which she now felt a wonderful pity. It was a rude lesson which she had been made to learn within the last hour, the lesson that the idols of her childhood and girlhood had not only feet of clay, but that they were steeped to the neck in the mire of falsehoods and treachery. She had also learned that the man whom she had once hated with such passionate bitterness was worthy of a pure woman's love, that happiness had knocked at the gateway of her own heart and been refused admittance, and that God was not wont to give very obvious guidance in the terrible perplexities which at times beset his creatures. Therefore, now she no longer lured herself with the belief that she was acting at this moment under the direct will of God. She knew that she was guided by an overmastering and blind instinct which told her that she must see Mark at once and warn him that the perfidy of the Duke of Alva had set a deathly trap for him and for his friends. A few more minutes, and she and Greta were over the Kettle Bruges and under the shadow of the tall houses on the river embankment beyond. "Take me," she said to Greta peremptorily, "to the house of the High Bailiff of Ghent." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 18, The Last Stand. The word has gone round, we must all assemble in the cathedral church, every burgher, every artisan, every apprentice who belongs by blood to Ghent, must, for the nonce, cast aside pick and shovel. The dead can wait, the living claim attention. Quite a different crowd from that which knelt at prayer this morning. It is just 2 o'clock, and the sacred edifice is thronged. Up in the galleries, the aisles, the chancel, the organ loft, the pulpit, everywhere there are men, young and old, men who for 2 days now have been face to face with death, and who wear on their grim faces the traces of the past fierce struggle and of the coming cataclysm. There are no women present. They have nobly taken on the task of the men, and the dainty burghers' wives, who used to spend their time at music or needlework, wield the spade today, with as much power as their strength allows. Perfect order reigns, despite the magnitude of the crowd. Those who found no place inside the building throng the cemetery and the precincts. Behind the high altar, the Orangist standard is unfurled, and in front of the altar rails stand the men who have fought in the forefront of the insurgents' ranks, who have led every assault, affronted every danger, braved musket fire and arrow shot, and burning buildings and crumbling ruins, the men who have endured and encouraged and cheered. Mark van Ryck, the popular leader, Lawrence his brother, Pierre Denuit, Levin van Danes, Frederick van Beveren, and Jan van Migroot, who is seriously wounded, but who has risen from his sick bed and crawled hither in order to add the weight of his counsel and of his enthusiasm to what he knows Van Ryck will propose. Yes, they are there, all those that are left, and with them are the older burghers, the civic dignitaries of their city, the sheriffs of the cure, the aldermen, the vroedschapen, the magistrates, and the high bailiff himself, who is known to be such a hot adherent of Alva. It is he who has convened this meeting, a general rally of the citizens of Ghent. He called them together by roll of drums and by word of mouth transmitted by volunteer messengers who have flown all over the town. This morning we spent in prayer. Today is a day of peace. Let us meet and talk things over, for if wisdom waits upon enthusiasm, all is not lost yet. The proposal has come from the High Bailiff at the hour of noon, when men only thought of the grim work of burying the dead, and women wandered through the streets to search for the loved one who has been missing since yesterday. But at the word of the High Bailiff, the men laid aside their picks and spades. If all is not lost, why then there's something still to do, and the dead must wait. And every man goes to the cathedral church to hear what the High Bailiff has to say. The church and precincts are crowded. In silence every one listens whilst he speaks. He has always been a faithful subject of King Philip, an obedient servant of the Regent and the Lieutenant Governor. His influence and well-known adherence to the King has saved the city many a time from serious reprisals against incipient revolt, and from many of the horrors of the Inquisition. Now, while up there in the Castile, Alva impatiently awaits the arrival of fresh troops which will help to crush the rebellious city, the High Bailiff pleads for submission. He has faith in the human tiger. Let us throw ourselves at his feet, he urges. He is a brave soldier, a great warrior. He will respect your valorous resistance if he sees that in the hour when you have the advantage over him, you are prepared to give in and to throw yourselves upon his mercy. Let us go, we who are older and wiser. Let those who have led this unfortunate revolt keep out of the way. I will find the right words, I know, to melt the heart of our Lieutenant Governor, now turned in wrath against us. Let us go and cry for mercy, and, by God, I believe that we shall get it. Like the waves upon the sea, the crowd in the church moves and oscillates. Murmurs of assent and dissent mingle from end to end, from side to side. No, yes, 'twere shameful, 'twere wise. There are the women to think of, and the children. He will not listen. Why this purposeless abasement? Van Ryck and the other leaders make no comment upon the High Bailiff's appeal, even though their whole soul revolts at the thought of this fresh humiliation to be endured by the burghers of Ghent, once so proud and so independent. But they won't speak. Mark knows that with one word he can sway the whole of this crowd. They are heroes all, every one of these men. At one word from him they will cast aside every thought save that of the renewed fight, the final fight to the death. They are seething with enthusiasm. Their blood is up, and prudence and wisdom have to be drilled into them now that they have tasted of the martyr's cup. You can hear Father Vanderslitt's voice now. He too is for humility and an appeal for mercy on this, the festival day of the Holy Redeemer. The Lieutenant Governor is a pious man and a good Catholic. The appeal is sure to please his ears. Oh, the virtues that adorn the Duke of Alva in the estimation of his adherents! He is pious, and he is brave, a good Catholic, and a fine soldier. Mercy in him is allied to wisdom. He will easily perceive that to gain the gratitude of the citizens of Ghent would be more profitable to him than the destruction of a prosperous city. See this truce which he himself suggested, was it not the product of a merciful and a religious mind? To pray in peace, to obey the dictates of the Church, to give the enemy the chance of burying the dead. were these not the sentiments of a good and pious man? Monsieur Henry de Buck, senior Shepin and judge of the High Court, has many tales to tell of the kindness and generosity of the Duke. Oh, they are very eloquent, these wealthy burghers, who have so much more to lose by this revolt than mere honour and mere life. And the others listen. Oh yes, they listen. Need a stone be left unturned? And since Monsieur the High Bailiff hath belief in his own eloquence, why, let him exercise it, of course. Not that there is one whit less determination in any single man in the crowd. If the High Bailiff fails in his mission, they will fight to the last man still. But, oh, who can shut his heart altogether against hope? And there are the women and the children, and all those who are old and feeble. God speed to you then, my Lord High Bailiff, Charles Van Ryck, the pusillanimous father of a gallant son. God speed to all of you who go to plead with a tiger to spare the prey which he already holds between his claws. The High Bailiff will go, and with him Father Vanderschlitt and Father Laurent Toke from St. Agneton, and Monsieur de Buck and Francois de Wetterin, all the men who 2 days ago were kneeling in the mud at the tyrant's feet, and presented him so humbly with the gates of the city which he had sworn to destroy. There is no cheering as they detach themselves from the group of the rebel leaders, who still stand somewhat apart, leaving the crowd to have its will. No cheering. It is all done in silence. Men do not cheer on the eve of being butchered. They only look on their standard up above the high altar behind the carved figure of the Redeemer, and though they have given silent consent for this deputation to the tyrant, they still murmur in their hearts for Orange and liberty. Jan van Megrode, weak and ill from his wound, has had the last word. He begs that every one should wait here, just as they are, in silence and patience, until the High Bailiff and his friends come back with the news, good or bad, peace or renewed fighting, life or death, whichever it is, they must all be together in order to decide. Just at the last, the High Bailiff turns to his son. You do not approve of our going, Mark? He asks with some diffidence. I think that it is purposeless, replies Mark. You cannot extract blood out of a stone, or mercy out of the heart of a brute. They go, the once proud burghers of the city of Ghent, they go to throw themselves for the last time at the feet of that monster of tyranny and cruelty, who even at this hour is gloating over the thought of the most deadly reprisals he hath ever dealt to these downtrodden people. They go with grave yet hopeful faces, in their dark robes, which are the outward sign of the humility, the loyalty which dwell in their hearts. The crowd have wished them Godspeed, and as they file out of the stately cathedral and through the close, the men stand respectfully aside and eye them with a trustful regard which is infinitely pathetic. Their leaders have remained beside the altar rails, grouped together, talking quietly among themselves. Mark Van Ryck, however, goes to mingle with the crowd, to speak with all those who desire a word with him, with the men whose heart is sore at the humiliation which they are forced to swallow, who would sooner have died than see the dignitaries of their city go once again as suppliants before that execrable tyrant whom they loathe. What is thine idea, Van Ryck? Most of the men ask him, as they crowd around him, anxious to hear one word of encouragement or of hope. Dost think the tyrant will relent? Not unless we hold him as he holds us. not unless we have him at our mercy. Then what can we do? What can we do? Do, he reiterates for the 100th time today, do, fight to the last man, die to the last man, until God, wearied of the tyrant's obstinacy, will crush him and give us grace. But we cannot win in the end. No, but we can die as we have lived, clean, undaunted, unconquered. But our wives, our daughters, ask them, he retorts boldly. Is it not the women who would lick the tyrant's shoes? The hour drags wearily on. In imagination, every one inside and around the cathedral follows the burghers on their weary pilgrimage. Half an hour to walk to the Castile, half an hour for the audience with the Duke, half an hour to return, unforeseen delay in obtaining admittance. It may be 2 hours before they return. Great many of the men have returned to the gloomy task of burying the dead, others to that of clearing the streets from the litter which encumbers them. But even those who work the hardest keep their attention fixed upon the cathedral and its approach. Van Ryck had suggested that the great bell be rung when the burghers came back with the Duke's answer, so that all who wished could come and hear. And now the answer has come. The High Bailiff has returned with Fathers van der Schlitt and Laurent Toke, with Alderman de Buck and de Weteren, and with the others. They have walked back from the Castile bareheaded and shoeless, with their hands tied behind their back and a rope around their neck. That was the Duke of Alva's answer to the deputation of Flemish patricians and burghers who had presented themselves before him in order to sue for his mercy. They had not even been admitted into his presence. The provost at the gatehouse had curtly demanded their business, and then taken their message to the Duke, and returned 5 minutes later with orders to send back the beggars whence they came, bareheaded and shoeless, and with a rope around their necks, in token of the only mercy which they might expect from him. The bridge had been lowered for them when they arrived, but they were kept parleying with a provost at the gatehouse. Not a single officer, even of lower rank, deigned to come out to speak with them. The yard was filled with soldiers, who insulted and jeered at them. The High Bailiff was hit on the cheek by a stone which had been aimed at him, and Father Laurent Toke's soutane was almost torn off his back. Every one of them had suffered violence at the hands of the soldiery, whilst the Duke's abominable orders were being carried out with appalling brutality. Every one of them was bleeding from a cut or a blow dealt by that infamous crowd, who were not ashamed thus to maltreat defenceless and elderly men. When they crossed the open tract of country between the castle moat and the Scheld, a shower of caked mud was hurled after them from the ramparts. Not a single insult was spared them, not a sting to their pride, not a crown to their humiliation. It was only when they reached the shelter of the streets that they found some peace. In silence they made their way toward the cathedral. The crowds of men and women at work amongst the dead and the wounded made way for them to allow them to pass, but no one questioned them. The abject condition in which they returned told its own pitiable tale. The cathedral bell had tolled, and from everywhere the men came back to hear the full account of the miserable mission. The crowd was dense, and not everyone had a view of the burghers as they stood beside the altar rail in all their humiliation. But those who were nearest told their neighbours, and soon everyone knew what had happened. The younger leaders ground their heels into the floor, and Jan van Megrode, sick and weak as he was the first to stand up and to ask the citizens of Ghent if the events of today had shaken them in their resolve. You know now what to expect from that fiend. Will you still die like heroes, or be slaughtered like cattle? He called out loudly ere he fell back exhausted and faint. Horror had kept every one dumb until then, and grim resolve did not break into loud enthusiasm now, but on the fringe of the crowd there were a number of young men, artisans and apprentices, who at first sight of the returned messengers had loudly murmured and cursed. Now one of them lifted up his voice. It raised strange echoes in the mutilated church. "We are ready enough to die," he said, "and will fight to the end, never fear. But before the last of us is killed, before that execrable tyrant has his triumph over us, lads of Ghent, I ask you, are we not to have our revenge?" "Yes, yes," came from a number of voices, still from the fringe of the crowd, where the young artisans were massed together. "Well spoken, Peter Bald. Let us have revenge first." "Revenge, revenge," echoed from those same ranks. Every word echoed from pillar to pillar in the great, bare, crowded church, and now it was from the altar rails that Mark Van Ryck's voice rang out clear and firm. "What revenge dost propose to take, Peter Bald?" he asked. The other, thus directly challenged by the man whose influence was paramount in Ghent just now, looked round at his friends for approval. Seeing nothing but eager, flushed faces, and eyes that glowed in response to his suggestion, the pride of leadership entered his soul. He was a fine, tall lad, who yesterday had done prodigies of valour against the Spanish cavalry. Now he had been gesticulating with both arms above his head, so that he was easily distinguishable in the crowd by those who had a clear view, and in order to emphasize his spokesmanship, his friends hoisted him above their shoulders, and bearing him aloft, they forged their way through the throng until they reached the centre of the main aisle. Here they paused, and Peter Bald could sweep the entire crowd with his enthusiastic glance. "What I, revenge, would take?" he said boldly. "Nay, let me rather ask, what revenge must we take, citizens of Ghent? The tyrant even now has abused the most sacred laws of humanity, which bid every man to respect the messengers of peace. He is disloyal and ignoble and false. Why should we be honourable and just? He neither appreciates our loyalty nor respects our valour. Let us then act in the only way which he can understand. Citizens, we have 2,000 prisoners in the cellars of our guild houses, 2,000 Walloons who, under the banner of our common tyrant, have fought against us, their nearest kindred. I propose that we kill those 2,000 prisoners and send their heads to the tyrant as a direct answer to this last outrage." "Yes, yes, well said," came from every side, from the younger artisans and the apprentices, the hot-headed faction amongst all these brave men, brave themselves, but writhing under the terrible humiliation which they had just endured, and thirsting for anything that savoured of revenge. "Yes, yes, the axe for them. Send their heads to the tyrant. Well spoken, Peter Bald," they cried. The others remained silent. Many even amongst the older men perhaps would have echoed the younger one's call. Cruelty breeds cruelty, and oppression breeds callous thoughts of revenge. Individually, there was hardly a man there who was capable of such an act of atrocious barbarism as the murder of a defenceless prisoner. But for years now, these people had groaned under such abominable tyranny, had seen such acts of wanton outrage perpetrated against them and all those they held dear, that collectively their sense of rightful retribution had been warped, and they had imbibed some of the lessons of reprisals from their execrable masters. At the foot of the altar rails, the group of leaders who stood as a phalanx around Mark van Ryck, their chief, waited quietly whilst the wave of enthusiasm for Bald's proposal rose and swelled and mounted higher and higher until it seemed to pervade the whole of the sacred edifice, and then gradually subsided into more restrained, if not less enthusiastic, determination. "We will do it," said one of Bald's most fervent adherents. "It is only justice, and it is the law which the tyrant understands, the law of might." "It is the law which he himself has taught us," said another, "the law of retributive justice, the law of treachery, of rapine, and of outrage." Now broke in Mark's firm, clear voice once more. It rose above the tumult, above the hubbub which centred round the person of Peter Bald. It rang against the pillars and echoed from end to end of the aisle. "Are we miserable rabble, that we even dream of murder?" "Not of murder," cried Bald in challenge, "only of revenge." "Your revenge!" thundered Mark. "Do you dare speak of it in the house of him who says, 'I will repay'?" "God is on our side, he will forgive," cried some of them. "Everything except outrage. What you propose is a deed worthy only of hell." "No, no, Bald is right. Magnanimity has had its day, but for this truce today, who knows, we might have been masters of the Castile. Will the murdering of helpless prisoners aid your cause then? It will at least satisfy our craving for revenge." "Right, right, Bald," they all exclaimed. "Do not heed what Van Ryck says. We will fight tomorrow." "Die tomorrow," they cried, "and blacken your souls today," retorted Mark. The tumult grew more wild. Dissension had begun to sow its ugly seed among these men, whom a common danger, united heroism, and courage had knit so closely together. The grim, silent, majestic determination of a while ago was giving place slowly to rabid, frenzied calls of hatred, to ugly oaths, glowing eyes, and faces heated with passion. The presence of the dozen elderly patricians and burghers, still bareheaded and shoeless, still with the rope around their necks, helped to fan up the passions which their misfortunes had aroused. For the moment, however, the hot-headed malcontents were still greatly in the minority, but the danger of dissent, of mutiny was there, and the set expression on the faces of the leaders, the stern look in Mark van Ryck's eyes, testified that they were conscious of its presence. Then it was that right through this tumult, which had spread from the building itself to the precincts and even beyond, a woman's cry rang out with appalling clearness. It was not a cry of terror, rather one of command, but so piercing was it that for the moment every other cry was stilled. Peter Bald's adherents were silenced, and suddenly, over this vast assembly, wherein but a few seconds ago passions ran riot, there fell a hush, a tension of every nerve, a momentary lull of every heartbeat, as with the prescience of something momentous, to which that woman's cry was only the presage. And in the midst of that sudden hush, the cry was heard again, more clearly this time, and closer to the cathedral porch, so that the words came quite distinctly. "Let me get to him. Take me to your leader. I must speak with him at once." And like distant thunder, the clamour rose again. Men and women shouted and called. The words "Spaniard" and "spy" were easily distinguishable. The crowd could be seen to sway, to be moving like a huge wave, all in one direction toward the porch. Hundreds of faces showed plainly in the dull grey light, as necks were craned to catch a glimpse of the woman who had screamed. But evidently, with but rare exceptions, the crowd was not hostile. Those who had cried out the word spy were obviously in the minority. With death looming so near, with deadly danger to every woman in the city within sight, every instinct of chivalry toward the weak was at its greatest height. Those inside the cathedral could see that the crowd was parting in order to let two women move along, and that the men in the forefront elbowed a way for them so that they should not be hindered on their way. It was the taller of the two women who had uttered the piteous yet commanding appeal, "Let me go to him. Take me to your leader. I must speak with him." She reiterated that appeal now at the south porch, to which she had been literally carried by the crowd outside, and here suddenly 3 stalwart men belonging to one of the city guilds took, as it were, possession of her and her companion, and with vigorous play of elbows and of staves forged a way for them both right up to the altar rails. Even whilst in the west end of the church the enthusiastic tumult around Peter Bald, which this fresh incident had momentarily stilled, arose with renewed vigour, and the young artisans and apprentices once more took up their cry, "Revenge! Death to all the prisoners!" The woman, who was wrapped up in a long black mantle and hood, fell panting, exhausted, breathless, almost at Mark Van Ryck's feet, and murmured hoarsely, "5,000 troops are on their way to Ghent. They will be here within 2 hours. Save yourselves, if you can." Her voice hardly rose above a whisper. Mark alone heard every word she said. He stooped, and placing 2 fingers under her chin, with a quick and firm gesture he lifted up the woman's head so that her hood fell back, and the light from the east window struck full upon her face and her golden hair. "I come straight from the Castile," she said, more clearly now, for she was gradually recovering her breath. "Let your friends kill me if they will. The Duke of Alva swore a false oath. A messenger left even last night for Dendermonde." "How do you know this?" queried Mark quietly. "Greta and I heard the Duke speak of it all with my father just now," she replied. "He asked for the truce in order to gain time. He hopes that the troops from Dendermonde will be here before nightfall. The guards at the gatehouses are under arms, and 3,000 men are inside the Castile, ready to rush out the moment the troops are in sight." It was impossible to doubt her story. Those who stood nearest to her passed it on to their neighbours, and the news travelled like wildfire from end to end of the church. "They are on us, 5,000 Spaniards from Dendermonde, to annihilate us all. God have mercy on our souls. God have mercy on our women and children." Panic seized a great many there. They rushed and scrambled out of the building, running blindly like sheep, and spread the terrible news through the streets, calling loudly to God to save them all. The panic very naturally spread to the women and children who thronged the streets at this hour, and to the silent workers who had quietly continued their work of burial. Soon all the market squares were filled with shrieking men, women, and children, who ran about aimlessly with wild gestures and cries of lamentation. Those who had kept indoors all today, either fearing the crowds or piously preparing for death, came rushing out to see what new calamity was threatening them, or whether the supreme hour had indeed struck for them all. Inside the cathedral, The cries of revenge were stilled. Dulled was the lust to kill. The immense danger which had been forgotten for a moment in that frantic thirst for revenge made its deathly presence felt once more. Pallid faces and wide-open, terror-filled eyes were turned toward the one man whose personality seemed still to radiate the one great ray of hope. But just for a moment Mark Van Ryck seemed quite oblivious of that wave of sighs and fears which tended toward him now and swept all thought of mutiny away. He was supporting Lenora, who was gradually regaining strength and consciousness. Just for a few seconds he allowed tumult and terror to seethe unheeded around him. Just for those few seconds he forgot death and danger, his friends, the world, everything save that Lenora had come to him at the hour when his heart yearned for her more passionately than ever before, and that she was looking up into his face with eyes that told so plainly the whole extent of her love for him. Only a few seconds, then he handed her over to the gentle care of Father Vanderschlitt. But as with infinite gentleness he finally released himself from her clinging arms, he murmured in her ear, "God reward you, Madonna. With your love as my shield, I feel that I could conquer the universe." Then he faced the terror-stricken crowd once more. "Burghers and artisans of Ghent," he called loudly, "we have 2 hours before us. The perjured tyrant is bringing 5,000 fresh troops against us. If by nightfall we have not conquered, our city is doomed, and all of us who have survived, and all our women and children, will be slaughtered like sheep." "To arms!" cried the leaders. Jan van Megrode and Levin van Danes, Pierre Denuit, and the others. "To arms!" was echoed by a goodly number of the crowd. But a great many were silent. Despair had gripped them with its icy talon. The hopelessness of it all had damped their enthusiasm. 5,000 fresh troops, they murmured, and there are less than 4,000 of us, all told. "We cannot conquer," came from Peter Bald's friends at the west end of the church. "Let us at least take our revenge." "Yes, revenge! Death to the Walloons!" they cried. "Revenge, yes!" exclaimed Mark Van Ryck. "Let us be revenged on the liar, the tyrant, the perjurer. Let us show him no mercy, and extort from him by brute force that which he has refused us all these years, civil and religious freedom." "Van Ryck, thou art raving," broke in the men who stood nearest to him, some of them his most ardent supporters. "Alva by nightfall will have 3 times the numbers we have. The gates will be opened to his fresh troops." "We must seize the Castile and the gates before then," he retorted. "How can we? We made several assaults yesterday. We have not enough men. We have half an hour wherein to increase their numbers." "Thou art raving," they cried. "Not one able-bodied man but was fighting yesterday. Not half their number knew how to handle pike or lance, musket or crossbow. Then we must find 2,000 men who are trained soldiers and know all that there is to know about fighting. That would make it a 2-to-1 fight. Burghers of Ghent, which one of you cannot account for 2 Spaniards when the lives of your women and your children depend on the strength of your arm?" 2,000 men! The cry came from everywhere, cry of doubt, of hope, of irony, or of defiance. "How are we to get them? Where can we get them from?" "Come with me, and I'll show you," retorts Mark, and he immediately makes for the door. The other leaders stick close to him as one man, as do all those who have been standing near the altar rails, and those who saw him even when first he turned to them all, with eyes glowing with the fire of the most ardent patriotism, with the determination to die if need be, but by God, to try and conquer first. It was only those who were in the rear of the crowd or in the side aisles who did not come immediately under the spell of that magnetic personality, of that burning enthusiasm which from its lexicon had erased the word failure. But even they were carried off their feet by the human wave which now swept out of the cathedral by the south door, bearing upon it the group of rebel leaders, with Mark's broad shoulders and closely cropped head towering above the others. The throng was soon swelled to huge proportions by all those who had been hanging about in the precincts all the afternoon, unable to push their way into the crowded edifice. The tumult and the clamour which they made, added to the cries of those who were running in terror through the streets, made a pandemonium of sounds which was almost hellish in its awful suggestion of terror, of confusion, and of misery. But those who still believed in the help of God, those in whom faith in the justice of their cause was allied with the sublime determination of martyrs, were content to follow their hero blindly, vaguely marvelling what his purpose could be, whilst the malcontents in the rear, rallying round Peter Bald, once more began to murmur of death and of revenge. Mark led the crowd across the wide cathedral square to the guild house of the armourers, the fine building with the tall crow-stepped gables and the magnificent carved portico, to which a double flight of 15 stone steps and wrought iron balustrade gave access. He ran up the steps and stood with his back to the portico, fronting the crowd. Every one could see him now, from the remotest corners of the square. Many had invaded the houses round, and heads appeared at all the windows. "Burghers of Ghent," he called aloud, "we have to conquer, or we must die. There are less than 4,000 of us at this moment, fit to bear arms against Alva's hordes, which still number 7. 5,000 more of them are on their way to complete the destruction of our city, to murder our wives and our children, and to desecrate our homes. We want 2,000 well-trained soldiers to oppose them and inflict on the tyrant such a defeat as will force him to grant us all that we fight for, liberty." "How wilt do that, friend of the leather mask?" queried some of the men ironically. "How wilt find 2,000 well-trained soldiers? Follow me, and I will show you." He turned and went into the building, the whole crowd following him as one man. The huge vaulted hall of the guild house was filled in every corner with Walloon prisoners, the fruit of the first day's victory. They were lying or sitting about the floor, some of them playing hazard with scraps of leather cut from their belts. Others watched them, or merely stared straight in front of them with a sullen look of hopelessness. They were the ones who had wives and children at home, or merely who had served some time under Alva's banner and had learned from him how prisoners should be treated. When the leaders of the insurrection, with Mark van Ryck at their head, made irruption into the hall, followed by a tumultuous throng, the Walloons, as if moved by a blind instinct, threw aside their games, and all retreated to the furthest end of the hall, like a phalanx of frightened men who have not even the power to sell their lives. Many of those who had rushed in Mark's wake, were the malcontents whose temper Peter Bald's hot-headed words had inflamed. Awed by the presence of their leaders, they still held themselves in check, but the Walloons, from their place of retreat, crowded together, and terrified, saw many a glowing face, distorted by the passion to kill. Many an eye fixed upon them with glowering hatred and an obvious longing for revenge. Then Mark called out, "Now then, friends, in 2 hours' time the tyrant will have 12,000 troops massed against us. We have 2,000 well-trained soldiers within our guild houses who are idle at this moment. Here are 500 of them. The others are close by. With their help we can crush the tyrant, fight him till we conquer, and treat him as he would have treated us. Here is your revenge for his insults. Get your brothers to forswear their allegiance and to fight by your side." A gasp went right through the hall, which now was packed closely with men. The 500 Walloon prisoners huddled together at one end, and some 4,000 men of Ghent, filling every corner of the vast arcaded hall. In the very midst of them all, Mark van Ryck, hoisted up on the shoulders of his friends, with gleaming eyes and quivering voice, awaited their reply. The malcontents were the first to make their voices heard. "These traitors," they shouted, "the paid mercenaries of Alva, art crazy, Van Ryck? The Spanish women have cajoled thee," some of them exclaimed with a curse. "Or offered thee a bribe from the tyrant," cried others. "We'll hang thee along with the prisoners if thou darest to turn against us," added Peter Bald spitefully. "Hang me then, friends, an ye list," he said with a loud laugh, "but let me speak while ye get the gallows ready. Walloons," he added, turning to the prisoners, who were regarding him with utter bewilderment, in which past terror still held sway, "ye are our kith and kin. Together we have groaned under the most execrable tyrant the world has ever known. Today I offer you the power to strike one blow at the tyrant, a blow from which he will never recover, a blow which will help you to win that which every Netherlander craves for, liberty. Will ye help us to strike that blow and cover yourselves with glory?" "Aye, aye," came from the Walloons with one stupendous cry of hope and of relief. "Will you fight with us?" "Yes." "Die with us?" "Yes." "For the freedom of the Netherlands, for liberty," they cried. But all the while murmurings were going on among the Flemings. Their hatred of the Walloons, who had borne arms against their own native land and for its subjugation under the heel of an alien master, was greater almost than their hatred against the Spaniards. "The Walloons, horror!" they shouted, even whilst Mark was infusing some of his own ardent enthusiasm into the veins of those 500 prisoners. "Shame on thee, Van Ryck!" whilst one man, who has remained nameless to history, cried out loudly, "Traitor!" "Aye, traitor thou!" retorted Van Ryck, "who wouldst prefer the lust of killing to that of victory. Burghers of Ghent," he continued, "in the name of our sacred motherland, I entreat you, release these men. Let me have them as soldiers under our banner. Let me have them as brothers to fight by our side. You would shed their blood and steep your souls in crime. Let them shed theirs for liberty and cover themselves with glory." "Yes, yes," came from the leaders and from the phalanx of fighting men who stood closest to their hero. "Yes, yes, release them. Let them fight for us." The call was taken back and echoed and re-echoed until the high vaulted roof rang with the enthusiastic shouts. "Walloons, will you fight with us?" they asked. "To the death," replied the prisoners. "One country, one people, one kindred," rejoined Mark, with solemn earnestness. "Henceforth there will be neither Flemings nor Walloons, just Netherlanders, standing shoulder to shoulder to crush the tyrant of us all. Netherlanders, Orange and Liberty," cried Walloons and Flemings in unison. "Give them back their own arms, Provost," commanded Mark. Our untrained men have not known how to use them. And follow me, friends. We have not gathered our reinforcements together yet. In half an hour we shall have 2,000 brothers under our flag. Long live Leatherface! To arms, brothers! Were the last shouts which rang through the hall ere Mark van Ryck led his followers away to the nearest guild house, and then to the next, where 2,000 Walloon prisoners were by the magic of his patriotism and his enthusiasm transformed into 2,000 friends. Once more the roar of artillery and of musketry fills the air. It is long before the evening Angelus has begun to ring, but from far away the news has come to every captain at the city gates that reinforcements are on the way from Dendermonde. No one can respect a truce which hid the blackest perfidy ever perpetrated by a tyrannical master against a brave people. As soon as the news has filtrated into the heart of the city, the Orangists rush to their arms, reinforced by 2,000 trained troops. Their battle cry becomes triumphant. Netherlands, Orange, and Liberty resounds defiantly from end to end of the city. The besieging force rush the Castile. They sow the open tract of ground around the moat with their heroic dead. Again and again they rush for the breach. Culverins and falconets upon the ramparts are useless after a while, and a shower of heavy stones falls upon the plucky assailants. There are 500 Walloon bowmen now who know how to shoot straight, and some musketeers who vie with the Spaniards for precision. They cover the advance of the halberdiers and the pikemen, who return to the charge with the enthusiasm born of renewed hope. The Bruges gate has fallen. The Waldport is in the insurgents' hands. Captain Serbelloni at the Brayport is hard pressed, and up in the Meest Toren of the Castile, Alva paces up and down like a caged tiger. Bracamont or nightfall, he cries with desperate rage, for he cannot understand why the Dendermonde troops are detained. Surely that rabble has not seized all the gates. Twice he has ordered a sortie. Twice the moat has received a fresh shower of dead. The breach has become wider. The Orangist halberdiers are fighting foot by foot up the walls. They have succeeded in throwing their bridge made of pikes and lances across the moat, and soon they are crossing in their hundreds. Heavens above, how come they to be so numerous? Captain de Avila has been severely wounded. 3 younger captains have been killed. The Orangist falconets, a light piece of artillery and not easy to use, works incessantly upon the breach. Alva himself is everywhere. His doublet and hose are torn too. His breastplate and tassets are riddled with arrow shot. He bleeds profusely from the hand. His face is unrecognizable beneath a covering of smoke and grime. Rage and fear have made him hideous, not fear of personal danger, for to this he is wholly indifferent, but fear of defeat, of humiliation, of the heavy reprisals which that contemptible rabble will exact. He insults his soldiers and threatens them in turn. He snatches musket or crossbow, directs, leads, commands, and sees his wildest hopes shattered one by one. The din and confusion from the city itself is hardly heard above the awful pandemonium which reigns in and around the besieged Castile. The Vleeschhuis on the Schelde is a mass of flames. The roof suddenly falls in with a terrific crash, which seems to shake the very earth to its depths. There is not a single window left in the Meestoren, and the rooms, as well as the yard below, are littered with broken glass. "We have no more balls left, magnificence," reports the captain in charge of the artillery. "What must we do?" "Do!" cries the Duke of Alva fiercely, throw yourself into the moat, or get the musketeers to turn their muskets against you, for of a certainty you will be massacred within the hour. Inside the city it is hell let loose. Fighting, hand to hand, pike to pike, goes on in every street, on every bridge, under every doorway, aye, even beneath the cathedral porch. The doors of the houses have all been broken open, and men who are wounded and exhausted crawl under them for shelter and safety. The women and children had all been ordered to go inside their own homes before the first battle cry of the Orangists rang out. A goodly number of them, however, took refuge in the churches, and there were defended by companies of Walloons posted at the doors. The bridges are fought for inch by inch. When at last they fall into the hands of the Orangists, they are destroyed one by one. Hell let loose indeed. Desperate men fighting for freedom against a tyrant who has never known defeat. The evening Angelus was never rung on that Lord's Day, the feast of the Holy Redeemer. But at the hour when day first fades into evening, Mark van Ryck, superb, undaunted, and glowing now with the ardour of victory, leads the final assault on the Castile. Netherlanders, for liberty, he cries. A stone has hit his shoulder. There is a huge cut across his face. The sleeve has been torn right out of his doublet. His bare arm and the hand which wields an unconquered sword gleams like metal in the fast gathering twilight. To the breach, he calls, and is the first to scramble down the declivity of the moat and on to the heap of masonry which fills the moat here to the top of the bank. An arrow aimed at his head pierces his right arm. A stone hurled from above falls at his feet and raises a cloud of dust which blinds him. A heavy fragment hits him on the head. He stumbles and falls backwards down to the brink of the moat. Never mind me, he calls. For liberty, Netherlanders. The Castile is yours. Hold on. He has managed to hold on for dear life to the rough stones on the declivity, crawling along the top of the bank to escape being trampled on by the pikemen. The latter have a hot time at the breach. The Spanish musketeers, under the Duke of Alva's own eyes, are firing with remarkable accuracy and extraordinary rapidity, whilst from the ramparts the shower of heavy stones makes deadly havoc. Twice the Walloons have given ground. They are led by Laurens van Ryck now, who twice returns to the charge. Mark struggles to his feet. Hold on, Walloons. The Castile is ours, he cries. And while the Walloons continue the desperate fighting at the breach, he gathers together a company of Flemish swordsmen, the pick of his little army, those who have stuck closely to him throughout the past 2 days, who have fought every minute, who have been decimated, lost their provosts and their captains, but have never once cried halt, and never thought of giving in. 100 or so of them are all that is left. They carry their sword in their right hand and a pistol in their left. They follow Mark round the walls to where the moat melts into the wide tract of morass which surrounds the northeast side of the Castile. The shadow from the high walls falls across the marshy ground. The men move round silently, whilst behind them, at the breach and on the bridge, the noise of musketry and falling masonry drowns every other sound. Now the men halt, and still in silence they strip to their skins. Then, with their pistols in their right hand and their sword between their teeth, they plunge ankle deep into the mud. They are men of Ghent, every one of them, men of the Low Countries, who know their morasses as mariners know the sea. They know how to keep their foothold in these slimy tracts, where strangers would inevitably be sucked into a hideous grave. They make their way to the foot of the wall. They move like ghosts now, and are well nigh waist deep in the mud. Night closes in rapidly round them. Behind them the sky is suffused with the crimson reflection of an autumnal sunset. Their arms, chests, and backs are shiny with sweat. Their hot breath comes and goes rapidly with excitement and the scent of danger, which hovers behind them in that yawning morass, and ahead of them on the parapet of those walls. "Victory waits for you, my men," says Mark, in a commanding voice, "up on yonder wall. Whoever is for Orange and for liberty, follow me." Then he starts to climb, and one by one the men follow. What atoms they look up on those high walls, crawling, creeping, scrambling, with hands and knees and feet clinging to the unevenness in the masonry, or scraps of coarse grass that give them foothold. Like ants crawling up a heap, on they go. Their bare backs reflect the crimson glow of the sun. Mark, their hero, leads the way. His torn arm and lacerated shoulder leave a trail of blood upon the stones. At the breach the Walloons must be hard pressed, for cries of triumph follow each volley from the Spanish musketry. On, Netherlanders, for Orange and liberty! Now Mark has reached the top. His arm is over the parapet, then his knee. The lookout man has seen him. He shoulders his musket to give the alarm, but before he can fire, Mark is on him, and 3 more Flemings now have scrambled over the wall. This portion of the Castile is never seriously guarded. The morass is thought to be impassable, and forms the only guard on the northeast wall. But these men of Ghent have conquered the morass, and they are on the walls, and have overpowered the lookout men ere these have had time to scream. Naked, sweating, bleeding at hands and knees, they look like wraiths from some inferno down below. They rush down helter-skelter into the castle yard. The Spanish musketeers, caught in their rear, whence they never expected attack, down their weapons and run with a mad sauve qui peut to the shelter of the Meesttoren. The Walloons, not understanding what has happened, see the Spaniards running, and seize the lucky moment. Laurence van Ryck leads them through the breach, and they rush into the yard with pikes and halberds fixed, and fill it suddenly with their cry of triumph. Then they fight their way round to the gatehouse, and lower the bridge, and the Flemings, in their turn, come pouring into the Castile. Within 10 minutes every Spaniard inside the Castile has laid down his arms. The stronghold is in the hands of the Orangists, and Mark van Ryck, up on the iron balcony outside the Duke of Alva's council chamber, surrounded by his naked stalwarts, demands the surrender of the Lieutenant Governor of the Netherlands in the name of Orange and of liberty. Then, without a sigh or a groan, he throws up his arms, and those who are nearest to him are only just in time to catch him ere he falls. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 19, The Hour of Victory. To the women and children shut up in the different churches and in the houses throughout the city during those terrible hours whilst their husbands, brothers, sons were making their last desperate stand, it was indeed hell let loose, for while the men were doing, they could only wait and pray. It was impossible for them even to wander out to try and help the wounded, or to seek amongst the dead for the one dear face, the mirror of all joy and happiness. They all sat or knelt huddled up together, their children closely held in their arms, murmuring those vague words of comfort, of surmise, of hope, and of fear, which come mechanically to the lips when every sense is lulled into a kind of torpor with the terrible imminence of the danger and the overwhelming power of grief. The danger in the houses was greater than in the churches, for everywhere the horrible concussion of artillery and the crash of falling masonry broke the windows and shook the floors. But many women have that same instinct which causes the beasts of the forest to hide within their lair. They feel that they would rather see their home fall in about their heads than watch its destruction from a safer distance. Clemence Van Ryck refused to leave her house when first Lawrence received Leonora's warning of the impending catastrophe. She refused to leave it now, when her sons were face to face with death, and any moment a stray cannon ball might bring the walls down with a crash. She sat in the high-backed chair in the small withdrawing room where less than a week ago the first card was played in that desperate game for human lives which was finding its climax at this hour. She sat quite still, staring into the empty hearth with that stolidity particular to these women of the North, and which is only another calmer form of courage. The High Bailiff, sullen and silent, sat close to the table with his head buried in his hands. Since his return from his humiliating errand this afternoon, he had not spoken a word to any one. He believed that the Orangist cause was doomed, and both his sons certain of death. What happened to him after that he really did not care. Pierre and Jeanie sat in the hall together, quietly telling their beads. The din outside was deafening, and the evening hour was slowly creeping on. Day yielded to twilight. A brilliant sunset lit up for a while the desolation of an entire city, then sank into a blood-hued horizon, adding its own lurid light to the crimson glow of burning buildings. And as the veils of night fell more heavily over the city, gradually the dismal sounds of cannon and musketry were stilled. Pierre came in after a while, carrying a lamp. "Firing has ceased," he said. "Men are running down the streets, shouting that the Castile is in our hands, and that the Duke of Alva has surrendered to Leatherface." He put the lamp down and prepared to go, for Clemence and the High Bailiff have made no comment on the joyful news. Perhaps it has failed to reach their dulled senses. Perhaps they do not believe it. At any rate, what is victory to them, if two brave sons have fallen for its sake? But already the cries through the streets become more insistent and more sure. Men and women run hither and thither, up and down the New Straat, and as Pierre stands by the open door, peering curiously out into the gloom, people shout to him as they rush by. "Van Ryck has seized the Castile. The Duke of Alva is a prisoner in our hands." Clemence hears the cries. She can no longer doubt her ears. "Mark? Lawrence?" she calls out. "Where are they?" The High Bailiff rouses himself from his apathy. "I will go to the town house," he says, "and will be back with news." "News of Mark and of Lawrence," cries the mother. The High Bailiff goes, and she remains alone in the narrow room, with just the feeble light of the lamp upon her pale face, and trembling hands. Now and then, still, right through the night, a terrific crash shakes the house to its foundations, or a sudden lurid light flares upwards to the sky. Roofs are still falling in, crumbling ruins still burst into flames, but firing and clash of steel have ceased, and from the various churches the peals of bells send their triumphant call through the night. The hours go by. It is nigh on 10 o'clock now. The High Bailiff has not yet returned, but Lawrence has just come back, wounded and exhausted, but full of the glorious victory. "Where is Mark?" queries the mother. "Mark is hurt, but he will be here anon," says the boy. "The men have made a stretcher for him. He would not be tended at the Castile. He begged to be brought home. Oh, mother dear, how we must love him after this!" Clemence hastily gives orders that Monsieur Mark's room be made ready for him at once. Jeanie, buxom and capable, is rendered supremely happy by this task. "Mother dear," whispers Lawrence, next to Mark himself, "we all owe our salvation to Lenora." He has no time to say more, even though Clemence's face has hardened at mention of that name which she abhors, for Pierre has just come running in breathless and trembling with excitement. "Mevrouw," he stammers, "it is the noble lady, the Spanish lady, it is—" Before Lawrence could further question him, he has uttered a cry of surprise, which is echoed by one of horror from Clemence. Lenora was standing under the lintel of the door. Clemence rose from her chair as if moved by a spring, and stood up, rigid and with arm raised, pointing straight to the door. "Go!" she commanded sternly. But Lenora advanced slowly into the room. She was whiter than the ruff at her throat. Her black mantle hung round her in heavy folds, but the hood had fallen back from her head, and her golden hair, with the yellow light of the lamp falling full upon it, looked like a gleaming aureole, which made her eyes appear wonderfully dark by contrast, and her beauty more ethereal than it had been before. Lawrence gazed on her in speechless wonder, but Clemence, full of hatred for the woman whom she believed to be the author of all the misery of the past few days, still pointed to the door, and sternly, relentlessly, in a voice which quivered with the passion of intense hatred, she reiterated her command. "Go!" "They are bringing Mark home," said Lenora quietly. "He is wounded, perhaps to death. I could not get to hear, but when he opens his eyes he will ask for me. I cannot go unless he sends me away." "They are bringing Mark home," assented the mother, "and 'tis I who will tend him. Never shall thy treacherous hand touch my son." "Mother," broke in Lawrence firmly, "she is Mark's wife, and she has saved us all." Clemence gave a loud sob, and fell back in her chair. Lawrence tried in vain to comfort her, but Lenora waited quietly until the worst of Clemence's paroxysm of tears had passed away. Then she said with the same patience and gentleness, "I know, Mevrouw, that from the first I was an intruder in your house. I, too, have oft in the last few miserable days longed in vain that Mark and I had never met. But do you not think, Mevrouw, that our destinies are beyond our ken? That God ordains our fate, and merely chooses his tools where he desires?" "And Satan, too, chooses his tools," murmured Clemence through her tears. "Oh, go, go, I beg of you to go," she added with sudden passionate appeal. "Cannot you see that the sight of you must be torture to us all." "Will you let me stay until I have seen Mark?" said Lenora calmly, "and then I will go." "I will not let you see him," protested Clemence with the obstinacy of the weak. "I would not allow a spy like you to come near him. I, a spy, an assassin mayhap. How do I know that you are not an emissary of our tyrants? How do I know that beneath your cloak you do not hold a dagger?" Lawrence was trying his best to pacify his mother, and throwing pathetic looks of appeal to Lenora the while, whilst the girl herself was bravely trying to hold herself in check. But at this last cruel taunt she uttered a cry of pain, like a poor wild creature that has been hurt to death. In a moment she was across the room, down on her knees beside the old woman, and holding Clemence's trembling hands imprisoned in her own. "Hush, hush!" she implored wildly. "You must not say that. You must not. Heavens above, have you not realized that when I acted as I did so because I believed God Himself had shown me the way? You call me base and vile. I swear to you by all that I hold most sacred that I would gladly die 1,000 deaths to undo the work of the past few days. You speak of an assassin's dagger. I believed that my cousin Ramon was murdered, foully and in the dark, by the man who was known as Leatherface. My father made me swear that I would avenge Ramon's death. What could I do? What could I do? I believed that God was guiding me. I spied upon you, I know. I found out your secrets and gave them to my father, but he had commanded me, and I had no one else in the world, no one, only my father, and I believed in him as I believe in God." Her voice broke in a sob, her head fell forward upon her hands and those of the older woman, and a pitiable moan of pain came from her overburdened heart. Lawrence, with his head buried in his hands, would have given his life to spare her all this misery, but Clemence said nothing. She did not repulse the girl, nor did she draw her to her heart. Whether she still mistrusted her or not, it were impossible to say. Certain it is that she listened, and that words of hatred no longer rose to her lips. "You will not let me see Mark," continued Lenora, trying to speak more calmly. "You are afraid that I would go to him as an enemy, a spy, an assassin. Ah, you have chosen the weapon well wherewith to punish me, an enemy, ye gods! I, who would give the last drop of blood in my veins to help him at this hour. I, who love him with every fibre of my heart, with every aspiration of my soul. Don't you understand? Cannot you understand that he has forced his way right into my very being, that I have left my people, my father, to come to him, to warn him, to help him, to be with him in the hour of danger? Let me stay. Let me be with him. Cannot you see that love for him is all that I live for now?" She had ceased speaking, and over the high oak panelled room there fell a silence which soon became oppressive. A few moments ago, while Lenora was pouring out her heart in wild words of passionate longing, Clemence and Lawrence had suddenly uttered a cry, half of horror and half of joy, a cry which was quickly suppressed, and which the girl did not hear. Now the tension on her nerves was suddenly relaxed, and she broke down utterly. Physically and mentally she felt like one who has received a blow with a poleaxe, and is only just alive, no longer sentient, hardly suffering. She was crouching on the ground, with her head on the older woman's knee, a pathetic picture of hopelessness. She felt indeed as if this earth could hold no greater suffering than what she endured now. To have dreamed for one brief while that she had helped the man she loved in the hour of his greatest danger, and then to be made to feel that she was still an enemy in the sight of all his people. She lost count of time. It might have been but a few seconds that she knelt there broken-hearted. It might have been a cycle of years. The din from the streets outside, the bustle inside the house, only reached her ears like sounds that come in a dream. A kind of torpor had fallen over the broken-hearted girl's senses, and mercifully saved her from further pain. She closed her eyes, and semi-consciousness wrapped her in a kindly embrace. Semi-consciousness, or a happy dream, she could not tell. All that she knew was that suddenly all misery and all suffering fell away from her, that an invisible presence was in the room which was like that of the angel of peace, and that strong, kind arms held her closely, so that she no longer felt that an awful chasm yawned before her, and that she was falling into a hideous abyss where there was neither hope nor pardon. Of course it must have been a dream, such dreams as come to the dying who have suffered much, and see the end of all their woe in a prescient glimpse of heaven. For it seemed to her that the kind grey eyes which she loved were looking on her now, that they smiled on her with infinite tenderness and infinite understanding, and that the lips which she had longed to kiss whispered gentle, endearing words in her ear. "It is your love, Madonna, which led me to victory. Did I not say that with it as my shield I could conquer the universe?" "Mark," she murmured, "you are hurt?" "Not much, dear heart," he replied with that quaint laugh of his, which suddenly turned this delicious dream into exquisite reality. "Kind hands have tended me and gave me some clean clothing. I would have had you in my arms ere now, but was too dirty an object to appear before you." Then the laughter died out from his eyes. They became intent, searching, desperately anxious. "Madonna," he whispered, and he who for 3 days had faced every kind of danger, trembled now with apprehension. "What you said to my mother a moment ago, did you mean it?" "Your love, Mark," she murmured in reply, "is all that I live for now." Then he folded her in his arms once more. "Mother dear," he said, "you must love her too. My whole happiness hangs upon her kiss." End of chapter 19. Epilogue of Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Epilogue of Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders by Baroness ORCZY. Many there are who hold to the belief that the death of Alva would have saved the unfortunate Netherlanders many more months of woe and oppression at his hands, and that mayhap it would have deterred the royal despot over in Madrid from further acts of perfidious tyranny. Therefore Mark van Ryck, the responsible leader of the successful insurrection of Ghent, has often been blamed for his leniency to a man who, if he had been victorious, would not have spared a single woman or child in the city. With the right and wrongs of that contention this chronicle hath no concern. Mark van Ryck led the men of Ghent to victory, and having done that, he fell sick from wounds and exhaustion, and after being hastily tended by his friends, he was taken home, where for many days he hovered between life and death. It was the civic dignitaries, the high bailiff, the aldermen and sheriffs of the cure, who assumed the responsibility of dealing with the tyrant, and they remained true, apparently, to their principles of conciliation and of loyalty, for within 2 days of their heroic and desperate stand for liberty, and while the ruins of their beautiful city were still smouldering, the men of Ghent had the mortification of seeing the Duke of Alva ride humiliated but unscathed out of the town. Just as 50 years ago the town of Bruges held the Archduke Maximilian, King of the Romans, a prisoner till he ordered the withdrawal of all foreign troops from their gates, so did the men of Ghent now exact the same undertaking from the Duke of Alva. For the moment, Ghent was freed from the immediate danger of annihilation, and the departure of Alva from Belgium less than a year later saved her perhaps altogether from the fate of many of her sister cities. Certain it is that the high bailiff and the older burghers extracted from their prisoners, among whom was Signor de Vargas and several members of the Blood Council, concessions and privileges for which they had clamoured in vain for half a century. But beyond that, the tyrant was allowed to go free, and against this decision of their magistrates and their great manen, the heroes of the insurrection did not raise a protest. Perhaps they had suffered too much to thirst for active revenge. End of Epilogue. End of Leatherface, A Tale of Old Flanders, by Baroness ORCZY.